Satan, Maya, means it is your own false view of self, your belief that you exist, your false belief that you are living, Atma Drishtiya. There is nothing or there is nobody outside with whom we can address our issue with. Our problem is with our mind. When the Buddha attained nirvana while seated under the Bodhi tree, he became the Buddha not by going to war with anybody. The Prince Siddhartha was in a war with his own mind. After he realized the pure truth about the mind, he became the Buddha. We too can attain Buddhahood by following the path to Nirvana. We cannot become a Samma Sambuddha because we are not the ones who discovered the illusion of the mind. It was Lord Buddha, our teacher, who first revealed the pure truth to the world by his own investigation of this illusional mind. We are only his followers who are going on the path to realize the ultimate truth or nirvana. This is the difference between the Buddha and his followers. Otherwise, we are all following the path to nirvana, and we are all trying to tune into a frequency of nothingness, the Buddha Swabhavaya, or the nature of the Buddha. Our minds become tuned to nothingness, to the Shunyatava. Shunyata Animita Cheto Vimuktiya. No mind means no thought. However, while you are still practicing to be on the path to realize the pure truth, you need to maintain awareness of the thoughts you receive. Everybody.
Sarna Shani, thank you for reading the book for us. Uh, we worship our Enhancer at his feet. Sarna, all Dhamma friends who have joined the English Zoom discussion, 2:45 Sri Lankan time, 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So we have been just following uh, the facts written in the book, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. So it's still about the mind and the thoughts. That is what we have been discussing over the last few weeks. Little by little, it's being explained what is this mind and what are these thoughts, and also the complexity of this thought and the mind. So as Shani read, actually it was a war with the own mind. That is what Lord Buddha had to do when he was trying to understand what this pure truth is. It's mentioned as Satan because Satan is the word that is used in the other religions, actually, particularly in Christianity. It's described as Satan or a devil type character, something similar to a devil. It's actually what is described in Buddhism is it's your own mind. It's your own mind which drags you to various directions and becomes really troublesome, I would say. So it is the fight is with your own mind. So we will once you want identify this truth about this thought, how the thoughts are behaving and the behavior of this mind, uh, you tune into what's called the nothingness. Actually, this is something constructed or built up on nothingness. Basically, some creations, everything is a creation. Uh, the the vision, hearing, and the uh, feelings of smell, taste, and the skin sensations, all are actually creations due to the fast speed. So, on top of that, the thoughts are created as a result. So, finally, when you analyze it deeply, you can see that from basically from nothingness, everything has been constructed or created as if it is existing. So, in other words, the myself, the concept of myself is also a creation in the same manner. So, this is what we are trying to understand because we always have a fight with our own thoughts because thoughts are not uh, under control, there is no doer. But the wrong conception is that thoughts are mine and thoughts are something that are controllable or there is a doer for the thoughts. So, this is what we are trying to understand when we realize these facts, which I explained. Little by little, we are moving forward with the knowledge on this aspect. And when we realize how the thoughts are formed, the fact that it is not under anybody's control, then it's very clear that the things tend to calm down. The agitation that comes up with the thoughts, because we love to stop the unpleasant thoughts and we love to keep or maintain the happy thoughts. Neither of them is possible. So when you realize this mechanism, automatically there is some calming down and then there is slowing of the thought process. Actually, thoughts will not stop because thoughts will be forming as long as the physical body is functioning. But the fact that the value added to these thoughts, the fire which comes up with the thought, is the one which will fade away. So all our Dhamma friends have joined, the regular Dhamma friends. Thiruvan Saranai to all of you. We can start our discussion, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai. We worship Paranwanse. I think I have to tell something here that we couldn't conclude the session yesterday properly because of the invasion. Actually, it was like a tube light to me. It took, yeah, for few, quite few seconds to understand what was going on. So, uh, it's how crazy the world is. It's fine, and it's just we have to handle it as it comes. So I apologize to everyone that we had, because we not actually uh, we were not prepared for that kind of you know uh, crazy thing. So now we know that we can act on that, not to harm Dhamma at all in any way, because we don't take this, we give the utmost value to Dhamma and nothing else, nothing personal. So it's really important we keep that standard. So
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, actually, I also have to apologize. Myself and Rebecca, we both were co-hosts, but we were trying to switch it off. We couldn't do it. There was some
no, actually we should remove them. That's the thing that
yeah,
we should do.
that's right.
So I actually had to learn it yesterday because I didn't know how to do that either. But I wasn't co-host, so I can't do anyway.
Yeah, I
But
know.
it was a lesson as well. So yeah, it's very unusual in these countries. But I mean, anything can happen at any time. Yeah, we know now, so that's fine. Just apologizing to everyone that we had to just because we are struggling, we just had to leave the Zoom. Yeah, that won't happen again. It's fine. So we can start the discussion today, and we can actually talk about anything in the book part or in the things that we have read in the book or anything else. Yes, something. Can someone start the discussion, or Surangika, can you add something? Then we can build on that, or Joel can ask a question. Anything. It doesn't matter. Yes, Joel.
This the last bit I was listening to this book says no one can attain the Buddha's state or something, right? They read it. If I'm wrong, you can correct me.
Really? Did that say like that? I don't have
Something
the
about
book.
they said I can't understand.
I think what was read out saying was that we use the term Samma Sambuddha. That Samma Sambuddha expression, I think, was what was referenced in the
Okay,
book,
yeah.
because the one who discovered the illusion, as opposed to followers who have then been guided by the fully awakened one.
Yeah, actually, adding to that, so someone to synchronize to non-vibration doesn't happen naturally, but there are times where Buddha Shunya, that means there's no non-vibration at all to synchronize. So there is a time, because this is not personal, nothing personal here, it's all kind of vibration. So the non-vibration is also similar. If that is not manifested at any time, there's no one can synchronize to that. In the sense, not no one, no vibration can become the non-vibration. So Samma Sambuddha means actually the first instance where when there's no non-vibration, that by understanding this whole thing and becoming non-vibration by himself without any help at all. And it's a process too as well, because it doesn't happen just overnight. It's just like a long process of understanding this vibration for a long time by and there's so much things that we talk about in becoming in it at any point, not becoming a Samma Sambuddha, even becoming just Buddha, in the sense becoming an Arahant. Also, we need kind of, we first of all, I think we need the human qualities, then we need the beyond, the qualities beyond humans, kind of, there are so many aspects in here that Radhanahanse explains bit deeper. They are called like paramita. In English, I don't know how to call them. Do you have a word for paramita, Surangika?
Nothing comes to mind, Dr. Kokila. We can have
Yeah,
a look.
kind of like prerequisites, isn't it?
Yes, that's probably good, yeah.
Prerequisites. So the prerequisites are, there's so many, but they're all described in, the traditional Buddhism way. Like you have to give things, you have to, what else? I can't remember even actually, but there are so many. But they are all described in such a way that the actual meaning is hidden. But if you, it's all about purity of the system, like purity of the mind. Basically, having basic, real human qualities, because like really, it's very easy to lose the human qualities. As I told yesterday, Joel, it's very easy to vibrate to the um, animal realms. Even in the human body, you are vibrating into animal realms. But there are instances where they can vibrate on the God's level as well. But the main important here in Dhamma is the no self angle. That means understanding how this self perception has happened here. Without that realization, whatever the tranquility we have is just limited. It's time limited. It is limited to the posture. It can be limited to your, time of the year or time of the, good time. So nothing like that, good or bad, whether you're dying or alive, whether you are day or night. Having going through a very very rough time in the life, doesn't matter. This no self angle would be just there. You it's like looking at everything with a different glass. We now look at everything in the self angle, but when you understand actually, if you start to feel it, you will be looking at the world with the no self angle. Actually, it's a feel. So when you say words, you can misunderstand looking through a glass, because then there's someone looking through the glass. But this is a metaphor I'm using. But actually, it's a feel that you losing you is a beautiful thing where the burning is zero, whether you're happy or whether you're sad, whether you are in a difficult position or a good position, whether everything is going wrong or whether everything is going right. So the question Joel asked is actually about Samma Sambuddha, but the Buddha status or the Arahant state is a non-vibration. So the non-vibration should be out there to synchronize. And if you synchronize it to at least once, if you synchronize to non-vibration, there's a reassurance from Lord Buddha that you will never vibrate to the lower realms again in your lifetime, not even after death. It doesn't matter, even now. So that's where that's what the reassurance is. So your vibration is not going to go down to that level, basically. And the once returner, that is another kind of just the path to non-vibration. Once returner also, there's no way that you're just going to have another one thought to go, kind of. And non-returner means the vibration is not strong enough to synchronize to the this sensual world at all. But because there's no self view and there's no self, there's dissolution of the self perception and the self vibration, even the tranquility you feel, you're not going to get attracted to it. You're not going to get attached to it. You're not going to look for it, basically. That's the main important aspect that the Aran was trying to tell you that day, because you said you were looking forward to something, and then he corrected you quickly, saying, no, that's not what we are trying to say. When you lose you, you're not looking forward to it, but you are the non-vibration, you are the super happiness, you are the super kindness, you are the super loving, you're the everything. It's just out there. Any other question? Anything else to add? Actually, if Julius, you can ask anything, but others can join in as well. Yes.
I was just asking, I want to just clarify this about this vibration thing that you all are, we discuss about it a lot. Okay, when can, I mean, this Joel realize that I have no vibration?
Oh,
How
it's
do
a
I
fail.
realize
It's a
it?
fail again. It's a fail again. So that's the thing. So, you know, when Aranwansi says that he says a metaphor for this, can you actually explain how you feel the salt? Even you can give an example. You can say this is very salty, but can you actually explain what salt is, kind of what the taste is? You really can't. Likewise, even the self vibration is something for you to feel it, because inside the mind you can actually feel it. The whole power, that power underneath the mind, even that is difficult to feel. And if you understand that it's the power of the sensory organ only to turn into the non-vibration, so this has to be practiced a bit. The practice comes with the wisdom. So you have to have the understanding of this Dhamma, that there's no one here, and then there's the mind is not true, and then there's sensory system which works very fast, very speedy, and this speedy activity is the power. I mean that what we have misunderstood, that speed is actually not self, but it is the actual function of the sensory organ, whatever it is. It doesn't matter whether it's a sound, whether it's the eyes, whether it's the skin. So this has to be felt. So that is the Lord Buddha's saying that come and see, because there's only metaphors. There's only metaphors. Anything
Another
else?
question, Doc?
Yeah.
Another question, Doctor, like when you said about feeling, do we feel it in the body or do we feel it in the consciousness?
No,
Can you
no, it's a
tell it a
different
bit
one.
deep?
That's where they call it jnana, because this is not related to the actual sensory organs. That is the problem. I think it is something that you can feel. Even this self perception, it's very deep. Even normal self perception, because we don't even understand that we are in self perception. To say, you know that if you remember as a child, if you liked something, imagine a game or something, you like that, how intensely you get attracted to that. Can you explain that? You really can't, can you? And also, if you feel despising or some dislike towards something, even though we can say I dislike it, but actually, can you explain that feel? It's feel. Even there are so many words now in anxiety. There are so many words we use to, but actually whether it describe what you feel out there is very, very personal, isn't it? Can't really describe it, even though we try to describe it with words. What you actually feel can be even different to what you're trying to describe. And sometimes people say, I can't really describe it. Yes, because even the self-perception you can't describe until you actually feel the non-self-perception, because it's absence of this absence of this the vibration. So it's very difficult, I would say, to describe that, but one would know, 100% one would know, because it's a completely different experience. It's not like be inside the mind and thinking and getting a another mental picture. It's not like that. It's just complete piercing of the thought and feeling that strength or the power or the vibratory nature, and understanding that it's um, just the just the function of the five sensory organs. So yeah, it's something to be felt, and that's the challenge here. Lot of even someone who has listened, it's a challenge. But even yesterday, Aaron also was telling me this Andolnatmaka Deshna that I heard that he was saying that how some mothers, even without even understanding the full thing, they will just take it as literally, and then just randomly feel it. So it's really nice, because we know that even 7-year-old, felt it. But it doesn't mean that he's an arahant just by feeling it once. It doesn't mean that. It's just you have felt it once. It gives an example of what we are saying, and then to become that there's kind of the mark or the way, and that way includes working without self, talking without self, doing something without self, um, trying without self, having a meditative state without self. It's all without self, because the whole marga or the way, the path starts from correct vision. Correct vision is no self angle that we talk every day. Yeah, it just has to be felt, and if it's felt, you will know it. But it has to be practiced a little bit before, maybe, but there's nothing we have practiced in our life. It's easy. It's just understanding how the outside is actually a perception. So if it's imagine it's a cross sound, it's just a perception in the mind. Because definitely we know that the cross sound is not out there, but some you can hear the sound definitely, but cross sound is actually a perception, mental perception actually. But then when we understand that even the mental perception is like a vibratory nature, that it's just nothing. It's not true. It's just there. Yes, it's manifested, but it's not true. It will actually dissolve the mind, kind of pierce the mind, or liberate from mind, and then that in just one, still the sound is there, the cross sound, but even the cross sound is it's just a sound now. But then even the sound part is not there. It's just a vibration in the feel level, just felt as a vibration. And that vibration, if you have practiced that, it is just the speedy vibration of the sensory organs. You will definitely feel that non-vibration. It's a very good experience. But what happens here is the catch-22 is, when we try to get it, we can't get it, because when we try to get something, it is in the mind. We are trying to get something because we have a mental picture. If you're trying something, if you want to play cricket, it's a mental picture. We want to play cricket. We want to play basketball, it's a mental picture. But then if you want to achieve the nirvana, it becomes a mental picture too. But the problem here is when we want to do something, it will never happen. But if you keep understanding this Dhamma and keep trying to feel this, when you are walking, when you are seeing, when you are so doing any action or talking, or even thinking or touching something or anything, it doesn't matter. If you feel this, that it's not actually real, but it's a perception here, and the perception is also not true. and whatever left is just the vibration of the sensory organ. That's it. And the chances are very there that you will feel the non-vibration. It can't be really explained more than that. It's a feel. Anything else? And can you something? We have Sudharma also here, Suramika here. Anyone?
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Therwan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa and Dhamma friends. I please bear with me. I have got busy with the sports activities of the school, but I still listen to the discussions. And when I get rid of this, definitely I'll be joining because I know how useful, how beneficial they are. And Dr. Kokila, I just joined for a few minutes. Please bear with me. I heard you were talking about paramita, perfections, and that made me to come. And also, Dr.
Is that
Kokila,
the name? Is that the name?
that's the perfections, isn't it, for paramita? 10
Oh, okay.
perfections.
Okay.
Yeah, and Dr. Kokila, now Joel asked about Buddha state and you were explaining it beautifully. So I want to ask whether when someone feels that he is or she is not having any burning, that is liberating from the stimulus, so can we call such a situation is also a Buddha state? Temporarily, someone can feel Buddha state before attaining arahanthood?
Yeah, that's what Aryan
That's
says in Sinhala, Nivan Dakino.
right.
Nivan Dakino is different, Nivanata Pattino is different. So you
Yes.
see that non-vibration, you in the sense you feel it, but then you haven't become, because you have to, if you have to become it, it has to be in each and every thought. Yeah, that's what Aranansi says, Nivan Dakino.
Nivan Dakinamai. And you
Dakino
are
is different.
already, he says, Nivana Uddin Dakina Nivana Hoyano, they are almost there, but still you look for that. You are unaware that Nibbana is with you, or there, kind of thing, he says.
Yeah, true.
Therwan Saranai, Dr.
The main thing is not to look for it. But the thing is,
No.
when we are very complicated, human beings are really complicated. And in the sense, they usually, the mind is complicated. So we make everything become, we make it difficult, the mind makes it so difficult. So because we keep expecting something to happen, so it's very easy to the mind to get stronger and stronger even with Dhamma. So that's where we lose the track. So if we lose the track, these Zoom discussions are very, very important to actually, just shake you and just get you back in track. Because if you feel like you're going after something, or you're looking forward to something, and you're looking towards something, that's the self. That's that power. And understanding this is a bit difficult. It becomes
So
more and more easy.
complicated.
It's not that complicated, but our mind makes it complicated. That's what Aranansi is saying over again and again, that it's very simple for Sunita Sopaka, who is like, they were like cleaners. The one was cleaner, the other one I can't remember. But then there was like the story, there's so much stories where, they were not academics or such anything, but they had low vibration. So they just had only need one push. They put the brake. Just one. It's very easy, if you're close to non-vibration, it is easy. And there are barriers, if you ask about the barriers, there are a lot of barriers that Lord Buddha has explained. Sticking to one thought or sticking to thoughts too strongly, and the one is not taking them not taking them seriously at all. I mean, you can just let everything go and just imagine that, you know. So there are different ways to tell that. I can't even remember the whole thing, but Lord Buddha has explained that what prevents you. So Tina Midda is the stupor. Is that stupor or the sleepiness, or how do you say that, Sudharma? Do you remember?
We thought it should be lethargy. One day also we discussed it.
But lethargy has different
exactly
explanations, because lethargy is like a medical term too. But anyway, it's fine. What is the Tina Midda? Is actually we had another
Tina
good.
Midda is pure laziness, doctor. Now, while listening to Dhamma, I mean, in the conventional perspective, people go to sleep while listening to Dhamma. They don't have courage. I mean, that's how they define those days. But in this context also, anyway, not having courage, enough courage, is all kind of laziness. It has a
I
deeper
think
meaning
laziness
than
to do this
yeah.
investigation, I would say, because
Exactly.
yeah, because we are not going after something. We are not like I need $1 million. I'm going to achieve the $1 million, and then I'm going to buy this and that. You know, people have so many dreams, but this is not something like dreaming about a good state of living. This is actually trying to find the truth. Who am I? What is happening? What is that's the, I mean, that's what I felt important. But there are so many aspects of this, because if someone is very close to non-vibration, you might not need, you might just need a one push, just saying, you know, Saryut, when he was the normal guy, he came and one Arahant just said, you know, this is just a cause and effect. That's the only word he heard. Only word he heard. How come someone understand Dhamma in that just one sentence? It's a cause and effect. So that must be because in that era, every person must have been searching, what am I, what am I, what am I? It should have been. Otherwise, it's just cause and effect. How come a person is so happy he actually told to tell further, and he told something as a funny that, and he ran to the friend, said, we found it. We found it. We found it. It's really like amazing to see how people have reacted. A girl who was knitting or doing some job in that. She was a very young lady, young girl. The Buddha waited there without doing the sermon. There were about 500 people. Buddha waited without uttering a single word. And she came. And the first question he asked was, where are you coming from? And one normal person would say, I'm coming from what? Nogiro. But then this lady gave a fabulous answer, and no one really understood the answer. That's the thing. So this whole thing, it depends on what the level of contemplation is, because naturally there are people looking for truth. Naturally. Not because the mother says, not because the father says, not because the friend is saying something, not because the teacher is saying something, not because you get some, you know, some medal or something. Nothing. Just searching for the truth. Just sorry, I was just.
Yeah, I was just wanted to ask: is the mind referred to Satan or Satan?
Must be. I'm not sure. So that Dr. Sakuntala, what did you say about that? Is that the mind?
Yeah, in the book it's described as a mind because
Mind,
because
yeah. Because mind can
priest
deceive you at
themselves.
any time.
Yeah.
Mind is a really tricky thing. If you actually investigate this, you will be really, you can get you can you will be amazed to find out that how mind tricks you. If someone says he's bad, he's bad. If someone says he's good. And then again someone comes and says, even though he said that he's good, I'm saying he's bad. And you're like, oh my God, what am I going to say now? So is he bad or is he good? So it's all in the mind. You know, the mind keeps racing. Internal radio, I say that. Once it's like a really grumpy radio where it never stops. But this what the problem is not the actual radio. The actual problem is the power it has, the power it exerts on you, suffering it gives you. Yeah. But people just don't forget. Just don't forget, Joel. People even before Lord Buddha, well before, I mean, can't even imagine. People actually tried to get rid of this mind. They did the concentration meditation just to get rid of the mind, and they attained that status. But the problem is, because of their self view, that vibration is still there. Vibration which is nothing to do with your system, because it is just the view that, because every thought, if it is felt as a thing, that synchronizes to that self vibration. Anything, it can be a action, it can be a word, it can be a thought, it can be anything, but it just synchronizes to this self. But what Buddha said, no, the word that whether you attain you know you even if you are out of your mind.
Doctor, I didn't get that. That synchronizing part, can you just repeat it? I didn't get it properly.
Well, each and every thought is a one spark, isn't it? It's just one spark. So if you think about something, there are so many sparks in that. It happens so fast, we can't even understand that it's one spark. So if you wake up and you see the if the windows are closed, you might see the door, the windows, the wall, the fan, maybe the roof or the ceiling. What are they? They are just thoughts. They are just sparks. They are just vibrations, or they are just the mental formations. So each and every mental formation has this power. But when it is felt as real, only this synchronizes to this self vibration. In the sense, same thing. I can tell it in different words. When we feel something as a thing, or you feel it as a thing, the self vibration is there, or the life field is there. That's what I think Aranhanse tells that the existence feel is, when you touch something, if you have the feel that it is actually existing, then there is always the life field, this vibration. It's a synchronicity, but it's very deep. It just can be seen through the wisdom, not actually, you can't really explain it through anything else. But if you understand when you synchronize to the vibration, you can actually get a feeling about this, because at that moment you feel the vibration as well as the non-vibration. So that will never happen, because when the cross sound is not a thing, because you know the truth, it doesn't become a thing. definitely it will come to the vibratory nature of the sensory organ. And even that, if you know it's just the sensory organ, you don't really give a thing to that sound. It just vibration. In that, you will definitely synchronize to the non-vibration. How can that happen? And if that happens, you understand. Then at all the other times, if you're feeling it as a thing, you synchronize to the self vibration. That's what I was trying to say. But it can be too complicated when I say that, because I'm not that good in explaining. Like sometimes I say, but
It's like you don't give a value to it,
yeah,
to that thing, kind of thing. If it's a sound,
yeah,
even you don't
yeah,
give big value,
yeah.
but just it's a
No,
sound and just I mean,
no,
it's a sound.
yeah, but the thing is that is in mind. So as soon as you say that, it is in mind. This is beyond mind. So the beyond mind is a complete field. There's no perception at all. You can't even say colors, or you can't say even it's this smell or that smell, or this is gandhai or sugandhai. What is it? The bad smell or good smell. You can't really say even that, because it's just liberation from mind and that vibration. It's a vibratory nature of that. That's actually the vibration which synchronizes to the another zygote, even when your system stops the respiration. Just imagine your system stops. Why there's a power which can synchronize somewhere else? How? Why there's an additional power there? Because this is not actually related here. Because this is just the additional power that came from taking this whole system as real. It's just like any other vibrations. Because there are so many vibrations out there. If you do a scientific research about the vibrations, you will understand there's so many vibrations out there. But the main important thing here is your kind of vibration that has synchronized to the zygote and that has manifested all these things at this moment. After the baby can't remember anything until about 1 year of age or even 2 years of age. Why? Because there was no picture, no perception at all at that. So what happened in between that? It was just a feel. If you put a torch to the 6-week checkup, where the babies come for the 6-week checkup, when you put the torch to the light, they just blink because they can't handle the vibration, but they don't actually perceive anything as such. They don't perceive, but they feel the touch. They're not actually perceiving anything, but they're happy in that touch. And when the touch is, when the area is very cold, they can't handle it. So there's a level of vibration that you can handle in the skin as a human. So the extremes they can't handle, they will cry. They're not crying because there is self, because the self notion or the mind, that Satan has not come yet. Yeah, so yeah, if you put it that way, the mind hasn't formed yet. But the baby is crying because that vibration is uncomfortable. It's just a sensory system. It's just a sensory system. But the problem is that baby can't understand it. So once you have this mind, when you have the suffering only, you can understand, oh, okay, this is what mind does. And then when you liberate from mind, actually you liberate from all 3 layers: the feel, the perception level, and the sensual level. Sensual level is where you actually look for the milk toffee. You know, you want the milk toffee. You want to touch it and take it to your mouth and actually taste it. But the actual perception of milk toffee is just a perception, just a perception. And the important thing is they are not stored anywhere. They are not stored anywhere. There was idea that everything is stored in the brain. Now they actually coming in terms with that. It's not actually stored anywhere. It's just the synchronization effect that happens. So if you see something orange, yeah, king coconut might come to your mind. Does it do anything? It's just like a synchronization word, basically. Did you get it, Joel? I don't know whether I'm talking too much.
No, doctor, I got it. I was just thinking, like, if Buddha was living, what would his lifestyle be like without vibrations, without
He will be
without
probably
anything?
in a secluded area, not that much in the outside, but he will, if he has to, he will come out and say Dhamma. This era is really different. It's an online era now, so who knows? He might even do the same thing that RMS is trying to do. So he's not coming out as such. He's just trying to spread this to the whatever the avenues we have. Will I hand over to Surangika, Sakuntala, and Sudharma?
Doctor, before I go, can I ask a question again? Not a question really. You were trying to explain that both Satan and Saint can be seen in the same stimulus. Is that right? Because when we get
No,
caught
tell
in
that
the
again. Tell that again. Sorry. Tell
no,
that again.
when we get caught in the stimulus
The mind.
ignorantly, that's
Mind.
that's the Satan state, and when you liberate from it, it's the saint state.
Oh,
No,
yeah, maybe. Yeah. I'm not actually trying to say these things in these words because I don't like describing these things because people can actually misunderstand us.
Yeah,
You know?
doctor.
Yeah, people actually can misunderstand us. We are
Mm.
trying to say so much natural thing, so much scientific thing, so much, like the truth. So we don't want to get into word troubles. Basically, word can lead to wars. War happens
True,
because of the words. So,
doctor.
and it's really unnecessary. Really unnecessary. Yeah, again, I will.
Teruvan Saranai, I'm compelled to leave, doctor, and all the friends. Teruvan Saranai. Thank you so much.
Radha, can you add something?
Dr. Kokida, I think that question is quite interesting. And that's the conundrum, isn't it? The mind and the all-powerful mind. One cannot forcibly get out of it or do any such thing. And to Joe's question about the wisdom and the field also, it's not something that can be forced. There can not be a person here doing it because this whole truth is about non-self, which means that we are debunking the myth that was the I, the self, isn't it? The illusion, the grand illusion that has been there for ever so long is that there was a self here, an I here, a personality, an ego, whatever you want to call it. So the truth that the Buddha found in that search that he did on his own, which is where that Samma Sambuddha thing was explained in the book, was that, all this, for the last 5 years, Aryan Mahasi has been explaining this truth, which has been revealed again through his own perseverance, and the truth that the Buddha unraveled 2,500 years ago. And that was also the thing that all the other seekers of the truth failed to understand, that wherever they've tried to find the truth in so many other different ways, the Buddha realized that the issue was with the mind itself and this thought. It was the thoughts that was giving this false illusion of an I and a self. And if that self and I and that undercurrent of power, the self vibration, is addressed, then the entire mechanism and the process of this Abhisankarana kind of system, the volitional formation that causes one to believe that there is a world and there is an I here, then falls away. So it's not an easy thing to do, but it definitely can be done, and that power only diminishes gradually. And the only thing one can do is actually to keep on realizing the truth of how these sensors work and how this vibration occurs. And here, when we talk about vibration, it's the self vibration itself, which is the I or the self view, and the vibration attached to that. Because for some time there was a confusion, even from my experience also. There was a point where the confusion arose about, we talk about vibration, and from that the sense faculties, the perceptions arise due to the speed of vibration. So here we are not talking about that vibration. What we are talking about is the self vibration. As a result of those sense faculties and the manifestation that occurs there, which is the light, the sound, the touch, the taste, and the smell, that those different vibrations then combine to form another vibration or another wave, as Aryan Mahasi says. And that is the mind consciousness, otherwise known as the thought. So it is that thought which is a different vibration, and then from that arises that whole self of sense of existence that Dr. Kokila explained. And then with that sense of existence of a thing and a world, the duality occurs. There is no duality. It's just part of the whole mirage. If there is something, then there is a person here that automatically gets created, manifested, as a person experiencing something, as a person witnessing something, and a person basically existing. So how does one, to get to that vibration? The vibration is that underlying current, the feeling that one is alive, the feeling that there is a world around me, the feeling that I'm a person, I'm alive, all those kind of things. So that feel is the self vibration itself. So, like that example of the salt, you taste the salt. You can use words and express that it is salty, but can one actually express what that salt tasted like? Is the thing that cannot be expressed in words. It is something that can only be felt. So, on that note of non-vibration that Joel asked, definitely when one is on the path with the true Dhamma, there is a telepathization to the noble teacher and to these Dhamma teachings, because it is coming from the point of non-vibration. And the vibration, the self-vibration, then automatically gets shaken and goes into a point of lesser and lesser vibration, which is why one feels very calm, isn't it, when one is listening to Dhamma talks, when one is discussing the Dhamma. How does that happen? Because at that point there is non-vibration. But the Buddha state is is the permanent state of non-vibration. And what again has to be clarified there is no state called non-vibration. The dissipation of vibration, or the loosening the vibration, or the cessation, I should say cessation of the vibration itself is non-vibration, because otherwise one would be looking for this non-vibrational state, looking for a state of nirvana. There is no another state. Yesterday I think we talked about the 31 planes of existence. All those 31 planes of existence have defilements, have at least a tiny, minute sense of vibration, which is why the Buddha said, even when the state of anagami, the non-returner, which is a higher realm and a very, very low vibration, even when one reaches that stage, which is a very difficult and advanced stage to reach, the Buddha still told his disciples, do not delay, do not tarry. Even the smallest amount of defilement, or I think he used the word like, asuchi, which means like, dirt. Even the smallest sense of dirt or fecal matter can still smell. So what he meant by that metaphor is that one cannot rest on one's laurels, even being a non-returner. There is still a certain amount of perseverance that still needs to be made. Again, when we take the example of another Thero in the Buddha's days, I think it was Khemaka Thero, who still, when other monks said that you have now reached Arahathood, the ultimate Buddha state, he pronounced that no, because being honest to oneself and understanding and feeling, I should say, I suppose, the one on the vibration, it is something that only can be discerned by that particular mechanism, by that system. No one else can pronounce over it. And Khemaka Thero did say that defilements, yes, the defilements are gone, but there is still a sense of vibration, or rather that the non-vibrational state, non-vibration had not been realized. So it's again, yeah, so I think it's the mind and the mechanisms of it that needs to be grasped and understood, and this comes only in bits and pieces, little by little, gradually, so there's nothing to get discouraged about. It comes, and all that can be done is to understand how this mechanism works. And as Dr. Kokila said, that wisdom, the inner transformation, is something that then arises, which is ultimately the feel of the feel. Basically, there, I think it's just the feel that there isn't anything. The shunyatava, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah.
Yes, Kokila, there was my
Teran Sanaran,
I I like to know what's this today this discussion is going.
It was based on some of Joel's questions, Aran.
What's that?
What was the last question? Joel, what was the last question you asked?
My last question was like,
You can ask anything actually.
yeah, this is the mind called Satan, and what's the link between Satan and the mind?
Yeah, that's related to, I think, the
What's the meaning?
Christian thing.
What's the
I wasn't sure. It was from the book.
What's the meaning? Is that mind? I've not heard that clear. What's that mean? Yeah, Popular. What's the question?
Surangika, do you remember the book? It says Satan. Is it Satan or?
What's that question?
Because in Christian religion, there's a word Satan or Satan.
Yeah, I don't remember the book Karen Manson, but I think in Christianity there is a reference to Satan. I think in Sinhalese we say Satan, isn't it?
Yeah, it's okay. What's the question?
Question is whether it is the mind, that it could have been described as the mind, which is the tricky part. But I'm not 100% sure the words. That's why I told that it's better not to put like so much interest in words, because
No, simple words. Yeah, I want to know that. What is the question? Is
Joel,
Satan?
can you
What's
ask?
telling? We don't know the Satan book. We are not interested in that.
Yeah, no, Joel knows it because Joel studied.
Yeah, no. I want the question. No,
Can you
Satan
ask?
is okay. What's the story? Is okay. What is the story? What's the question?
No, but the question actually arises because we were discussing that how mind works and.
Mind.
Yeah.
Is the mind is a mind. It's a systematically working.
Whether it's a
nobody's
metaphor for the Satan. That's it's not a serious question. I have an answer. He was like trying to understand whether it can have a metaphor, like a similarity, because Satan in the Christianity, I think, is the bad side or something like that.
No, I want to know the Satan is okay. It's a bad guy. It's okay. But question, what's the question?
Can you ask Joel that again? Because I'm not also sure about
that. Aryan Manse?
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, like, is the mind? It's a vibration. So, does the mind work like the Satan?
Mind work, right? Certain. What's that?
Does, like, now, for example, like if we get bad thoughts, thoughts like unwanted thoughts, a perception, uh, how does it's a Satan linked to it?
Oh, it can be happen everybody. What's this is a Buddhist story. It's the Devadatta. What's the story? It's Devadatta. What's the Devadatta's mind? He's a ego, no? What's he won't do? He's thinking this world is real, no? He's in the world, but the world is not real. It's our mind. World is not real. You see that there's a light and so sound and film together coming. That's our thoughts. Sound and film, nothing, anything. Sound and thought and this everything. Sense creation. No? When you are blind, you can't see. When you are deaf, you can't hear. So otherwise, you smell and taste, and otherwise you are smooth and rough. Is this? We are talking about the four elements, no? That's smooth and rough and hot and cool. These are our body feelings. So these are together covered. That's a thought. So it's okay. Thoughts, chair, table, red, yellow, blue, everything is thoughts. So we are thinking. So anybody, Satan or Devadatta or Buddha or anybody, he is in this world. He is in thinking world. It's like a film. It's not a real. It's a the case is the everywhere there is everywhere have the power. What's the power? It's like a gravity power, like that, magnetic power, like that, glue, like that. This vibrations creating the combining system. Is the combining system. Is the this everything. Where's the power? Where's the spark? Where's the vibration? There's the attach everything. How is telling this? You see this as attachments. No, uh, glue like that. That's the power. No, our thoughts also same. Otherwise, light also, the many sparks together coming. It's a combining. No, this is the science. This is we are talking about dharma. What is this dharma? What is this dharma? Dharma is happening. Nobody is doing. It's a systematically happening. How is this system? How is this system creating? How is this our sense of creating? How is this happening? How is these thoughts are creating? How is this material also creating? Material also vibrations. So you see that sun is coming bigger than the earth is disappearing because it's hot. More than hot is coming. How is earth is here? No earth is here. So like that, you see ice. Hot is coming. Ice becoming a water. After more than hot is coming, water is disappearing. The air is here. So where's the ice? Ice is power. No, you see this? How is ice is coming? Fridge is there. No, again ice can be happen. Can be there. Nobody's doing. It's a system. So like this, our nature. These days, the Europeans and the USA and the Canada, everywhere is winter. So ice is there. How is ice is there? Yeah, it's a few months after, 2 months after, they are talking about ice is disappearing, water is coming. After water is disappearing, it's okay. Again, the circle is happening. What is the hot? Hot also vibration. You see this earth also here. How is earth is here? Is systematically is balancing, no? Hot and cool and the everything, material also. This everything is here, the balancing. We are talking about this vibrations balancing. You see light also vibration, otherwise the sound also vibration. So we are explaining one is spark is negative and positive wires is together. Someone touch, there's a spark. Is you can see the light because your eye is here working. You can see like a camera. You can see the light, but your eye is not working. You're blind. You can't see the light. There's one spark is here. Negative and positive wires is spark. But you have eye. You can see the light. You have ear. You can hear the sounds. Chatters. Sound is coming. You have nose, you can hear, you can smell the is that's type of. So you have body feel, you can touch. It's a what is there. This is how your senses, no, eye, ear, nose, and this body feels. These are your senses. These senses various, very varieties, no, 5 types of human body have 5 types of senses. So that's the senses is one spark is there, but 5 senses they are the 5 senses made in the 5 type of sparks, sounds, lights, and hot and smell. So you see, so various of living beings. have various of type of senses. So some living beings, some ants, haven't five senses. So sometimes one sensor, two sensors, three sensors, sometimes more than five sensors they have. So what is this world? Is your world is real? No, it's your senses. So what Satan's thinking? It's okay, we can realize this. What is this thoughts? Thought is not real. So every thoughts have the power. You see, red, yellow is existent field is there because the power is there. You see that how is light perception we are talking about? Power is there. Perception is a spark speed be happening. So light is there, but light existent field is consciousness words we are using. Consciousness words we are using living being. Consciousness we are not talking about the trees. Consciousness have the living beings. So why this we are talking is a power. It's waves. Yeah. What is this? What is this type of power? It's a thinking power. You see this finally, your eye creation light existent and the sound also existent. And the light and sound together coming, no, sound and form together coming, that's your thoughts. Your thoughts creating, that's your mind. You are thinking, no? It's a chair, table, red, yellow, it's a 1, 2, 3, everything is what is your sound and lights, these pictures together. These sense creations together is power, one is spark. One is spark is speedily happening. That is why one is spark we are talking. Every moment, one spark here. So one thought is here. This thought have existent field. That is the imaging existent field. Because what is this spark? What is kindergarten time? The teacher given the picture and given the sound. So you see that many countries, different languages using. What is this language? Only the sound. Sound and picture combined, that's the language. Chinese are talking chin, chin, chin. We don't know what is the sound. Otherwise, the English are talking about chair, but Sri Lanka here, single is not talking about the chair. Sri Lanka is talking about the putwa. What is this putwa? Only the sound. Yeah, these thoughts, not real. But existent feel is there because power is there. So after what happened here, that speedily sparking is a rapid speed, this story, because your eye is a factory like that, making the pictures like this, sound also, sense creations. You see these thoughts, there's a light also, there's a speed, no, speed, sparking, no, waves here. We are talking about the waves. You see these waves, always combining, always, otherwise sparking is happening, not stopping. Because system is here, Earth also is systematically creating. You know, this Earth is rotating the 165 kilometers per minute. No, so this Earth is rotating speedily, but we can't see because the huge size. But we are thinking this, we are still here, but we are not being still here because Earth is always moving, circling, but we can't see it's happening here. That's type of here. Everything is vibrations, but we are not seeing the vibrations. We are not seeing the waves. We are seeing these pictures and sound and material. But this material is not not still. It's, it's, it's not permanent, it's not still. It's always it's a changing is happening. These are not, everything is not real. So why I'm explaining this? Because these thoughts is the secret. Light also spark, speed, is a power. They are light also power. Field is there. That's Buddha's word is Ittasanya. That's the existent field. Light. Only we are talking one sensor, it's eye. But you see, the uh, sound and light, pictures together coming. And the body feel also one time, these five senses, once this spark is here, that's one time, is everything, everything, this moment is happening. That's why it's kindergarten time, baby, see the picture, but sound is coming here. Together is a thought is coming. So it's one is spark. Otherwise, thought is not two. Thought also one spark. You see, this thought existent field. So this thought existent field is not stopping. Again and again, this thought is coming. This is speedily, this vibration, this waves not stopping. The automatically, systematically is happening. We can't stop that because the speed is the everything is this illusion. How is coming is the speed is the secret inside because it's spark, it's a waves, vibes. No, we are talking waves. Right? Um, you see this chair also again and again. I mean, more power is coming. Same. Mother, father, everything. You see this power is generating, more power is coming. Uh, that's a do also is coming feeling. That's why existent field converting the alive field. Alive field also this power, more power, existent field, more power is coming like a spring. More power, automatically power is generated moving the spring. Like this alive field. Example is spring. More power is there. Moving type is there. Spring. How is moving the spring? Is more power is there. Like this human mind. More power is coming. Chair, not only the chair. Now chair, how me? Now me, my mind is coming. How is me, my mind is coming? Is the power is only the here. Is the existent field. But me, my mind is coming automatically. How is another thought is automatically coming. Who have this? Who have this existent field? It's a me. I have this existent field. This is the secret. This is the secret. Inside here. The who are you? You are not the body, you are not the mind. You are this stimulus. Stimulus power is you. But you can't this easy understand. It's not easy to understand. It's very difficult to understand. But it is the happen here. What's you? You, who are you? That's the question is real important. You are the power. But it is thinking power. That is why you want to still here is a power. You are doing everything, studying and job is doing. What are you doing? Because you want to still here. Because you have feel, you're alive feel. Me, my mind. You are here now. Now you are not talking about the chair. You are talking about me. I'm here. But cause and effect dhamma, cause is vibration, spark. Effect is light and sound. Second one is cause is sound and firm. The effect is thought, chair. Chair have sound, chair have picture. It's your sensor. The third one is cha is a cause. Effort is the existed field. The now existed field is power, is coming. The fourth one is existed field is cause. Effort is alive field. Is the another one. More power is coming combined in. That is why it's a more power here. The feel interesting is this the feeling. So my mind is a alive field. You see, cause and effect Dhamma is unbelievable, you know. Because finally you can realize nobody is here, only the vibration, only the power is here. Power is disappearing because this thought is you are thinking everything is real. But your mind is understood Dhamma is a system, this process, someone understood. How is our sense of creation? How is these thoughts are coming? How is this feel is coming? Is nobody is here? No living being is here. Is not a body? Is your pain? Is your that's we are talking about raga this more. What's this? Attachments and disattached. How is this happening? This is a system. System. This is this vibration. What continually happening, but it's not continually happening. You see this because the nature impermanent. Everything is not permanent. It's impermanent. Everything is vibration. Vibration is not still anything. So arising and passing away, not still anything. That's why Buddha word is arising and passing away. Is a Udaya is a Uday arising and it's not still here. No, it's a spark. You see this. This thought, we won't, we don't like die. We won't here stay. That's why humans are try to keep the everything, body and the everything. But it's nature is here. The system is here. Nothing here anything. Otherwise, you try to still here, but you can't here because it's the nature, it's the situation, it's the system, it's the process, it's the Dhamma. So dependent origination Dhamma is inside meditation. Is you want to understand what happened inside. Nobody is here. System is working. That's the inside meditation. Someone understood the truth here. That's the first part of inside meditation, the right vision. You won't see the right here, what happened. So, that's why Buddha's word is Satyajnana. It's a true Dhammas. First, you won't understood the truth. Second one is you can experience it. Nobody's here. It's not easy to understand, but you can experience it. Everything is happening, not do here. Nobody is doing. System is working. So it is very important, yeah. Finally, someone understood this process. It's a who is here? Nobody is here now. System is working, no problem here. It's okay, no problem. We understand what happened here. The thoughts haven't a file, it's out values. Thoughts haven't a value, yeah. Thoughts are normally here. Nobody is doing this. Systematically, thoughts are here, but no values. That's why thoughts are valueless. No power. That's why no pain, no any inside vibrations. So thoughts also here. Everything can be happen. You can be die. Your 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 child's your everything, your whole house, everything can be. It's not everything. Not still here. Everything can be happen. But no problem, because you are understood. It's your thoughts, it's your mind. The no worry, no sorry like that, no worry, no suffering, no sadness. That's why endless happiness is here, because you understood everything. It's no problem here. So Satan is, you are talking about the mind, but it is only the incident, it's only the thought, not necessary. Because no bad or good is your mind. So everything is only the thoughts. You see, Tarzan's thinking is other one. So but this thinking other one. It's okay. Otherwise, these are stories. No, nobody knows what is the what is the real one. So okay, many books right here, but people finding people are realizing what is the real book, not anywhere real book, because real is understand. It's a wisdom. It's the nature. It's the Father, and Son is the thing. Like this, you see, you can realize this. Every religion is a programming, because people mind can tolerate. People mind can't tolerate the situation. They are praying. They are praying gods. They are praying many things. They are praying, history. The trees also they are praying. Sun and moon they are praying. Oh, they are imaging what they are praying. It's okay. Yeah, but it is innocent, no? It's helpless. That's why they are praying. They can't tolerate. They can't. They haven't a confidence. That's why. They can't thinking after death. They don't know what happened. That's why they are thinking somewhere they are going, and like this. But you see this Dhamma, very nice. It's a nature. Yeah. Nobody's here, no one is here. System is ready. You see system, someone don't know this Dhamma, he's thinking outside is here. He's going after death somewhere. It's happening because the power is there. It's a thinking power. Is exists also power. You see, everything is real. Someone thinking exists power also there. Otherwise, I feel also there. Like, so the meaning is he also there here. The like a sirasa there and like a radio waves like that a power. No, radio waves have a power like that. You, somebody in illusion, they are in misconception. They have power. That's the power. That's why power is not zero. Power is thoughts. Thoughts. Someone understood these thoughts. Our mind, what is the mind is a thought. Thought have a power. Thought have a. Someone know this thought is not real. It's a power is not there. It's very important. It's not the Tarzan stories. That's not the Devadatta story. Not the important Devadatta or Tarzan. No. Is the thoughts is given this power. Is very important. Sometimes we can made in the stories, new stories we can make, but it is only the stories. So animal also they have their own senses. They have power. Otherwise, every living being have power. This is like a cirrus. There are like this. There's a radio waves like that. Some magnetic power like that, electric power like that. This mind power we are talking about. Is a system. You can't see the magnetic power, but you can drop the stone. How is coming filled out? How is coming filled out the flow? Is the power is there, but you can't see where's the power. Yeah, electric also power you can't see, but it's there. Like this, your thinking power you can't see, but power is there. So we are talking about the stories, but it's not the stories. There's the power. Something happened to you, you won't rebuild again. Something lost you can rebuild again. That's type of power, because your mind is a coming power, is many things you are doing, recovering that situation, and you want to steal everything. No, I don't know how much is this story understood, but I try to explain. Sometimes my English is not good, but it's okay. I want to give the message. Message is a power. Power is fading.
Thank
It's
you,
okay.
Aryan Vanse. Thank you
It's
so
okay.
much.
It's okay. Okay. Yeah. Yes, I think our time is now gone. What think about? Suranka, what do you think about? Yes, Potla, do you hear me?
Yeah, it's a beautiful
Yes.
explanation. After all,
Yeah.
Satan or anything, mind is a mind, isn't it? It's just a process and a mechanism.
Yes. Mechanism, yeah, it's very important to understand mechanism. It's good words. Mm. Yes, now what's the time is here? Our side, yeah, 4:22. It's okay, our other Zoom is now starting. Terasana, everybody. Terasana, Kokila also. Terasana is right. Tomorrow we can join again our English phone discussion. Terasana. Terasana, Jay. Yes, no? It's okay. Other Zoom is now starting. It's Buddothpada. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Terasana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 74. When you let go of thoughts, the attachment or the dislike towards thoughts begin to dissolve. This is called viragaya. Tatra tatra vipassati. The stanza above means letting go of each and every thought that you receive at that moment. Even though we talk about letting go of every thought, what we receive is a long string of thoughts. Whichever string of thoughts you receive at one time, let them go. You need to have a huge wisdom to let go of thoughts, and this does not happen all at once. To let go of thoughts, first you have to be aware of the thoughts that come to your mind. Second, you have to know that thoughts are akusal. Thoughts take you in a cycle of rebirth and death, samsara. Third, you have to know that right path to attain nirvana is when you develop an awareness not to get attached to thoughts that you receive. Fourth one, in other words, letting go of thoughts is a kusalaya, a skillful action that helps you go on the path. When you maintain awareness according to the 4 points given above, you automatically begin to increase your mindfulness and you begin to come to your base every moment. This practice of mindfulness will take you on the path to nirvana. When you maintain a steady mindfulness to analyze every thought that comes to your mind with awareness and wisdom, your practice of seeing every thought begins to improve. It is very important that you learn to see each thought that comes to your mind. It is necessary for the Vidarshana meditation, because if you learn to see a thought as soon as it comes to your mind, you will immediately be able to apply the truth to that thought and be aware that the thought does not exist outside, and know that it is only a thought. Terosana, everybody.
Therwan Sarana Shani, thank you for reading the 2 pages for us. Uh, I'm sorry I joined a bit late because I had a problem with my connection. Uh, so, as usual, we all worship Aryan Mahanse, Therwan Sarana Aryan Mahanse, and we warmly welcome all of our Dhamma friends who have joined the Zoom discussion at this moment, and also our listeners via other means like YouTube. Uh, so this is our English Zoom discussion from 2:45 to 4 p.m. We have been discussing about the thoughts and the mind, and also the importance of understanding this process of thought formation and how the mind is working. And we briefly discussed about the types of meditations also, and we now know that the concentration meditation helps in some way to calm down the mind, but it doesn't actually help to complete the process of this full understanding. And we also talked about the mindfulness, and we mentioned that it is slightly different from what is generally practiced in the most of the Western world and also some other countries. So basically, in Buddhist teaching, what we have to try is to understand how these thoughts are formed, what is this process, and what is meant by the mind. And also, when you understand this process, we know that there is no owner to this process. There is a system functioning, and that understanding itself helps to sort of cool down or some form of uh, calm down the agitation of these thoughts and the mind. So that is what it really means. That is what is it's necessary or the important, because we know that thoughts manipulate uh, this physical body. So whatever we are doing as day-to-day functions, whatever we are talking, all are manipulations of the thoughts. Thought has a power. That is how it acts uh, with this manipulating process. So I think I will invite Dr. Kokila and the other Dhamma friends to start the discussion. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. We can start the discussion on any topic. Actually, I also joined a little bit late, like 1 minute late. So the book reading was, I think, about the what was it roughly about? Mainly about the Pratipada. Is it the Pratipada or the?
Yeah, actually, I missed the first part. I don't know whether Surangika was there or Shani. Will you be able to just tell us briefly? It's okay. I think we can start on a topic that maybe from a question, or we can start something discussion around those facts, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, mainly the Pratipada, I actually didn't hear that part. But anyway, when we talk about the 4 steps in the Pratipada that the R.N. Vahanse has introduced, it's actually this understanding mind again, which is no other different thing, which is understanding how this mind works. So we usually have we have chair, we have everything outside. Usually understanding that it's a perception here is kind of the first step, because the mind, if you dream about the chair, you just understand how do you feel that the chair is in the dream. It is the same chair that it is outside if you dream about the same chair. So how come you get that perception again? This is actually science as well, how these perceptions work. So we keep understanding that the outside is actually, even though we projected it outside, there is definitely a projection. That's fine, that's normal. But even though it is projected as outside, it is actually perception in the mind. And then the next step would be the understanding the perception of the chair or the sun or anything in that sense is actually, it's not actually real. It's formed from the vibrations of the collaboratory effect of or the collective effect of the 5 sensory organs. If there are no 5 sensory organs, there's no formation of a mind. So you can understand how even in, if you think about in scientific way, how the sound. So if we talk about the apple, which we have taken before, the apple sound, how these things, the picture, the color, the taste, the smell, is all there in the thought of the apple. So understanding how this system works is so beautiful. It is the most important thing is understanding the truth. So understand the science, basically, science of living, or science of how we feel alive, or how this world of us is happening, how this film is being broadcasted, basically. So when we understand that it's just a vibration of the sensory perceptions, we go deep into the sensory perceptions. It's just an experience of vibration. What happens there is the fast vibration. Only that's the feel. Even the 6-week baby, which where there's no information yet, there's a feel. They don't know whether it is, whether it's a blue or the pink. They don't know whether it is, even, good smell or the bad smell. Yeah, they don't have any specific perception, but there is a feel. There's a vibration. So there's that power is coming from rapid vibration of the very speedy occurrence of the vibrations lead to feel the light. So when they vibrate together, when these sensory organs vibrate together, the thought is the thought, or the chair. In that example, chair is there now. So after some time, we directly, repeatedly when the chair comes, we have so much ideas about the chair. So that comes as well. If you like the chair, you just get, you have that idea about that. So we have so much waves like this. The way you like things, like if you are in a tribe in the Amazon, what you like there, or what you get inspired by is different to like a city dweller who would be having like a pattern of living. But the problem is because that this is all felt as happening here, and then the view has come that this is I am doing these things, I'm saying, then there are my way as well. So whatever the dream, whatever the environmental factors, whatever the cultural aspects, social aspects, so everything brings about my way, my things. You can put anything there actually. It can be my attitude, it can be my way of clothing, or my way of living. So these things keep increasingly, like you get used to that, and it becomes you, basically. So if you really question who am I, there's a problem when where you keep researching about who am I, you can't find you. So then actually you keep understanding this is the power that we have. Because if you say my body, it implies anyway that the body is not you, because it's my body. Then how can't, if it's something mine, my bottle, definitely it doesn't imply that it is you. But then we keep saying it's my eye, my body, my leg. So we keep understanding that it's not that, and body can't be me. Then what is you? Then you automatically goes to the thinking process. Maybe thinking process is mine. But then we say again, my thoughts, the thinking process, if the thinking process is me, whether we have some power over that, we don't. It works on its own. Even if it doesn't want that to work, it keeps working. So, and then we understand that there is a power, though, there is a field that we are alive, even though these things are me. So when we understand by Dhamma, the truth, that actually this misunderstanding, or the understanding of self, is a misconception, where it is because there is a power here, we have actually got the view that there is a self here. So that's how it happened. Yes, Joel, do you have a question?
Yes, doctor. Day before yesterday, you mentioned flow like a water kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain how it works with Dhamma, flowing like a water? That life has to flow like a water. Like you live. It's like you're flowing like a water. You have to just go on. How does it work, doctor?
Well, you can look at that. That's like a sentence. When we use that sentence, we can look at it from a different angles. Yes, but we look at it from the no self angle. When we look at it from the no self angle, because there can be self angle as well. When you look at it from the no self angle, yeah, when there is no self here, in the sense there's no additional power here.
It's a feel, no?
It's a failure.
Mm.
Yes, Aranas.
It's not a thoughts. Non-soul. Non-soul Dhamma is the Buddha's explain. It's a feel. We can experience it. So why we are understanding the truth? Because internal transformation is happening. It's nobody doing. No, it's a happen. It's automatically happen. You can experience it. You can't do that because who is doing? Somebody is there. There is no non-soul Dhamma. Somebody is doing. He is there. No? How is talking about non-soul? That is why. It's experience. We are understanding the truth. What is the truth? How is creating the lights? How is creating the sounds? How is creating the smell? How is creating the taste? How is these senses are creating? How these senses are creating? This sense creations is your everything. You haven't experienced without sensing. That's it's normally guys, they are in the world. What is this world? Their own senses systematically. So it's a creating. The effort is your senses. Your senses given this lights, this type of 7 color lights. Your eye creation, eye is a sensor, and your sound, your ear creation is a sound also. Otherwise, your taste, smell creation, your nose is like a factory. It's a product. Your nose is a sensor. Yeah, it's a product. It's a there's a process is there. It's a creating. Important this understanding is realizing very important. You know this the final what is the final one? You see the eye creating sound is the eye creating the picture is the product. Is okay. Is the ear creating is the sound is the product. The nose is a is creating the product. The effort is your systematically it's happening. Nobody's doing. Smell. It's a mouth also. It's a tongue given you to taste spice, spicy. Otherwise, your body sensor creating is your feeling. Is a hot and cool, smooth and rough. These five sensor one time is this present moment is okay. One time is okay. What you are looking is a chair. What is the sound is here? What is your pitch eye creating? What is sound eye ear creating? What is this smell and the taste and the body creating? These five senses creating one time. What is the sound? What is the picture? That's fine. That's together combining these five senses creating. The effort is a thought. It's a thought. It's a sixth one. It's a mind sensor. Mind sensor is this five sensor creating together. This effort is a thought. It's a mind sensor. It's a spark. It's a one spark. What is this example? Is a chair. Chair have chair have picture. Chair have sound. Chair have smell. Smooth and rough. This your senses given you to eye given to picture, ear given sound, and body sensor given the smooth and rough. You see, the kindergarten time. What's the teacher? What's teacher doing? Teacher given this picture and given sound, and you can touch. Yeah, that's a child. Child is a thought. That's a thinking word, the mindful word. That's why Buddha's word is there. Chittena niyati loko chittena paras. The meaning is you are living on your sensor, within your sensor. You are living. What is this word? Is your sensor given this word. That's why cause and effect. Dhamma. Cause is the sensor. Effort is together. No, together coming. The effort is the mind sensor. The five senses together coming. Mind sensor is the effort. Otherwise, especially the thought, how is coming the power is very important. That is why science is here inside. It's a mechanism. The speedily sparking happening, that's the mechanism is I creating the light. Otherwise, speedily sparking vibe is a vibration. Ear drum like that. Is your ear creating your new to sound. You know this one spark have the power. Because different in somewhere, the power is there. It's the Buddha's word otherwise. Panchisutra. Yobante viditwana majjamantana lipati tambruhi mahapurusho seda simbani maga. It's a part, it's a Buddha's word. What the meaning is that the power is somewhere different in power is there. That is why spark is meaning is different and is there. Spark. You know, that's the power is there. The example is something drop in the water, waves are there. How is waves are going? The power is there. That is that's why is waves is happening. That's something drop in the water. That's a spark. No, that's why power is coming. That is why different in somewhere. There's a power is there. North and south like that. There's a earth also. Oh, like that, magnetic, no? Magnetic power like that, different is there. Electric power also, there's the, how is coming electric power? It's a rotating in the different ends, no? A huge magnet rotating, no? Especially this power. Why we are talking this power? You see this existent field. How is thoughts power is? How is thought coming to power? No, you are looking the chair. You have field. Chair is existent field. Chair is there. How is that coming? That is why we are talking about power is there. Because something there, other side is someone is there. The existent field is there. Alive field is other side. That is why. Very important this understand. What is this? What is this Li field? How is Li field is coming? Nobody is doing. No one is doing. That's a Tripitaka is there. That's a Sela Sutra. It's talking about this. Nahidang Atha Katam Bimba, Nahidang Parakatanga. You also not doing. Nobody is doing. Systematically is happening. What is? Power is there. Existent field is there. Otherwise, Li field also there. So how is Li field? How is coming? Existent field? Where? So what is existent field? It's a chair. That is why. There's a power is there. There's a power. After that, kindergarten time is happening this. It's the Buddha's word. Your eye is the world. Your nose is the world. Your ear is the world. Ear given you to sound world. No, eye given this picture world. This sensor given you to this world. Your senses not working. You haven't a sound world because you are deaf. Your eye not working. You are blind. No, you can't see. So like that. This world is our senses. That is Buddha's word. Otherwise, Salata Loko Loko. This senses is your world. That's the meaning. This senses not working, you have a world. That's why. You also not there. Other side is world is you. It's very important. So, someone understood this. What happened? What is we are talking about internal transformation? Power is disappearing because this is not real. It's a thinking world. It's not real. After power is fading. That's why defilements are fading. We are talking. That's a Buddha's word. But what Buddha want to do? End in the suffering, end in the sadness. It's happening, no? How is this happening? Because you know the truth. Easy, no? Yeah. Dhamma is very easy. Truth is to be feel. Yeah. Truth is not to understand. Truth is to be feel, but truth won't understand. No? First, you won't understand. Second, you can feel it. Feel is the truth. No? Feel is the truth. Knowledge is not the knowledge is the knowledge is in your mind. Yeah, knowledge only in the mind. It's not truth. Knowledge can be changing. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Lord Buddha, yeah, what should the Lord Buddha want to do? How is liberate the mind? No? That's why it's very important. Yeah. How to awaken? Yeah, how to awaken this dream? Yeah, yeah. How to feel beyond the sense? It's very important. Yeah, yeah, it's okay. Otherwise, there's a freedom now. How after that is a tranquility. No, it's a peaceful mind. It's coming final. No, yes, because someone understood the truth. He have a cage because no ego is there. He also not anywhere. Everything is like a nature because he know nobody is here. This is a system. It's a creating. It's a it's very important this understand. That is why inside meditation is not a concentration meditation. Inside meditation is understanding one. That is why dependent origination very important to understand. First Dhamma discourses Buddha's one is Dhamma Chakkapavattana Sutra. Satripitaka is there. You can realize Buddha's word. What is the Dhamma? Dependent origination. What is never heard before Dhamma? What's Buddha explained, the five teachers? It's not concentration matter because five teachers already know that. This important thing is experience. I think someone won't find the truth. He's doing concentration meditation. It's okay because he won't experience. After he this concentration meditation is not the way. Yeah, it's okay, calm and cool, it's calming, but it's not permanent. It's impermanent. Your posture is leg cross sitting and you are doing exhale and inhale and you are doing concentration meditation. At that time it's okay, but after you are wake up in the bhavana, what happens? You are in the normal life. You are in the normal life. There's the defilements. Defilements are not gone. Defilements is there. How is defilements are fading? How is defilements? Oh, you won't stop in the defilements. How is that happening? Understanding. Understand is the very important. But you don't misunderstood. You don't misunderstand because understand only this process someone want first you want to understand, but it's not the final. Final one is the feel. What's the feel? You are understanding how is this mind is creating, how is this alive feel is coming. After you can experience your inside, is ego is fading. Defilements are fading, same this. That's why your inside come in tranquility. It's peaceful mind, calm and cool. Because nobody is here, you understand after what's happened is okay. You haven't any inside any pain, inside any vibration, not happening. That's why finally you have cool mind. Mind is normally is happening. It's okay. Thoughts are normally coming. You can't stop it. But thought power is disappearing. That's the happening. Understand now? It's very important. That's why inside meditation is understanding. But not enough understanding. You want experience. Satyajnana is the truth. You see, you want to understand how is creating this, how is creating these senses, how is coming the life feel, how his thoughts are coming. Right vision is very important. After you can experience it. That's the Krutta. Buddha's word is Krutta Jnana. Second one. You can experience it. Nobody here. Everything is happening systematically. After third one is, that's the effort, tranquility. It's very important this one. Joel, no? Joel. Yes, Joel, do you understand what I said? This experience is important.
Yes, Aryan. Thank you. I want to feel it more.
Joel, you are Christian, no? It's okay, it's no problem. This Christian or Hindu or Muslim or yeah, it's a religion, it's okay. This is not a religion, this is Joel, Joel, now I think you understand. Joel, what's your really problem? What's your really question? Your internal, what is your experience?
My experience is like these days, I am really calm and cool with myself because before listening to them, I was like getting angry for certain things and getting mad. But after following this, I think
Yes, okay.
I have.
You're talking about Joel angry.
Yeah.
How long you are here in this Dhamma?
For I think 1 week.
1 week. Last week or no?
1.5 weeks I've been here. Yeah.
It's okay. What you are finding? You are finding truth. What you want?
I mean, like that. You know, just to come out of the mind and live out of the mind without getting stuck in the mind.
Come out of the mind and what are you talking? Come out of the mind and
come out of the mind and come
Yeah.
out of the senses and live in that, nice feeling, peaceful feeling.
No, Joel. We are not talking about like that. We are talking liberation of mind. No. Who is come out of the mind? Nobody is here, no. System is working, no. Do you understand what I say? We are explaining. Nobody is here. System is working. Liberation of mind. Freedom of mind. Nobody is come out of the mind because nobody is here. That is the Buddha's explaining. None of them. System is working. Nobody is doing. Mind is also systematically happening. You see, someone concentration meditation is doing. He won't without the thoughts, but it's not, he can't stop that because it's happening. No, do you understand what I say?
Yes, Aryan.
Yeah, that is why otherwise what is this? What I think is what is Christians? I think it's a Jesus. Uh, who's the Father? Who's the Son? Father is a nature. No? Son is a we are the Son. No? That's a real Christian. No? Father is a nature. Who's the Son? Son is a everybody is a son. No? Because Father is a nature. System is a nature. System is a nature. System is a Father. Is a who's the Son? Son is everybody's Son. Yeah, who's after give after death? Someone happened death. After we are going, it's a nature now. That's why we are going to Father. So why we is a Christians are is a doing Papa Char is a word is single word is Papa Char is opening the everything everybody because inside everything is opening the no secret any inside. That's why nobody is here. That's why it's opening the everything. It's okay. Ego is disappearing after no powers the thoughts. After what happened, that's the nature clause. That's why coming to the Father. That's a real Christian. No, nobody is doing this. Systematically, it's happening. But Jesus, no Jesus. It's a beginning. He's a endeavor. No, what's the word? Is coming to Himal. So 14 years age, I think. That's the concentration doing. After going back and is talking about the truth. What's the truth? Is we are the son. The father is is the father is who is the father. Father is the nature. That's why we are the sons. So otherwise, loving talking about Jesus. What is the loving? Jesus talking about the loving. That's nobody is here. Everybody is same. That is why it's a real loving. It's asalvasita premakaram. It's a singular word. Is Buddha is talking about no Jesus talking about loving, loving to everybody. So after I think is first. I think is this is the I think is the my feel my feel is Jesus talking about the Buddha same Dhamma truth Jesus talking about. But people write in the book, various of books. Hindus are talking about the other book, Muslims are talking about the Quran, other book, and the Christians are talking about the other book, and the Buddhist guys also today also write in the book and talking about, but not the book reading here. The nature is the everything. That's the truth, I think. Religion is, I think, it's a fail. 100 years sometimes. Sometimes it's okay. Religion is over. I think it's the coming to truth, whole world, because religion is a lie. It's not truth. It's not. It's not real. Because it's a programming. Hindus are talking other programming. Muslims are talking about the other programming. One God they are talking about other one. But Christians are talking about the other program. Buddhist guys also talking about the other program. This is not a program. That is why truth is no programming. No programming here is a blank sheet like that. Nobody is here, no one is here, system is working. That is the truth. Someone understood this, how what is this happening here? It's okay, no problem anywhere. Because nobody is here. Or nobody is here who's suffering, who's sadness. Nobody is here, no. Who have sadness, who have suffering? No suffering, no sadness. That's why tranquility is here. The system we want to understand is a system. What is the circle of birth? After death, nothing happen. Anything is not. It's not a. It's not a truth. Someone is thinking after that everything is over. Everything is over. Someone's thinking, yeah, we don't want religion. Someone is talking about after death, everything is over. I think it's not, that's not the truth. You don't know the truth because the science is here. It's a vibration science. We are talking about the, how is talking about the waves, vibes here. Vibes is power. Power is over. Is a circle of birth is also over. But circle of birth is happening because vibe is here. It's like a waves, like a electric waves, like a, you know, the satellite waves is a, TV waves, radio waves. Our phone also waves have like that. You know, everybody, humans. We are talking about 800, no, 800 million, no, all world 8 billion, no, the humans. So they all of them have phones. The meaning is they have the numbers, phone number individually. The meaning is that that's a wave, no. Everyone have a one wave. Everyone have a wave, no. Your number, what is your phone number? Everybody can call you because that's your wave. That's your number. This example is the phone number. But you know what I want to say? Does your mind also like this wave? This wave is systematically is happening. It's like a power. But power is disappearing. Your wave also disappearing. That's your end of the cycle of birth. It's not happening. It's happening to everything. That's why we are explaining that because we have experience. We know that one is the happening here. That's why we are talking about that. We are not talking about the religion because religion is a Latin word. It's a religion after death. You are going somewhere. That's a religion. But Buddha's word is not that type of. Buddha's talking about that after death everything is over because you know the truth. Truth is nobody is here. You understood. Is a power is disappearing. Is over the wave. Wave have the power. That's why. It's not a religion here. It's a truth. The religion is we are talking about. Latin word is after death. Where are you going? The question is wrong. Why? Someone understood truth. You are not going anywhere because you are not also here. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. But wave is there. Yeah, that is you. That's your cycle of birth. Wave is there. Power is gone. Wave is disappearing. After you are not anywhere. That's the truth. It's not a religion case. It's a truth. True Dhamma. It's not a Buddhism or anything. It's everybody is same. Everybody want to know the truth. Someone don't know the truth. It's like a blind. Otherwise, someone is talking. I don't want religion. I don't want religion. It's okay. You don't want religion. It's okay. But you are something happened to you. Fever or something injured or something happened. You don't like to death. You want is still here. Why? You are inside. Why? You want is still here because you are here. You are thinking. Someone thinking after death everything is over. He don't know. He's talking. He don't want religion. But something happened to him. He don't like to death. He won't still here. But it's not happening. He's in suffering. He's in sadness. Sadness is there. Suffering is there. He's not ending the suffering and sadness. He's worried. That is why. The silly mind is very important. This truth, someone understood this. Everything is happening in this present moment. You are thinking something. Future is present moment only thought. You are remembering something is a history. That's this present moment only the thought. Otherwise, this present moment, one thought is here. Someone understood this. How is these thoughts are coming? That's your mind. No, that's your thoughts. How is coming? It's not real. Sound and firm together coming. That's the thoughts. Is power is sparking power. Is combined. Is coming this more power. Existed field. That's the life field. Nobody is here, no one is here. After what happened? You are living only the 1 second, no? This present moment. It's not real, no pain, no anything. That's why I awaken to the moment. Because this moment is the everything happening. They're like you are wake up in the dream because something is here, something you have is a history or that's type of term. That's why tuning fork like that. Same spark is here. Today how is coming the chair? When you are baby, it's a chair. Now today also chair because it's the same sparks. Tuning fork, same tuning fork. Yeah, same vibrations. No memory or anything. It's a spark only. Every moment, every second, spark is happening. Only that part. No. What do you think about Suranka? Yes, Suranka. Do you understand? Do you hear me?
Yes, Saranmaji, Devan Saranai.
Suranka, what do you think about Joel? No, Joel. Question is, come out of the mind. Nobody is come out of the mind. It's only the thinking. It's not out of the mind. It's in the mind. I'm not kidding. It's not happening because someone is there. What do you think about Suranka?
That is a gradual understanding, Aryan Mahansa, because the more and more he realizes that without the senses, there is no world, and if there is no world, there is no I or self, then the question itself, or the question itself, yes, that he asked itself won't be real to him. So he'll understand that gradually. So the more the senses and the world, how it gets formed, and how the mind is constructed, I think he'll understand that gradually.
Yes, it's very important. It's very important. Nobody's here, no one is here. System is Suranka, what do you think about that Dhamma? Real Dhamma. No one is here. What do you think about?
Yes, Haran answer. So the more and more the realization comes, the deeper the understanding is. There's only the process that is occurring here. The sense of self was always tied to the fact that we believe the world to be true. And when we understand that this is only happening due to the speed of vibration as the function of the senses, we know that the entire world is arising out of these senses only. And the self view is also being formed by taking this world and objects to be real. And with that, when we take the objects to be real, only we get that sense of these things existing, that these things are there. So with that feeling of existence comes the feeling that I am here, and the feeling of a person here being alive, experiencing this so-called world. And the more one sees the truth of that these are things that are only perceived, and the perception, how it gets formed, then the underlying current is gradually fading, because the notion of self and the self concept itself falls away, and the inner transformation gradually occurs. And only with that the feeling of I-ness and the self view and the perception as well gradually starts diminishing. Yes, I have answered.
What's thinking others? Oh, Kokila, what do you think about?
Yeah, Haranhans, it was a so beautiful sermon. Actually, Joel joined us seeking. He didn't like the anger. He didn't like the irritation he got. He didn't like the, anxiety he felt. He didn't like any of those things. So he came seeking happiness to this discussion. He actually felt so good about, and from the moment he listened to them, he felt so light. Getting this no self angle is not that difficult. At the same time, it's not that easy as well, because we are so used to that. So there's always someone seeking happiness. So that someone seeking happiness is actually there because of the self view. Because I'm seeking happiness. I want happiness. I want to feel better. I want, light feeling. But this Dhamma is quite different to that, because concentration meditation, why people in even Buddha's era, they did the same thing. They were seeking happiness. They didn't want the suffering, but they were trying to find a solution. Nowadays also the same thing. They are trying to find a solution. They can do chanting. They can do, concentration meditation. They can do a lot of things. They might go for hiking, a lot of things. But the problem is the temporary effect of these things are not going to, it's not going to last. So we all know that it's not going to last. So as soon as there is a trigger, there will be triggering points everywhere, you go back to square one. You go back to where you started. So how this Dhamma, the truth, actually understanding the truth is so imperative, so important, that there wasn't a self at all here. And then how we are seeking is due to this power. We seek every moment. We seek even the feel, we seek the feel. We seek the dream. We can like chair, we can like money, we can like the job, we can like the kids, we can like the family. We can even kill for anything, for an example. So it can go to that extreme, but
Kokila, I won't say people won't
yes,
enjoy because it's a mind, it's a consciousness. It's a mind
yes,
consciousness. It's a consciousness won't existent. Conscious meaning is existent. The
yes,
conscious can't understand this stuff because it's a mind, it's a consciousness. This eye consciousness and the ear consciousness together coming, that's a mind consciousness. Consciousness meaning is perception, how becoming the consciousness is a power. That's
100%.
why every thoughts, how we are using the thoughts with the power. The chair is there, something there. But what is Dhamma? How is chair is coming? Someone know. No power is there. So no consciousness power is there. That is why Anidasana Vinyana. Vinyana, we are talking about the consciousness. Anidasana Vinyana, consciousness have the power. Power is disappearing, consciousness normally going. That's why. The experience is very important. What is this experience? Practically, experience is nobody's here. That's a tranquility. Tranquility is the experience, effort. Person effort, Dhamma effort is a tranquility. Tranquility, no, the feel is non-soul feeling. System is happening, you can see, you can hear, you can smell, you can taste, everything is happening. Nobody's there. Because no any value. Stimulus are normally happening, but value is not there.
Yes.
It's very important because very important is this is the truth is very rare. It's not a common because no, it's an experience. It's an internal transformation happening. Nobody is doing this. It's not a common. This Dhamma is not a common. It's not a rally. It's not common. It's very very rare. This Dhamma is not easy to understand because people how understand this because people want something to they want something. No, everybody wants something because it's the mind. Mind want another step. Oh, that is why people thinking after death they are going heaven or anywhere. But you know, someone understood this truth. What is death? Death is only that. So no. So okay, now our time is gone. No, we have 5 minutes. Joel, what do you think about non-soul? Nobody say that's the experience. That's the Buddha's explaining. That's the real Buddhist philosophy. It's a different. What is the different origination? Nobody is a thought. How his thoughts are coming? How his thoughts power is coming? How finally none alive feel is here. None alive feel. That's why Nisato Nijyo Sunya. The Buddha's word is yeah. Netam mama. Neso hamas venameso atta. Netam mama. Who am I? Nobody is here. Netam mama. Nobody is here. Neso hamas. Nothing. So what's outside is real? No, it's not real. So, Neta mama neso hamas. You haven't anything because you are also not here. Everything is not real. That's why everything is raw thoughts. That's why Neta mama neso hamas nameso atta. That's why life is disappearing. Nibbana is there. It's a tranquility. That's truth.
And that tranquility will be there.
Yeah, tranquility is there.
Whatever the circumstances of the life, because the life actually flows like kind of things will be happening because you have the 5 senses and the breathing is happening. There will be something happening every day, but this won't change. So the feeling, this feeling is not going to change by whatever the experience. Experience is there, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything. It just flows. That was actually the answer to that question also. It just has to be felt. That was our answer to that. Just has to be felt. I think Joel can feel that because Joel is actually into this some or other, because he's getting more than just happiness, just not getting angry or just not getting irritated or just not getting anxious. That's not the target here. This
Yeah.
is something permanent.
No target here, nobody is here. So the experience is we want so we want to see our ego. Someone don't know he have a ego. He don't know how is talking about the nibbana. Ego is disappearing is the nibbana. Everybody have ego. Ego is fading. That's an ego nibbana. That's nibbana. Firing is fading. What's the firing? Is ego. Ego is fading. Is the nibbana. Nothing here any nibbana. Nibbana only the word. We are using this word. Fading the defilements. Fading the our ego. That's a nibbana experience. Nibbana is nothing, anything. You see, the material Patavi Apotejo also vibration now. That's why The light also waves, no. Sound also waves, no. Heat also waves, no. Hot also waves, no. Everything is waves. The meaning is vibrations, sparking. Speed is a sankara. Is a theory. That's the Dhamma. What is Dhamma? Is for this. How is life really coming on? Who are you? How is this world? That someone understood. Everything is this spark. How much you have value? How much you have? How much you have the? How much you want this world? You have how much you want this world? That's your ego. That's your level of ego because you are there. So your eye given you to a mountain, no sun, no moon, everything is your eye creating. And something happened to your eye, is you are blind, no? You think you are first time this world is coming, what's the date? That at that day also you are blind. Have you sun, no moon? Have you earth? Have you galaxy? How silly. You know, inside have the world. Inside haven't the Jupiter anywhere.
Okay,
anything.
I found this on the web, but do you know how the world? Check it out.
What's that? Circuit system is coming. He's a AI, I think. It's okay. It's unbelievable, no? This Dham is unbelievable. I know this many guys who were other religion have question because they are talking about they are in somewhere galaxy or universe or somewhere, but this Dham is not that far. That is why we are not talking about the religion. Religion is why they are talking about religion, because they are going after death somewhere. But this Dhamma is nobody is here. Who's going? This is not a religion. This is the truth.
And after feeling this truth also, you can go to the church, you can light the candles, and you will be with your family, you will be doing everything, and there you are. You're not you just do that, the function of the system. That's fine.
Oh, otherwise, so we are thinking this this body is me. We are thinking. Death also thoughts. Birth also thought. So only the happening excel and inhale is system. Nobody is here. What do you think about God?
Yes.
Who have death? Who have birth? No death or birth is here. That is why liberation of the mind. Everything is, you have freedom. You are not in anywhere. That's a real freedom. Everybody is you otherwise, because you are not in here. Everybody is you. That is why Asal was into Premakaram. Is a Christian. Jesus are talking. Jesus, I love in Jesus. Why? I know he's a Buddha guy. Why? He's not a religion. He know the truth. Why killing the Jesus? Because he is talking about the real one. But after writing the book, it's not a Jesus one. Real Jesus is truth. He knows nature is everything. Nobody is here. No one is here. That is why he's talking of loving kindness is because nobody is here, everybody is him. That is the real, that's the Buddha's word, no? It's the same, no? It's a real. Really, no religion is here. Truth is the everything. I can explain Quran also. I can explain the Hindus also. What is the Brahman? Brahman made this word. Brahman is squirrel, no? Sprint. Sprint is the Brahman. It's a speed. Sprint rotating speed is happening. That's the earth is coming. That's the material also coming. That's the waves, no? Is a Hindus are talking about Brahman. Yeah, it's a Brahman is the made this world. What is the Brahman? It's a nature, no? Who's the God? Who's the Father? Is the nature, no? What is religion? Every religion is failed. One is happening. Is everything is a system. You want to understand the system. What is the system? Is the nature, is the everything. Nobody is here, no one is here. You won't understand how is coming thoughts, what's your thoughts? It's not real. It's not a Jesu, it's not a Brahman, no, it's not anybody. It's a system. That's the word of real. That is why Buddha talking, nobody is here. I said Dhamma, someone understood the Dhamma, he knows everything. Dhamma is the first. No? That's a Buddha's word, no, Kokila?
Yes.
No, Buddha is not a person. That is why. It's
Yeah,
after
even that can be
becoming
misunderstood. Yeah.
after becoming a Buddha, Upaka asking the question, who are you? Buddha talking about, I'm not a person. Nobody is here. That is why. I'm not a god. Hey, Upaka asking, are you a god? No, I'm not a god. Are you a person? No, I'm not a person. Are you human? No, I'm not a human. Are you a Brahman? No, I'm not a Brahman. Who are you? Nobody is here. That's the Buddha. Buddha is nobody's here. Meaning is, Buddha word is, meaning is nobody's here. Jail. That's the real Dham. It's not a religion. I don't know. People in misunderstanding, people in misconception. I don't caring about it. Because I want the truth. I don't want any religion or anything. I want truth. I want telling that this human want truth. We are not a blind. Why we are not? Why we are in the blind? We want to explain the truth. Whole world, every humans. No religion is here. It's a programming. We don't want our program in humans' mind. Why? Human mind, more huge mind is human have. They can't tolerate. That's why they are thinking after death they are going somewhere. Why animal haven't a religion? No more mind. Feel is only the feel. It's nice feeling, no. What you think about Suranga?
Yes, Saran Mahansa, very beautiful. And the more and more, I think I remembered Maat ekka mama gamanak yanawa because even in the Buddha's days.
You can speak that English. I'm going with me.
So, I mean, even during the Buddha's days, the Prince Nanda also went in search of something. He thought he can gain something, and in the process, he listened to the pure truth and lost himself.
Suranga, someone know the pure truth? What is your board? Christian no, Buddha or Hindu or Muslim? That's only the board, no.
Yes.
On the programming, no. Wow, we are silly. No, we are not a silly. We can understand what is happening here. That's okay. Circle of birth is happening, misunderstood. Circle of birth is happening, misconception, guys. No, it's a mithya dusti. Yeah, it's a dusti is there. It's a power is there. What is this dusti? It's a
misconception. Yeah.
Misconception. It's a dusti. Otherwise, the power. It's a wave. That's a circle of birth. That's like a sirasa, like a dharana. It's a waves. It's a radio waves. It's a mindful waves. It's a chittaro waves. What is this? Waves. We can explain. You know, body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? It's a power. What is this power? It's a waves. Waves is not stopping. Yeah, it's a body is okay. Collapse is okay. One day it's a death is over. We are talking. Yeah, body is over. Exhale and inhale is the last briefing is here. It's okay. You don't know the truth. His power is there. Because he's thinking this world is real. The power is there. It's a waves. Like a sirana, that's a radio waves like that. They like that phone number like that, no? The wave is not stopping. Yeah, somewhere this is telepathy is the same tuning fork like that. It's the same. Fiber is there. It's okay. It's this one is a body is a collapse. It's okay. Other body is there. It's okay. That's a zygote is there. It's okay. Mom's zygote is there. The vibration is same is there as you. That's the cycle of birth. Is how is this happening? It's a power. How is this power is gone? Yeah, it's a vibers. It's a waves. It's a system. This system we can stopping. How? Yeah, power is over. This system is over. Nobody is here. No one is here. It's a waves. Is how is there waves? Waves is there. His power is there. You are the power. Power is disappearing. Nobody is here. That's the real dumb. You can experience it. This is a tranquility. Yeah, it's a tranquility. Yeah, endless happiness is here. Why? Nobody is here. It's not a thinking, it's not a thought. You can experience it. It's a wisdom. That's why wisdom of Asia in Sri Lanka is Buddothpada. It awakened to the Buddha. The Buddha is not a person. It's non-vibration. Yeah, non-vibration is we are talking. Yeah, you can experience it. I'm only given the message only. You can experience it. You can find the truth. You can find the truth and you can experience. It's okay. You haven't done experience. It's okay. You left this. You leave this. It's okay. No problem. Because why we don't want to cheat anybody. We don't want to tell any lie. This is our experience we are talking about. That's why tranquility is there. You know, chair have power. That's you. You are not in the chair, this body. You are not in the mind. You are in the chair. Outside. Yeah. It's a power. It's an attaching power. How's telling this? Yeah, it's a consciousness. Buddha's talking about apatitita vinyana. This apatitita vinyana is the nibbana. He's talking about the power. Perception have a power. Consciousness have a power. Perception, how is converting the consciousness? Is the speed. Speed is vibration speed. That's why skanda is Buddha's word. Everything is skanda. What is this skanda? Is like a quantum theory. Is waves speedily happening. That's why is mirror is that's why is your how is talking about mirage, no? Is yeah, illusion is there. Someone don't know this. Is illusion is there. Something is there, illusion is there. Someone understood is how is this happening? This like this lighting ball circle in the speedly. Is circle is there, but not circle is there. But you can see the circle. How circle you can see? The speed given you to this price circle. That's the consciousness. How is this combine this lighting ball rotating? Combined. How is this combining? It's a mind. That's why consciousness we are talking. Perception is this perception. How is becoming the consciousness? It's very important. It's a power. One is spark, have a power. It's very important. Majja Sutra. No spark here, no power is here. So power is here, spark also here. Power is disappearing, spark also disappearing. Vibration also disappearing. That's why. So power.
Peruan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully.
Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this true Dhamma among humanity. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I am going to talk about true Buddhist philosophy. Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again awakened fully by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse, showing a very clear, steady path to overcome cycle of samsara created in human mind to find the super awakening to the moment. I am presenting now the self translation of true Buddhist philosophy, Darshana Samapattiya, preached by Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse 5 years ago. This is the continuation of Darshana Samapattiya, Sermon 7. Sansara. Sansara. This is not a cycle of death and rebirth. In the recent past, and the good olden days, people in this world, all the Buddhists everywhere in this world, in our society in Sri Lanka, we thought samsara means a cycle of death and rebirth. No, that is not a thing like that. Samsara means at this very moment you are in the samsara. Samsara is in your thoughts. According to Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse only, we came to know what this samsara is. Otherwise, we were in delusion and didn't know what is the samsara means. Samsara is happening at this very moment in our thoughts. Redeeming the samsara means redeeming the thought of this moment. So, if we want to come out from the cycle of birth and death, rebirth and death, that we have to find out within our mind. That means redeeming from the samsara means redeeming the thought of this moment. Aryan Mahansi has explained through this Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy, how the thought is creating inside our mind and how we are understanding the way of creation of this thought due to nama and rupa, names and images, according to the past memories. That means the data input from the childhood through our eyes and ears and all our sense system. When we are understanding how the creation of thoughts, then we are not paying much attention to these thoughts. Like in the past, Because of that, the thoughts are not giving us much pain and the thought processes are slowing down. When we are practicing the way of this Aryan Vahanse's teachings, we will be completely able to come out from this sansaric journey which is creating inside our mind. In each thought, the creation power is there. When we are practicing the correct way and understanding the correct way of looking at it, then the self, the understanding that there is no self, there is no me, myself, that is only the power, the burning power of underneath that thought, understanding there is no me, then the power of thoughts are also disappearing. And finally, the thought process is neutralizing. Until such time, we have to listen to Aryan Mahanse's Dhamma and we have to discuss in our Zoom discussions. Also, we have to practice the contemplations. Then we will be able to come out from the sansaric journey. As I said earlier, samsara is not a process of death and rebirth. It's instantly happening, samsara, at this very moment inside the thought process. According to our practices, that according to our way of thinking and our habits, the thought is generating its own power and it's going on and on by creating birth, birth, rebirth and death. That means the sansaric journey. There is no date of death. At this moment, you are dying. According to the conceptual conventions, there is a death for each and every human being. That means when the mind completely leaves the body, that is one kind of death. But according to Buddhist philosophy, there death and rebirth arising and disappearing each and every moment in our mind. That means at the moment of dying, leaving your body, there is only one thought appearing. Like now in here, when we are leaving our body, also only one thought is appearing. It is appearing and disappearing. But you have a drusti, view, in that there is a power. Our each and every thought appearing and disappearing in our mind has a view, has views, different views. Each and every moment thought is arising. That means that is a birth. That is called a birth and the thought is disappearing. That is called death. And again a thought is arising. That is another birth. And that thought is disappearing. That is another death. Our living, the mind cycle has infinite way of arising and appearing and disappearing of thoughts. Each thought has the power to generate the rebirth. Birth is happening when the thought is occurring. Death is happening when the thought is disappearing. Each thought has a power. Where, each and every moment when the thought is occurring, there is a power also, a view also, drushti. At the last moment on this planet Earth, when the mind leaves the body, at that time also there is one thought and there is a view. The rebirth is happening due to telepathization of that view. There is a small point here which is not easy to show you. That is the problem. This is the cause for the view. It is consciousness. As you may know, you are aware, we understand each and every thought due to the consciousness. When a thought is occurring, the Nama Rupa, names and images are combining with the power, thought power, and it's transferring to consciousness power. At the consciousness level, the consciousness is highlighting the thought and showing us. That consciousness has a wave. That is the power. That is the power. It's called universal power, Vishwa Shaktiya. In the thought perception, we have assumed that we are here, we exist, has a power. That means always we have a thinking, we have a thought, perception that we have assumed that we are here. We feel something like that. We are living here and there are a lot of things around us, houses, trees, family members, neighbors and things like that. There are so many things around and everything is out there and we live here. That kind of thinking is here. It has a power and this power is creating in the consciousness. Yes, consciousness is creating the power of living, power of feeling that we are living. It is showing us by the consciousness. Due to the thoughts arising in the mind, but there is something there. Each and every object appearing in the mind through the sensory sensor faculties, they have no power. Some perceptions are only having power. But, like an example, when we sit in a bus and when we are traveling to a far end, lot of buildings, lot of trees, lot of vehicles. are passing by, but we are not, we are not thinking about them. We are not considering about them. That means we are just seeing only. There is a seeing only. There is a hearing only. There is a feeling only. But when we when we are aiming some objective thoughts, some objects, there the consciousness occurs. That means each and every thing we see, we hear, or we feel are not having the same power, not having the itta sanya. That means that is there, the power of there. That is not like that. If we are aiming for something, that is the one we are grabbing. And for that, the consciousness is occurring. And it has the power. Then only the power is creating and saying, this is your child. Because the child's image has that itta sanya. Therefore, the consciousness suddenly finding out that, that is your child. You must pay attention to your child very much. Like that, consciousness is pushing you forward to grab that objective thought. That is the power. That is the power of thinking that we are living here. I am here, then my son or daughter is there, like that. This is my house, like that. There is a power of thinking, existing. We are existing. We are here. This is not soulful thought. This is not a soulful thought. This power is a physical power, which is not going to soulful side. That means this kind of thought has a physical power, but it's not going to far beyond to the soulful side. The current is a power, as you may know. The electricity, the current is a power. Does it a soul? Does it have a soul? The current, electricity, doesn't have a soul. It's just a power going through different ways, through the electric wire, through the wires, and uh, starting working electrical appliances and giving us light. Then the current is only a power. There's no soul inside the current. Whether this bulb is lighting with the soul? No. When we put the switch on the wall, the bulb is lighting. But we know there's no soul with lighting with the bulb. But the current is a power, a big power. Current is a very big power. Like that, gravity power is also has a power. When we jump up, we used to fallen into the ground because of the gravity power. When we throw a stone up there, it will fallen down. It will fall down because the earth is having some kind of a power. It's pulling down. That is gravity power. Without gravity power, we can't even walk on this planet. We can't even live on this planet. If the gravity power is not there, we are floating. When these astronomers are going to sun, when not sun, the moon, we saw in the television, they are floating. In the space also, they are floating because there is no power for them to attract in the moon. It's very light. But in this planet Earth, there is a big power of gravity. Due to the gravity power only we are living here, and our vehicles and our homes and everything are connected to the earth. That is a kind of a tying up together. These are tied up together. Why the earth is revolving around the sun? As you all know, we have learned in our school days, the earth is revolving around the sun. Why? Because of this kind of gravity power. The sun has a power to grab all the planets around it. So all the planets are connected to the sun. Also, why the earth is rotating on its axis? Earth is rotating on its axis and also revolving around the sun. The rotating on its axis also happening due to this kind of power. Why the wind is blowing? Why the clouds are floating? Where is this energy? When you are free, you can see the outside and you can see how the wind is blowing one side to another side. And the clouds are floating up there. But we can see if there is no power, all the clouds should be come down. But there is a floating rhythm system. Where is this energy? There is an energy around us. Where is this energy come from? Why are you tuning Sirasa in the radio? Because it has a power. We can select the Sirasa FM from the radio. Why you can tune Sirasa from America even? If we are in America, we can tune Sirasa from there, from America. You can tune Sirasa from Jaffna also. If we go to Jaffna, from there even we can tune Sirasa. In anywhere in the world, you can tune Sirasa. That means from every corner of this planet Earth, nowadays we can tune Sirasa because there is a kind of a power. Where is this power? Where is this power come from? This power is in the universe. That means this universe All the things around us and ourselves, all are a system of energy, an energy system. We are like a small pebble of energy. Everything around us and ourselves are rotating, doing each and everything due to this energy. Each and every action happening in this planet, in this universe, is due to this energy. That energy is transforming one to another, one energy to another energy. This we couldn't find. Therefore, the power arising within the mind is also a power only. Up to now, after Buddha era, when the true Buddhist philosophy was covered with uh, different things and covered with false stories, we couldn't find out the real power is arising within the mind. Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse has found it after a long struggle and now showing us and the whole world the power arising in the mind is also a power only. Is that a current? Is that the gravity power? Nowadays, the society is developed through physics. As you know, we have learned lot of science subjects, chemistry, physics, biology, zoology, botany, and things like that. There are so many science subjects are there. The power is connected to, very much connected to physics. And nowadays the society is developed very much through physics. Everything is described by wavelength. Physics is the study about this power very much, and nowadays everything is described by wavelength because everything around us are happening due to vibrations. So these vibrations means waves. These waves has wavelengths. Therefore, nowadays everything is described by wavelengths. That means dimension, the length of wave, usually referring to the distance between two consecutive peaks or crests of the wave. The wavelength is calculating that way to distance between the two consecutive peaks or crests of a wave. Tejo Dhatu, the fire element. Heat is described with waves. Heat, due to the sun and everything, heat is described with waves. Power is described by wavelengths, 20 to 20,000 hertz. Light waves and color waves are also described by wavelengths. Though because we are living in a very big universe of power that means power vibrations, energy vibrations. We are vibrating each and every moment without even knowing. Therefore, there are several lot of kinds of waves, light waves, color waves, fire waves, and things like that. All these waves are described by wavelengths to easy understanding. Then all these are one nature of power. That means this power is arising and fading, and likewise it's appearing and disappearing. It's transforming one power to another. The whole universe is a energy transformation. That means this whole nature is one power, one nature of power. Yes, there is only one nature of power in this world. Mind, thought power is also the same. Before this, we didn't know the mind power is same as the energy power outside, other type of energy powers. But according to Aryan Vahanse's teachings, the true Buddhist philosophy, Darshan Samapattiya, we now know the mind power, thought power is also the same as the other powers. But the power of thoughts are generating. When there is sensor faculty, when the sensor faculty is creating, where there is duality, the power is generating. As you all are knowing, the thoughts are arising and fading. That means arising and disappearing, appearing and disappearing. Because when one sensor faculty is activated, other sensor faculties are there but not activated very much. Likewise, each thought is appearing through each and every sensor faculty, but other senses are also included. But when seeing, others are not much activated. Where there is the sensor faculty is creating, where there is duality, the power is generating. When we see a picture, when we see a picture through our eyes, there is duality. There is duality. One side says mind, one side says it is beautiful, one side says it is not beautiful. Where there is duality and because of this duality is meeting at one point and the power is generating. Therefore, the heaven and hell talks are becoming false. Still, there are a lot of people out there thinking heaven is up and hell is down. But we, as seekers of this true Dhamma, we know all the heavens and hells are also inside our own mind. There are mental formations, volitional formations created in the mind. When the sensor faculties are activated, when there are mental formations, objectives, volitional formations are creating in the mind. Power generated in the thoughts. Then the power is generating in that thoughts according to the consciousness. You are trying to apply force to the thoughts. Though the thoughts are having some kind of power, if we are not applying force, the thoughts are neutral. That means the thoughts are not uh, running here and there without an end. But if we are trying to apply force to the thoughts, the power is generated. That means the thoughts has the ability to generate power. Also, when we are pushing or pulling, it will be increasing. You are seeking soulful things in the power. You know, now, like all the other powers in this universe, this mind, these thoughts are also having power, but most of the time, not only the mundane people, the other people also, other seekers also try to find soulful things in the power. It will never happen. Power is a power only. We can't find soulful things in this power. When you realize this true Dhamma, you will immortal forever. That means when you are listening to Aryan Mahanse's Dhamma and you understand the way of creation of this thought and the mind world in the world creation in the mind, when you realize this true Dhamma, then you will be immortal forever. That means there is no death for you and there is no rebirth also for you. You will never die. Nobody can kill you also. There is no such person as you. You are only the nature. How nice it is. When you become the nature, there is no you. There are no boundaries. This is me. That is my child. That is my house. This is mine. Like that, there are no boundaries. When the boundaries are over, you will never die. Also, nobody can kill you. Nobody can kill you. Nobody can harm you. You have become the nature. And there's no such person as you. When you become the nature, you can feel others very well. You can feel others' difficulties, others' pains, sufferings very well. And you are free to help them in different ways. You are free to help them by talking with them, and showing the path of Dhamma for them like that, you will have a very kind heart towards the other people and the animals and nature and everything around you. What is the nature of the wind? The nature of the wind, you can see the nature of the wind. It's wind is blowing one end to other end. There is no gap. There is no selection. Everybody, poor, rich, and old, and young, everybody can feel this wind, feel the coolness of this wind. Your mind will be same as that. The wind belongs to the whole world. Yes, this wind belongs to the whole world. It's blowing through the North Pole to South Pole and west to east, east to west. It's freely blowing like that. When you understand this true Dhamma, your mind will be same as that. Such a wonderful experience you will finally have. There will be no suffering. If somebody scold you even, you don't feel it. You feel it like the wind. If somebody praise you, that is also the same. You will not taking much interest on that also. You can treat any old man, any old woman, any beggar, any king, or any poor child in the same manner without separating from them about their situations. When your mind is redeemed from the mind, the whole world is here. When you understand this true Dhamma and your mind is redeemed from the mind, the whole world is here. There's no separation. You are the owner of everything. The whole world is yours. The nature is yours. You belongs to everybody. You belongs to the nature and the nature belongs to you. The world belongs to you and the you belongs to the world. Such a calmness, happiness you can feel when you are understanding this true Buddhist philosophy, and gradually when you are redeeming from your mind, you will be reaching this kind of noble state of mind. People in the society talk about shunyatave, where there is nothing. Also, according to the Hindu Veda, they are also always talking about this shunyatave. In Buddhist philosophy, we are talking about shunyatave, but there is a vast difference between the Hindu shunyatava and the Buddhist shunyatava. According to Veda, Hindu shunyatava, there is nothing. There is a mind of state, there is nothing. But That is achieved through samatha samadhi, samatha bhavana. But there is the self is there. The self is there. So that is not the correct shunyatava. In Buddhist philosophy, where there in Buddhist philosophy, shunyatava means not that. Redeeming from the thoughts is the shunyatava according to Buddhist philosophy. Though we have redeemed from the thoughts, everything around us are same as it is. Mother is there, father is there, son is there, wife is there, husband is there, aunt is there, society is there, neighbors are there, relations are there, family is there, working workplace is there, job is there, everything is there. Also, we can naturally live our day-to-day life when we have achieved Buddhist Shunyatava. According to the Buddhist philosophy, that Shunyatava, without a burning, without a problem, we can do all our day-to-day activities. We can work, we can earn money, we can go here and there, we can live our normal life, but the mind is not, the thoughts are not giving pressure. Thoughts are also there. In Buddhist philosophy, thoughts are also there, but redeeming from the thoughts means the power of thoughts, the power, pressure given us through thoughts are not there. We can control the thoughts. Thoughts can't control us. We are not the slaves of mind anymore. The mind is our obedient uh, childlike. We can control our mind without a problem. That is the shunyatava according to the Buddhist philosophy. But this is bit deep. It is called animitta, shunyata, apranita, cheto vimukti. That means the liberation of the mind, unconditioned and without attachment in emptiness. When telling this, also having some kind of feeling, the liberation of mind. We are liberated from mind unconditionally and without attachment to the mind in emptiness. Emptiness, everything is there. Everything is there, but we are not bothered by anything. Saying it another way, signless, emptiness, unattached, freedom of the mind. Signless, emptiness, unattached, freedom of the mind. Such a nice, pleasant state of mind. මේ හරහා නිබ්බිදන්ති විරාගන්ති නිරෝධන්ති පටිනිස්සග්ගානුපස්සී වෙත යන හැටයි හැටි කතා කරන්නේ. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ explained. Here we are talking about the way of reaching the cessation of suffering. This is the way of, we are talking about the cessation of suffering. one who has realized. Disenchantments, dispassion, and cessation investigates accordingly. This path to Nibbana is a kind of investigation the seeker is doing. When the seeker has realized the disenchantment, dispassion, and cessation, according to that, the seeker is investigating. Those who have developed weariness with worldly things, detachment, the ending of suffering, observes so investigates accordingly. Those who have developed weariness, with these worldly things, we feel very weary. And when the weariness happens, detachment is naturally happening. Therefore, the ending of suffering observes so investigates accordingly. That means the seeker who is following this path to Nibbana, according to Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma, have developed weariness with worldly things. Each and every worldly things gives us weariness. That is very true. The tiring, the difficult, tiring weariness. Then the detachment happens. Then we are slowly detaching from the things that gives us weariness. And when understanding this weariness and the detachment is happening slowly, that will be the ending of suffering. This is observed through the investigations accordingly. The seeker is a big investigator in this path to Nibbana. First he understands how the suffering creates inside his own mind, the world he created, the things in his world he created, and then he feels the weariness coming through those things. Then the detachment from that things happening, the detachment is happening. That means the seeker is not feeling attached. He is detaching from sensory objects, which gives sensual pleasure for a few seconds. Then the weariness begins. Then the seeker is detaching from each and everything. He felt the weariness. Then he is trying to end his suffering by observing and investigating accordingly how I should overcome these sufferings. The suffering is happening in his own mind when he understands the thought process, how the thoughts are also giving us the weariness. Then slowly detaching from the thoughts. and the seeker is finally end in the suffering by observing and is investigating accordingly with the help of the true Dhamma through Buddhist philosophy and the sermons of Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, more than 13,000 in the YouTube, Facebook and all other media. Now the seeker is also trying the practical path, trying the vipassana, walking meditation and working meditation and finding out there is no self here. This is only a sense system. There were nobody and there is nobody. And finally, he is redeeming from the suffering, ending the suffering through observation and investigation accordingly. For today, I'm going to stop this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, Most Reverend Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse. May Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse live long to spread the true Dhamma among humanity. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I pay my homage at Aryan Hanse's feet. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Hanse. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. And I convey my gratitude to all Dhamma friends who are helping with the background work. So this is the daily discussion time from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. And this is a time slot for our Dhamma friends who have been listening to Buddothpada Deshana through this Buddothpada POTV English channel to get their doubts clarified. So these 2 hours, either we can discuss a question or we can take some topic and talk on that. It's actually better to go on as a discussion session with a question, but if there aren't any questions right now, we can talk about some general matters. Any particular questions to start with? Thiruvan Saranai?
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. I
Yeah.
think it's better to talk about the Aryan Mahanse's sessions today morning or last night 7 because there are a lot of new topics also. There are no, Doctor?
Okay, yes. Maybe we can start the proper discussion when some other friends also join. Actually, what Aranhasi was trying to explain for the last few days, I think even maybe a week or more than that, Aranhasi is focusing more on the self-view, self-perception, and self-vibration, those things. And repeatedly, Aranhasi reminds that if something becomes real, or if a perception becomes real, and then the self-perception is there. It's like the 2 sides of the coin. If there is self-perception or if there is self-view, self-view is the Pali word is a Sakkaya Ditthiya. Sinhala is also we use the same term, which is a thought where that feel the perception is taken as a thought. So that is where we talk about, always as a thought, we say my things and how I feel, what I do, what I wanted, the things that I don't like, they all come as thoughts. So that's actually the superficial level or the crude level where that self-perception is now covered with all sorts of thoughts. So that is where all of us who are in mundane world are experiencing everything is a thought, all centered around me. So wherever there is fire or a feeling of a fire or a current in relation to a stimulus, there the myself is there. So if this system, how this system is functioning, giving rise to this alive field, as long as you do not understand this system, then that current which is felt is named as myself. Actually, the self-perception or self-view, the self-perception is something that you feel. How you feel is in the form of some form of burning or current. Those are the closest words actually we can use, but that is not something that you can explain in the best way in words. It is something that the system has to feel. So self-perception is at that level, but when it comes to self-view, it's simply a thought that is a cover
over the self-perception. Now it is more thick, and it's also, you can call a mind bubble or whatever, your own frame, any name you can use, but they are all kind of thoughts. So right at the beginning, what we have to understand is this self-view is the one which has to be uh, sort of destroyed, I would say the word is destroyed. So that is the level that is described as Sotapanna level, that thought of myself, to understand that it is just a creation and it's not something true, it is just an illusion or something fake. So from that level onwards, that self-perception also, little by little, the system will feel that self-perception or that fire which was coming up in response to various stimuli will get less and less. So our other Dhamma friends also have joined. Dr. Kokila and Surangika. The request was to discuss the things that were mentioned in the 7 o'clock Deshana and today morning one. Terwa Sarnai.
Whose request was that?
I know what was discussed in the 7 o'clock and today morning. Aryan Vahase discussed about same things being repeated actually. He talked about the perception and then the fact that perceptions always get sort of more powerful towards the end of the life, because it's always the current is stronger than
Who
what it
listened to that?
started.
Did everyone listen to that?
Champa may have listened. Champa requested it. Champa, did you listen?
Yes, doctor. I have
How
listened.
about Surangika? Are you okay now, Surangika? Is your voice okay now?
Yes, Dr. Popia.
Did you also listen? Did you?
Yes, I did.
Mm. Yeah, someone can actually try and tell that. I listened. I just want to see how you all are describing that. Well, what would Dr. Sakuntala say? Did you listen?
Yeah, I listened. Few things I picked up. As, as much as I remember now. Aranase described about the last
What is the
night.
most important message he's trying to give?
One point he mentioned in both Deshana was that the perceptions which starts, from perceptions will get stronger and stronger. That, in other words, a current which was initially started from the zygote level gets worse and more powerful and more powerful. So towards the end, it becomes very strong. That is the nature of this anusotaya. In other words, it gets amplified. And because of that reason, having another human birth is very unlikely, because the current is very strong at the end compared to the level that it started. That was one thing I picked up. And also, Areno has explained about the Aniccanupassi, Viraganupassi, Nirodhanupassi, the three words. The Aniccanupassi simply means that what you assume, the things that you assume is not there outside. I mean, we always think that our thoughts are real. That is the simple meaning of the Aniccanupassi. And Viraganupassi means the fire in relation to that is becoming less. And Nirodhanupassi, I understood as there is no owner at the end. That means the self is getting dissolved. And also he mentioned that even the material world is composed of vibrations, and destruction of this material world doesn't mean that the current is getting destroyed. So current will not be demolished just by simply destroying the material world. That current will form somewhere else. So that those were a few things that I picked up.
Not form somewhere else, it will synchronize somewhere else.
Synchronize somewhere, yes, yes.
What about Surangika? Is that the main message he's trying to give? Well, he doesn't stop in one thing anyway. He says
Then
a
the
lot of
main thing
things.
was to come to the feel, isn't it? Because he was I think in the last night's one, he was saying about the common problem about people trying to analyze and think about what is actually being felt. Even the little bit that is being felt is being analyzed, so it's almost delaying any kind of realization. There were some other aspects also he talked about, I think, about death, and that death is actually, what is when one transcends self and self view and self perception, the experience is no different. So he has spoken about that theme before as well, isn't it? Even if one is living, it's the same as death because of the uddipana, the excitation not being there, which is the key. There were lots of other things I can't remember actually. This morning, of course, it was the perception, as Dr. Sakuntala said. I think there's a lot more in the perception that needs to be unraveled. Of course, he said that there was only very little that he has already explained to us. There's probably 3/4 of it has not been, or something to that effect. But actually, when one goes through this realization, the system is realized more and more that it's only a system. I think, as you said, Dr. Kokila, it comes towards the basic perceptions. This morning also, I don't know, something happened. I was cutting up cabbage, and I suddenly, I don't know, there wasn't cabbage, there wasn't anything else. Yeah, it was. So anyway, this perception means there's a lot more to unravel. That's all. The best thing is trying not to think too much on experiences. Remembering Dr. Sakuntala's mongoose. But it was definitely a unique experience. Yeah, I was like staring down, and the cabbage and everything went blank. But yeah, I think it's the basic
The problem
perceptions
with
that
this
needs to be
is
more and more understood.
the problem with this is that gentleman also was trying to say, no, not the gentleman. Actually, there was a lady who was saying everything going blank. So the there is a catch there, like the catch is that's a mental thing, because that's not actually the release of self. That's the thing, because usually what happens is the perception is there. Perception, nothing happens to the perception. It's just as we talked about, the elastic band or the tension is gone. It's like the usually elastic, there should be two ends when the tension is gone, two ends are also not there. So likewise, as an example, but when self is not felt, because this is the absence of self that is finally felt, power, zero power. So seeing zero power, seeing is there. That is the difficult part. Seeing is there, power is not there. So it is as
As if you're not seeing anything.
no, actually seeing is there. That is the thing. That is very
No,
tricky.
seeing is there, but it's as if you are not seeing.
Someone is seeing,
Because
like seeing is there. It's a
the
really
seeing
tricky
is there.
experience.
Yeah.
Like the mongoose one was very tricky to Dr. Sanguttala at that moment, because it was kind of interesting, whenever the experience changes. Like imagine someone goes to the space and you're floating. You can't actually keep the leg down. How funny, not funny, how interesting that would be, that, it's a different experience, So not being able to keep the foot down. Just imagine you having a really bad, like a vertigo attack or disease spell. You can't keep the head up. Always the head will be down. Like you can't stand. So these experiences will only show that when the sensory function is not properly acting, the gravity is not properly there. How this is the same thing in a different angle when this we have a feeling. Actually, that's a beautiful thing, and the self is also a perception. That perception actually doesn't have a self. That what is there is the speed. So the perception of that it's happening here. Anything, it doesn't matter. When it comes to one vibration, we can't talk about whether it's a light or the touch or the sound or anything. It's a feel. You have to come to that level to get the feel, the non-feel. But this is all about not the perception. It's about losing this power. I mean, I can't say anything more than that because it's a feel. But it's as the loosening of that, the gravity. If you just imagine the loosening of gravity, how that would feel. Kind of similarly, it is as if this power, there's a binding power. This perception and the this self-perception is there because of this binding power. And that power, when it is zero, the self-perception disappears anyway. This is not easy to describe, but it is important to realize what happens is losing you, not actually losing the sight or the losing the sound or the losing the touch or losing the actual thing. Is it is felt as it is nowhere. That's why it is apatitita. It's not anywhere. So you can't even say it is falling to the other side. But when we actually practically say that, we can say that you have become the cabbage. But then that's the thing. So it is just like as if the cabbage, so only the cabbage is there. The observer effect is not there. It's a very tricky thing to say, but we can only suggest metaphors only.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
it's difficult to. Yeah, how can I mean.
But it's
I remember
very
once
important from the our teacher, the Aran say, keep telling this for a reason, because if this experience doesn't explain that the absence of this power or the absence of a life field, the the asanya kind of thing. The what do you call it in English? There's a feeling nothing is not the point. Feeling nothing, because feeling nothing, the actually the self perception vanishes. Kind of it hides. So feeling nothing is not the point here. I think our announcer will go on to this a bit more and more, because now everyone is ready to listen to this. But he has been telling this before as well, a lot. It's just that they were not attacking kind of like now, because now it's kind of more pointed, more concise, like trying to grab everyone who is stagnating towards a non-form level. Because if you actually get a mental picture that everything vanishes, or the shunyatavaya, or the nothingness, it's very tricky area again, because the nothingness is about nothingness from this side, this power being released. It's as if you have imagine you are the Ramdanikala water. You are the water. It is being held with so much pressure. Once it is released, there's no that pressure. It's a metaphor only, but you know that pressure is not there. That force is not there. It's as the it's a kind of a release, but it is released from everywhere. It's actually not falling anywhere. Perception is there though. Perception is there, but it is the basics perception I'm talking about, not the actual chair or something. Because if the chair is still there anyway, so if someone talks about I saw the disappearance of the chair, that's a bit tricky, because that is opposite of this actual precious awaken to the moment. It's the opposite, because that doesn't actually confirm that there was never a self here. Because the understanding, or actually feeling your own tense, or the power, is really important, and actually feeling the zero power is important as well. So the release of that power to get to the power, actual this is piercing of the thought, not absence of thought. Because if the thought disappears, what are you going to pierce? Nothing. These are the tricky areas that you can enter because of the not this life experiences. It can be any life experiences, like that's what I said. Any form meditation can come, any non-form meditation can come. Just you have to be vigilant to know that yeah, it came. But you should be vigilant enough to understand that that's not your tense. That's not the power. And that's not the zero power either. What do you think about this, Dr. Sakuntala, with the mongoose? I don't think the mongoose went that far. I mean, mongoose
No,
was anyway.
No, that very first experience that I had about the grass, the thing that I observed, I didn't want to try to sort of go back and sort of feel that, because then it becomes a thought. So I just sort of let that
Yeah, but
go.
do you
Maybe.
understand what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say?
yeah, yeah, I understand. Yes. Actually, this losing you, that thing that you're explaining, it is the fourth level of fourth contemplation, isn't it?
Fourth contemplation.
And that you said feeling nothing, where the self-perception hides, isn't it explained in Sinhala that Sita Sangavayama?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And just a metaphor that I can say, I don't know whether it will suit you, whether it will explain properly now. This the fact that
It's a trick of
piercing.
the mind also. You have to be careful. But these are
Mm,
past occurrences that can happen. You know, if you enter a form meditation state, you should
yeah,
know that it is a form meditation state. What?
yeah,
There's
yeah,
no big deal about that.
mm,
Even if
yeah,
it's a non-form meditative state, it doesn't matter.
mm,
Actually, what matters is to really get this in this angle. That
mm,
Lord Buddha said, you know, in the morning, the tear, the water drop, through a water drop, seeing a what is
rainbow,
it? Rainbow.
rainbow. Mm,
Yeah, there's a specific angle. If you get it in that specific angle, actually, that power, uh, the power will be felt. That specific power of that stimulus, whatever the stimulus, it doesn't matter. Whatever the stimulus, because that is the
mm,
tense, that is the actual the self power, that is the self vibration. But with Dhamma, it can actually, if you don't have, if you haven't practiced the third and fourth really well, it can, you can actually miss it too. You can miss the chance. You know,
mm.
you can get flustered in that moment, and you can miss it. But if it properly comes in that angle, uh, it's really, really the the actual entertaining that vibration will be gone. There's a subtle entertainment of that. It's a very subtle thing, because there's no light here to entertain, there's no sound here to entertain, there's no smell here to entertain. This is beyond that level, the below that level, because it's coming to the one vibration side now. But I'm not talking about being an arahant here. That's not the thing. I'm talking about this, seeing this in one vibration. Yeah, what were you trying to say?
Yeah, just a metaphor. I don't know whether it explains it very well. Now, when you talk about piercing the thought in the sense some hearing or bite or whatever, piercing in the sense, I mean, it's not as solid as it used to be earlier. Uh, it's something like a negative of a film roll, which where the appearance may not have changed, but the value of it has gone down. I don't know
That's the
whether
form
it's,
level.
now when you talk about the piercing of the thought, I
Yeah,
mean,
that's the form level. So you have pierced the sensual world to the form level.
Hmm. No, now when we experience now, there's no self here, losing self, and the light, sounds, those things are experienced, but in a less valuable or less
Yeah, that
prominent
is
way.
still, if it is
Still is
experience,
in
it
the
is form. That's what I'm trying to say.
right, okay. Mm.
Because in the non-form, there's nothing. There's nothing. It's just a feel.
Okay.
You can't even say a place. You can't say it is in the skin or the eye or the ear or the nothing. It's a feel only.
It's a common feel, isn't it? I mean, not specified anything, no?
You can't even use any word there. Yeah, you can say common, but it's a feel only. That's the power that we are trying to catch.
Okay.
And that is the actual this is due to the speed. It can be any sensory faculty, it doesn't matter.
But that
Even when you say
Dr.
speed, actually you have a mental picture of a speed. No, that's the problem. But you have to feel it. It's kind of a vibratory nature, like jelly has a vibratory nature. Kind of vibratory nature. There's a very high speed. You can't talk about a vibration, nothing. You can't talk about that. But if you really feel that it's not the self, there's no self there. If you knew it prior, definitely this you can feel the release. Yes, Suranga. Did Suranga say something? Sorry.
No, that's okay, Dr. Kokila. Continue.
Yeah. Dr. Sakuntala, when there is something, when you say something, you must
Yeah.
be thinking about the light something, or because you said this negative thing that day also, and I was trying to say the same thing that day also. It didn't
Okay.
click you
Okay. Right. Yes, I got it now.
because the perception, the perception has some kind of output. The value is not there or not. So the chair. So you just, if you are taking the eye or touch, if you're taking the touch, okay, you went to the chair, you touched it. Just imagine you touched the chair. If it is you're kind of in the sensual world, you have a whole lot of things about the chair, that's fine. Duality is there, everything is there. But in the form world, it is only the perception. So perception, so that's why Aranhansa is saying people are not going deeper into the perception. What is a perception? Perception is like a current. It's as if you are electrified, You are inside a current. That's why I use the mind bubble. It's just trying to do a metaphor there. It's like you are caught in something. How do I say that even? I don't know. But actually, the feel underneath is completely the fast vibration of the touch sensation. It's not even, it's not nothing. You can't talk about a speed there. Can you see the speed? I mean, you might say, yeah, I can see he's running so hard, the 100-meter race. But actually feeling the speed, actually sketchy, I can see. It's very catchy, this topic. It's always baffles us, isn't it? Because you know the salt that Alan Hansa tells all the time. Can you even talk about the perception there? Can you talk about the perception? The perception is like a current. If you actually have a real perception, that you haven't gone deeper into the perception yet. How can you see your partner or girlfriend or husband or wife or whatever in the dream? We will take mother. You see your mother in the dream. How can you see your mother in the dream? It's a very genuine question. And in the dream, you feel like you're talking with mother. It's all kind of real. Well, I can remember as a child, I saw a dream and I still can remember a dog chasing me. So that it felt so real. How? If the perception is not a current, how can you, like a wave or a vibration, or even at that point in the dream, didn't you feel that as it's real?
Yeah.
You yourself tried to close a door.
Yeah.
In the dreams. How did you get this perception of a door in the dream? You're nicely sleeping on the bed. So the perception, actually piercing perception, it must be a field, isn't it? What do you think? If it's a current.
Yeah.
And the most problematic thing is self. The self, it's a thought. Okay, we understand that. Yes, it is a thought. I, me, mine, yes, it's a thought. But what about this thought? You actually attach that to the body also. So Dr. Sakuntala has a body. So now everyone thinks that Dr. Sakuntala is walking in the program here and there with maybe a mic in the hand. I'm just telling things. I don't know whether you're doing that. I'm just telling. So just imagine everyone thinks that's Dr. Sakuntala walking here up and down trying to explain them. Where is Dr. Sakuntala? Where is Dr. Sakuntala in that dream?
Collection of perceptions in their mind, isn't it?
Yeah, but the biggest thing is in the dream also, when you try to close the door in the dream, also you had the self-perception, didn't you?
Yeah.
That's the thing, this perception is actually not there. But there's some kind of vibration there should be. I mean, people are actually using these things nowadays. How can we otherwise, we use these vibrations a lot now. That's why we are, in my father's time, they couldn't talk like this country to country. But we are using these techniques to do that with no problem. Sometimes they can see also. And Aranwansi uses a lot of good metaphors there. Actually, at that point, you are there. So it's always the stimuli. Actually, the cabbage, you were the cabbage. You were the mongoose. When are we going to feel this? Because there is eye function, ear function, touch function, there is some stimuli coming. There is some perceptions happening. That was the only thing there. That was the only thing there. So, if at all, if there was a mongoose, that is the only thing that was there. But the mirror image or the shadow effect is the self. That's not true. Even the mongoose is not true. How can this self be true? Automatically you understand that this shadow effect can't be true either. But the problem is, when Dr. Sakuntala paces up and down in that thing, everyone thinks that Dr. Sakuntala is doing a talk. Or here, if you hear someone, that someone is doing a talk. That's the perception. It's okay. But we're trying to understand the perception. Perception is a vibration. Even the sound, just basic sound. There's no just basic sound, because whatever you hear, you get with the perception now. So you actually get the butter, not the milk. But if you actually try to pierce this and see, even just the sound, that's also a perception. Then why there is a feel? Because of the speed, sankhara, because of the speed. Otherwise, how can you feel? How can we say baby is conscious? The tree is not. We definitely know baby is conscious. If the breathing is not there, we say a baby is dead. But if the baby is conscious, that means baby feels. How? Because of the fast vibration of these sensory organs. That's all. But the misunderstanding, that's a different part. Misunderstanding completely goes as later in life. The baby didn't have a misunderstanding. Baby was fine, smiling, but this potential was there. What the feel? Baby had the feel, but baby didn't know anything about self, nothing. There was no self-perception or thinking, self-view. So baby will fall down to a water, baby can touch a flame, nothing, no fear of death. But what happens? Because the speed of the sensory functions giving you the feel, because Vedana is that thing. And I'm not talking about the mental pictures. I'm talking about this basic sensory functions. So that feel actually slowly ignorance is great, even no one can even tell the baby, you know, baby can't understand if Aranwansi comes and tell baby, this is just the speed, so don't worry. You can't say because baby can't understand. So we will continue to develop that feel into self-perception. No one does this. No one is doing this. It's automatically happening. So this automatic projection of self is happening. But when it happens, Aranwanse comes and tells, you know, we understand that you feel something. It's actually not self. This self-perception is like a current that actually is not you. That's a misunderstanding, misconception, ignorance. That child might feel it. There's a high chance that child might feel. So what was there finally? Cabbage. Why? Because the eye is functioning now. If the touch is functioning, touch is there. Can't really say cabbage, but when we, as a metaphor, it hasn't vanished. That's what Aranansa is saying. And around, everything is there. It's only the alive field that is not there. Even the sensory aspects are working nicely. So what is lacking there? That power. Additional power. Okay, that is another point. Because this additional power came from the misunderstanding of this whole thing. Because the field is there, there's a tendency to maintain the field. That is lost as soon as that's the beauty of it, you know. As soon as you lose the self-view, this tendency or affinity to maintain this, the perceptions are gone. So you kind of okay with any perception. It's irrelevant. The perceptions are irrelevant. Even I think Aranwanse was telling that today morning, that the perceptions are irrelevant in that level. Because if the self life feel is not there, it doesn't matter what is perception is. So perception can be touch, perception can be vision, perception can be sound, perception can be smell, perception can be taste. One time perception can be a thought. So what? Nothing. Are we going to stop it? No. Are we going to not stop it? No. What do you think?
The difference is that that extra additional power is the one which is lost, isn't it?
Yeah.
That. Mm.
The sensory function is there. Sensory function will be there. That is the seeing without power means that tendency for the next one or the additional power is not there. Because you know definitely that there is no self here. Even
Seeing,
that
hearing,
current.
touching, everything without power, isn't it?
Yeah. So everything is there actually.
Mm.
Joel, what do you think, Joel? I don't know whether he's in a position to talk.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like listening to it.
yeah, it's very important to get this straight from the beginning, because if you get a mental picture and you are chasing that mental picture, it is a bit tricky, you know. But if you actually try to understand what Aranhansi is trying to say, or Lord Buddha was trying to say, that there was never a self, and to actually understand that because this Visyakara Sakkaya Ditya, I mean, I every day I struggle with that because I can't tell that in English, but I need to actually write it down or something. Or if someone can write it down, that would be really great, because it's actually understanding that this form didn't have a self there. The perception doesn't have a self there. The field doesn't have a self there, you know. So in the end, there's nothing, and there's nothing means actually this not the actual experience. It's power, release of this power. So this additional power that I have to correct something there. I don't know whether I gave a wrong impression there. Not even the additional power, even the existing power is gone, you know, in the life field is gone. Additional power is anyway gone. From the beginning it reduces. But when you become an arahant, the life field also is gone. It's a different thing which says that there's no excitation in the sensory organs. But it's the same thing that feels, it's all in field side. So the excitation is also felt in the field side. But you can say in the mental mind also there is a different aspect. But in the field also there is a different aspect. You know this Kamaraga, Ruparaga, Aruparaga, Raga, Raga, Raga. So you have to understand there's 3 different levels of Raga. Raga means, what's the English word for Raga?
Craving is for the tanha, isn't it?
Yeah, this is like a power, isn't it?
Mm.
Like a force, like a affinity, like excitation. So we can't be that lazy, can we? Be lazy, no? Because the sensual world also there is an affinity, there is a force there, and home world also there's a affinity to maintain the form world. That's why people are scared to die. And the feel also there is affinity, which is very subtle, but still there is affinity or excitation. So the excitation is there in every level. So when we talk about the sensual world, isn't it really easy?
Yeah.
It's really easy, no? I want money. I will kill someone and get some money. Very easy, no? I want power. I'll kill like 10,000 and get power. I mean, they are a little bit extraordinary. I would say a simple thing. I want ice cream. I'll go to the shop and buy ice cream. That's the sensual world. I mean, we don't need any introduction to sensual world. We are already in that. It's our home. Sensual world. We need this, that, this, that, this, that, this, that. When are we ending? No, never ending this and that. And suddenly now this nirvana has come into the picture. Now we want nirvana. What? We want non-vibration. Well, that also came there. Now it's full of things now. So that's easy. That affinity, that power thing, that excitation. That's a real excitation, isn't it? You need something, you go for that, it's a real excitation. But form world is not like that. Form world is completely a Brahma level. Does Brahma go after stuff like that? Do they? But it's another level. It's trying to maintain that the perception has power. Perception is still there. The light, if it is the light, or if it is the sound, if whatever, still has importance. And the perception of chair, it's like, that it's like iCloud. Potential is there. If someone search something only, it will come out. But everything is there still. No problem with that. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Unless you pierce that level, that potentials are not true, then it comes to the vibration. Perceptions are not true means you can't be entertaining anything in that level. It's a vibration level then. It's a field. Then it comes to whether there was a specific power in it or not. And Aranwansi always says, most of the time, there's no vibration. But the problem is, the potential is always there. Because you are not worried about your leg today, no? But if you get a thorn prick in that, the whole day you will be worried about your leg. I mean, that's a metaphor only. What I'm trying to say is the potential is always there. So when that meditative state is gone, again back to normal.
That is a form level, isn't it? Affinity to maintain the form level, no?
Mm.
Yeah.
Because that iCloud is important. And feel, it's like excitation. You know that welding. Is it the correct word? Welding, there's a spark.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar to that. There's excitation in this touch moment. You're touching the chair. There's kind of excitation in that. That is the power which is going to be not there, but touch is there. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. Touch is there, power is not there. How can you say that? You have to experience that, isn't it? And experience might not last. It's okay, because you haven't become that. Your level of Satyajnana, or the truth, is very important here. Then the vigilance will be more. Vigilance, don't mistake. It's not like actually going after something. It's just tendency for the field. This is going to improve in everyone. I know, because Aranvansi is now telling this every day, kind of. He has come a long way now. He's telling this every day now. He's not letting this go now. But he had told this before. Here and there, because people are a bit worried, you know. People are actually scared. So he's putting it in slowly. He's putting it slowly. Because even you losing you, someone can quickly run out, you know. Like, I don't want to lose me. I'm very precious. How can I lose me? Because that's a very, I mean, not a perception that we know. If you take it as a perception, you know. How can I lose me? I don't want to lose me. Death can happen at any time. I don't want to die now. But you are not actually dying. Just this power is reducing. And the suffering is not there. And what is left? Super tranquility, super happiness, super loving. What are you asking for? If you're asking for something, then it is not going to be there. But what are you getting? That's all. But this is a new concept, so people can be scared. So we have to tell everyone, don't be scared of this Dhamma. It's really beautiful. You are not scared to sit down and meditate and see what happens. I haven't done meditation in that sense, but people may have tried a lot, you know, at least to calm your mind. But we are not actually trying to calm our mind. We are not trying to suppress our mind. We are not trying to do anything here. We are actually trying to understand this Dhamma, the truth. And eventually, there's a high chance that you might feel it. If you think about it, you might feel it. It's not original. I think I told it before also. It's not that originally when you actually thinking about the protocol and thinking this is what is going to happen. I'm going to become the flower or something. Then you might feel like it is happening. That's kind of not that original. But if it comes very random, it's really good in a very random way.
But it's better to start with the thought, isn't it? Though it may not be the original.
Yeah,
Can
it is
start.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's okay, but because the RN1's advice is just do the program and let anything happen. It doesn't matter. He doesn't even really bother what actually people are experiencing. He wants to get this into the head, like outside is a perception. Perception is not true. I always tell this. Second one is difficult. Because you feel at least this light may be true.
Those 3 levels that Ryan Mahase explained, like actively thinking at the beginning, and then it will come as a passive thought, and then that sort of automatically it
Yeah,
will
but
come
this
as a
actively thinking depends, because in our time, we didn't have this program.
Yeah.
It came later. So but so that means it's not it's just actually this truth. It's the power of the truth which matters. But it simplifies. The truth is simplified in this program. And it's easier, much easier. Active thinking also can be a habit then. And then you have to fight to get rid of that habit.
Yeah, true.
Well, that has never been an issue for me. So that's the thing. Because this truth was, if the truth is in the system, you just let things happen. Let things happen. We are very, very, it's very difficult to do. Let go, let things happen. It's a very difficult thing. So we always try to do something. Let things happen is a very rare thing. That moment might come. Even in the beginning, Joel used to ask me, can we do? That's the first question. But finally, in the end, with time, Joel might start to say to others, you don't have to really do anything. You just have to understand this. Because you ask something to do, it means inadvertently or in a different angle, you're trying to do something. That means self-view is powerful. I told this to Champa yesterday. Tried to correct her, because whenever she speaks, there's a bit of that me coming up everywhere. So if we don't attack that then and there, that me is getting powerful every day. It's just that involuntary thing, it comes. I have to do this, I have to do that, I have to get the non-vibration up.
Excuse me, Doctor. Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai.
I spoken about this with today morning Tamil session with Apani also. So I asked how he got this path and how he came through. Then he explained from the beginning, and he said where I am stuck. Today morning I found out because that means he told me the mind sensor is also a sensor. So as we are seeing pictures through eyes, thoughts are coming, but do not think of thoughts. Do not go to look at them. Like you said yesterday, he explained me my fault is at that point because I am trying to do something. All the
that you're trying to do something is coming from lack of satyajnana. That's what I'm trying to say. Because the self view is there, you're trying to do something. That attitude is there. But when you understand that there's never a self here, this attitude slowly drops. Because you can't do anything here, actually speaking.
Yes, because according to our age limit, I used to try to find this Nibbana thing a long before I started about.
What is the age limit?
That means now I am 66 and from about 14 years when
Dhamma
I
is
was.
here and now, Champa.
Yes, that is why we didn't know, no, doctor, those days there was nothing, no. After hearing this
No,
only.
after hearing also, that's what I'm saying. After hearing also, the tendency is still there to show that self view is popping up here and there. So as soon as it pops up, you have to identify that there's never a self. So what we are trying to understand is actually, if at all it was only mongoose that was there, if at all it is only the stimulus is there, then what are we feeling? The power of the stimulus. What
Yes,
power?
the wrong way of taken. Wrong way of taken in the sense trying to do something hard to find out the path, clear the path like that. That means I'm trying to pierce the thoughts, trying to find out things like that. Very much clinging to this mind consciousness. That is the reason for this problem, I think.
Yeah. Anything else? But that doesn't mean you give up. This is the thing. It's very tricky path. This path. That doesn't mean you give up. You are actually highly vigilant, but
yes,
it's not. It's not a active vigilance. That's the thing.
Yes.
But Haranwan said today morning or last night, I can't remember. He said everything starts from the dissolution of the self view. So understanding that the self view is actually a wrong thing, and also the self perception. Self perception is like a current. Any perception is like a current. Self perception is also the same. And what is the current from? That is this power of the stimulus, which is nothing to do with the stimulus. It's a power which is taken as real. if the mongoose is felt as real, it is the same thing, that there's no different self there. Power of the mongoose, that you feel that as you are there, the subject object phenomena comes there.
Doctor, when we are trying to do something, that means that means trying harder in this path, then there is a self arising. No, that is what happened. I think all the time trying to do something to find out this path and trying to.
No, you will come to a balance anyway.
Yes.
We also did these mistakes. It's fine. Initially, I can remember I used to come to the Zoom and say, once I understood this, and once is so kind enough. He says, yes, that's good, I mean, as if we got the whole thing, it's so encouraging, but at the same time, I really well remember one time, long time ago though, when I told something, he said, no, but Kokila, you have to feel this. And at that time, this feel thing is not even talked that much. But still, that's the only answer he gave me. So he gives subtle hints. So we went along with that. You have to be very, very vigilant enough to catch the hints that he gives. When there's a massive burden in your sensual world, it's very difficult to go to the form world. In the sense, come down to the form world. Because the sensual world burden is so much. So Aranwanse, when talking with mothers or anyone, they'll try to actually find out what burdens they have and try to help them in whatever the way. And then slowly talk about this Dhamma. That this nothing in outside is actually outside. It's a perception only. And then slowly he goes to the second level. He doesn't go directly there that day. He slowly goes to the second level. Maybe a year or two later, to the same person he might go. It depends on the person. That the perception is not anywhere. Perception is like a current. And current, how can you see or hear or touch a current? You can't. It's a field. Then when you come to the field, we will say the field is nothing. Field is not true. Field is actually due to the fast vibration of the sensory organ. Whatever the organ, it doesn't matter. So he takes you as if you are a little child. He takes you slowly over. Yes, Dr. Samatara.
Yes, I don't know. This might be a silly question even. Now, in Arhan's mind level, we take as a current zero, isn't it?
Yeah, what current? The self current, yeah.
Yeah, self current. Now, now they also have these perceptions. They see the things they hear, and they have the thoughts. Those are happenings. Now, don't they also have some form of basic current because they are all vibrations?
Yeah, it is. The functioning will be there. Body
So
function is
functioning level.
different. Body function is different. You were
Right.
talking
Okay.
about the body function. Body function is different. Anyway, body is nothing to do with this.
And what about the thoughts? Because they have thoughts also.
Thought has nothing to do with this either.
Okay, yeah.
It can, as soon as this system breaks down, that's why it is synchronizing elsewhere. It can be anything, it can be a, it doesn't necessarily mean that it would be what is there are so many types of births also, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, it can cause synchronized to anywhere. So if it's a vibration only, it can synchronize anywhere, isn't it? The thing is, when the power is not there, this synchronicity thing can't happen.
Can't happen. Yeah.
There's no ends. So Pahana Nivigya say thing that comes happen there because there's no power. For the synchronicity to, there should be a power. Body
I remember.
function is irrelevant actually. Yeah.
Okay.
You're going to vanish?
Yeah, no, no, in 10 minutes time, yeah, 10, 15 minutes. I remember I explained an experience long ago that was about, I think within about 3, 4, maybe 4, 5 months of starting to listen to this Deshana. I had an experience. I went to a hospital with my sister-in-law who had cataract surgery. So I was waiting outside in front of the theater, and there was a big crowd, lots of noises, and it was like a beehive activity. People were running, trolleys were taken in and out, and there were about 45, 50 patients lined up inside the theater front part, and lots of sort of noises. And anyway, I couldn't stand up and move around because then I will lose the seat because so many people were there. So I had to sit and wait for about I think about nearly 2 hours or so. After some time, I felt that I was kind of, I can't exactly remember how I explained, but I could see the things. I could hear all the sounds also. People were moving around. Not that I didn't recognize anybody. I could recognize the people, the even the colors of the dresses. But uh, I didn't have any sort of fight against that environment. Very calm from inside, but I was, observing and experiencing everything, but no fire at all inside. And I didn't realize that the time has gone also. At the end of that time, uh, they called the name. They called the relatives by the patient's name, and then I sort of stood up and went in. So I explained that. Then straight away Ariana said, "You must have fallen asleep." So I said,
It's a meditative state. Can you understand that?
yeah, yes. But I
Or
wasn't sure.
fallen asleep, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, not fallen asleep because I could see everything. I
Yeah,
could
yeah.
even the colors of the dresses of the people who were standing near me. I could remember everything. But that only that fight against that situation. Otherwise, in such a situation with all that noise and all,
I have told stuff like that long time ago,
yeah,
but you know,
it's not a concentration meditation, isn't it? Because it was sort of varying from point to point.
you really can't understand the synchronization, can you?
Mm,
Synchronization to anything can happen, Dr. Sakuntala.
mm, mm.
You don't have
Okay.
to do anything.
So can you explain a little bit more on that? Because that day when Narayana said that you must have fallen asleep, I just sort of forgot about that whole thing. I thought just another blunder and then just left it alone. Uh, can you explain a bit more about it?
Yeah, but like the mongoose, if someone came and talked to you, you will get up from that.
Oh yes, yes, yes. That is how it happened because they called the name of the
Yeah,
patient
that's
and
what I'm
whenever
saying. It's this you must be familiar with that thing. It's easy to synchronize to any level. You
why
don't
do you
have to
say
do.
meditative state?
What should I say then? You didn't go into a coma or anything?
No, Yes.
I should, what else should I say? Is Surangika here? Surangika, what do you think? Fallen asleep is a good example because you
Yeah.
can fall asleep, but the one time I remember I was
You mean
going for a
synchronizing to each and every stimulus? Is that what you're saying?
no, that's not what I'm saying. Oh my god. Okay.
No, I didn't follow actually.
No, I'm talking about so have you how can I say this? It's it's not the sensual world. It's
Yes, not the sensual world. That's true. Yes.
yeah, then it's a um it's a it's a meditative state. Yes. What else can I say? It's a samadhi kind of thing.
Okay. Because vitaka was less.
Yeah,
The
definitely, but
mind,
there's no
mind was
samadhi. That's the
yeah, yeah,
thing.
no samadhi. Yes, yes.
It's a meditative state. So the, we get stimulated by these things because we think that they are really new things. They are not that new things, you know. This samsaric journey. How long have you? How long we have must have done these things? Who cares? Doesn't matter. I remember going for a like a doctor's meeting thing. I came out from my room and started going. I went there. So from that getting up to the meeting and coming out of the meeting, complete a meditative state. Complete. I could hear them. I could do everything, but it was really different. But then I knew it wasn't the thing. But it was a thing. It wasn't the non-vibration. But these are things that can happen.
Sorry, I got disconnected briefly. Sorry, I missed a couple of sentences, I think. Sorry about that.
That's okay. It just can happen. It just the samadhi experience or the non-vibration experience is slightly different to these meditative states. Even when you walk in the program, you can get a meditative state. And that's okay. But that doesn't necessarily mean you have this awaken to the moment. So people, the understanding comes from your satyajnana, the strength of your satyajnana. Because if you're fully aware about the sensual world and the form world and the non-form world, you're not bothered about these little achievements.
Yeah, now I can see that it was something silly, but that time
Not silly,
I
not
thought,
silly. Don't say silly. People do meditations for 50 years to sometimes to get into these levels.
yeah,
Don't
yeah.
say silly. So who says silly? You
No,
can't
I
really
felt
say anything silly because nothing is silly. It's just a state.
yeah, yeah.
You know, Joel said this. And I said, it will pass. And next day he came and said, it went away. Joel, do you remember that? It was like, Joel, do you remember that? You felt so good at one point.
Yeah,
You
yeah, I
were
was
like
just feeling
floating.
like floating and all, and the next minute it vanished.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's okay. It's really good experience. It's okay. But it's not necessarily mean that you have lost your sakkaya ditthi there, you know, like the self-belief, because there's someone entertaining that little bit of that floating effect. This self-perception is very tricky, and you have to be vigilant enough to catch that. Is there someone entertaining this? They are common in this path. Not because you have sat down and tried to get a meditative state for 50 years, no. But this, you will pass every stage when you come to the non-vibration. And even to feel it in one, just in one fraction of a second, you have to pass all these levels. In one fraction of a second, you will pass every level. That's the beauty of awaken to the moment thing. But you can't really say everything by that first instance. But with Dhamma, with Dharan Vanse's help, if there is a recurrence of that, you definitely understand what this is all about. Anything else?
My doctor, you said something about this Visyakara Sakkaya Ditthi, and I found it here.
In English?
Yes.
Oh,
Can you-
really?
Yes. Thinking I am this body. First one. Second one, clinging this body belongs to me. Thinking this is someone else's body. Believing the body is eternal. Recognize body changes but still clinging. Believing the body has independent reality. Thinking body is completely unreal. Viewing body as a compound of parts. Believing body is indivisible, simple. Thinking the body is special, exalted. Thinking body is worthless or base. Thinking body is good, desirable. Thinking body is ugly, undesirable. Believing body is strong, able to dominate. Thinking body is weak, helpless. Enjoying body's pleasure. Feeling only body's suffering. Seeing body as neither good nor bad. Confused about body's reality. Believing body has no meaning. Those are the 20. Sinhala word is also there, Pali word also there, and the meaning.
That's not the type I have heard. I can remember only like four types into 5. Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana. Isn't that so, Surangika?
There are 5, and it's the 5 things is also there. Identify the body as self, identifying bodily parts as self, thinking the body belongs to others, viewing the body as permanent, viewing the body as impermanent. Using the aggregates, doctor?
Yeah, isn't it so, Surangika? I don't know whether Surangika can remember.
Sorry, Dr. Mukla, I can't remember. Champad, is that the same as the Rupe Tula Atmaya Atmaya Tula Rupe? You know, that
Yeah, that
kind
is
of
the
thing?
thing I'm talking about. රූපය තුල ආත්මය ඇත. Yeah, there's so many in that, but it's
Yes,
only
this is one version, I think. No, this is bit different, no? Yes.
We should find it from one of the English translations from our Advances English section. Is that from where you got it, Champa?
I just typed in this.
Because the other people's teachings, they can have a different meaning.
This I just
No,
typed
Lord
in this
Buddha
translation.
specifically said this. Lord Buddha
Yes.
specifically said this for the five skandha. Five parts of this
I'll try
thing.
to find it through maybe in an Andolanatmaka, R.N. Vanse might have explained it. I'll try to find it for tomorrow.
Yeah, because it goes from Rupa. Rupa is actually the body. They put body as Rupa, but Rupa can be anything. Rupa can be even light. Rupa means the form, but Rupa can be anything. Vedana is feeling. Feeling, again, these four things come. And Rupa, Vedana, Sanyas, perception, again, these four things come. And Sankara is the formations. For what formation?
Volitional formation.
Volition. I'm never able to do that. Volitional formation, that also has the four aspects of it. And the consciousness.
Consciousness, yeah.
That also has these four aspects. So we kind of get trapped in all these levels. All these 20 levels should be gone if you have lost the self view. That means you don't think that it's thinking, though. You don't think that there is a self in the Rupa. Rupa can be body, but Rupa is actually the form. You don't think that there is a self in the Vedana, that means sensation. You don't think that there is a self in a perception. You don't think there's a self in the volitional formation. No one did this volitional formation. And you don't think there is a self in the consciousness. That this is Lord Buddha's Dharma. It's specifically written somewhere in Sutta, so I don't know where. But definitely I have heard it before even R.N. Hanse has started. I have heard about it. So it's a beautiful Dhamma, try and understand that how the sensation, because sensation means the feel. Because Vedana Sanya, the feel and sensation and the perception, they come together. They come together with the speed, then the consciousness. I'm talking about the main sensory organs here. Because mind is different. Mind, there's all the five sensory organ vibrations come together. It's a new vibration. It again acts as another organ, yes. Same thing though, because because of that speed, this mind, if you stand in the living room, you feel like you're seeing everything around you. That's because it's so, you can drive and you can listen to a song and you can drink water as well. So these perceptions happen so fast in the mind sense. That's why you feel like you are one single line. Because perceptions change so fast, you feel like you are the same. That's why you feel like you that's what the problem with the death also. You feel scared to die. Because you feel this line is a permanent thing. Because that is due to the speed of the sensory actual mind. Stimuli happens, but because it never actually came to the where part, never done that. So always there's someone is feel like that, as someone from the year 5, year 10, year 12, year uni or whatever, the marriage and now nursing home. Here specifically nursing home. Anything else? I think Champa said description must be from somewhere else. We'll try to find
Doctor,
another
I
one.
found another one. Don't know whether this is correct. රූපය ආත්මය ලෙස දැකීම. ආත්මය රූපය ආත්මය තුල ඇත ලෙස දැකීම. ආත්මය තුල රූපය ඇත දැකීම.
That's in Sinhala, no?
Yes. English,
Yeah.
you have to translate it and take. රූපය තුල ආත්මය ඇත දැකීම. Don't know whether it is correct.
Yeah, no, I think that is the one we are talking about.
Oh, then
So even the sensation,
summary.
it is the same.
Summary
Perception
says
also, it is the same.
රූපය ආකාර 4යි, වේදනාව 4යි, සංඥාව 4යි, සංකාර 4යි, විඥාන 4යි. Like that.
Yeah, that's the Lord Buddha's explanation. For that to happen, to understand all these levels, it has to feel all these levels. 3 worlds. 3 worlds are all these levels. Because the consciousness and the volitional formation is in the kind of in the end.
Those two are form and formless, isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah. Form is actually in the perception level, the Vedana Sanya.
Sanya. Perception.
Vedana Sanya, Aranansi takes them together, Vedana Sanya. Because there's never, he said, you can't really differentiate them like that. So the form, Vedana Sanya, is a sensation and the perception. And the volitional formation and the consciousness is actually kind of in the field side. So the mental consciousness is a bit tricky, yes, but that is because it is very fast. That's why this mental, the form world is like a static thing, and difficult to pierce. Sensual world is not that bad, but still can be bad for a long time. Even Aranasi did these meditations for like 1 year. But he's the beginner, he's the first one to actually try this. So with his guidance, we can be faster because he's guiding actually. He knows, he guides, he knows what is going to happen. He tells. So even the small little other meditative states are, that is not the thing. But the problem is if you start liking a meditative state, that spoils the soul. If you start liking a meditative state, that means that is what is happening to the actual people who start meditating without knowing this Dhamma. They get addicted to the meditative state. They have to go to the places. They don't like people. They stay away from people and start meditating all the time. That's a different world.
I think it's not yesterday, day before, Ranhansi was saying about how maybe the previous day, 5 o'clock, isn't it? Where he said that it's becoming more and more so difficult to detect the excitation of the senses, because ultimately one has to transcend all, because he said not only the mind sensor but the other sensors as well. So that below 100-watt business, that one becomes really refined as to where the self-perception is kind of languishing almost behind the curtain, under the carpet type of thing. That's just a metaphor, but the slightest places that one can't even notice that it is still there, but and it is something that either one is not catching it, or it's being skipped.
Yeah, that's the thing. So vigilance, you can't drop the vigilance even. But it can't be a over thing either.
Because they are all not going to be coming like in a row, no, standing in front of you for you to notice, yes, that is that, this is this, okay.
Yeah.
You can go on for weeks and then might not notice anything, but then after some time a pattern gets discerned, isn't it? That point there seems to be, it's not something one can notice immediately or through just a few instances of it happening. When the other bigger defilements fade, the example we talk about, when somebody has said, I don't know whether it was a Zen example, maybe it's a Zen example, where if you try to sweep a garden, you're not going to take the eco broom to the garden immediately, isn't it? Because first you'll take out the twigs, you'll pick the twigs out, and then you'll take the bigger whatever's out, and then gradually, only when it's those light leaves which are able to be swept from the eco broom, it is only at that time that the eco broom is used. So that's a very slightly simple example, but I remember my father long years ago when he had cataract surgery. When he came home, he was looking around and said, oh my goodness, there's a lot of dust everywhere. That was one of the first things he said, that he noticed a lot of dust. I mean, dust in the sense, I think for him, he felt that things that he had not seen before, he was seeing clearly, which is why he made that comment. But it's something like that, isn't it?
It's a metaphor, yes. It's a beautiful metaphor.
Yeah, the more the eye of the Dhamma, or the wisdom, is arising, the defilements, and even not just defilements, the perception, where, as Saranwata says, wherever the self-perception is languishing, also is noticed. But it is very difficult, and it doesn't happen.
The importance is he's highlighting is the light, and because the light, even if the light perception as a perception, if it is there, not the feel, As if it is a perception is there, still the self-perception is there. So, but the thing is, these all listeners have come to at least that level. It is so good because no one, usually they all talked about the son, daughter, house, or, husband, something like that. Now all the mothers will talk about things. But now, Aranwanse has taken them so far with so much kindness. Now he is able to talk about that. He is the light now. Isn't that beautiful? Because
Yeah, I think
before, if Aranwanse talks about the light, they will be scratching their heads because they can't really appreciate that. But now, because this power of the stimuli is not there, actually they can appreciate that. Yeah, my goodness, yeah, there is something like that too, like the father seeing the dust, So the
and
levels that you
yesterday,
haven't seen before.
yeah, and that yesterday another lady was talking about was it the gas cooker? He said how the gas is in the pipeline, and she said only when the switch is turned on or something. I don't know if it was the stove or the current or something. She said only when the switch is turned on. I think she was referring to the current and then actually switching it on, meaning the Atmiya thing, the perception self vibration. But the current is I think what she must have meant there was the zygote level vibration, which is still there, but it manifests itself if it is taken to be real and through ignorance, isn't it? Self-view. If the self-view is not there, there won't be a switch turning on. Switch turning on is almost like the self-view through ignorance. Otherwise, the current can be what Dr. Sakuntala asked you
No,
about.
actually, the current will be not there. Switching on will be there. And we can say that also, It's funny in that way. Because
yeah, it can be taken in different ways. I mean, the current in the sense of what Dr. Sakuntala said, not the current in the way Aaron Mahansa says. Maybe the thing that makes the carrot look like a carrot cannot be helped, no, because that's the mind sense interpretation automatically happens. We don't see the light separately and the carrot separately.
No, we don't. It's only through the wisdom. Yeah.
But as Aaron Mahansa said about the zygote level power, that's in the normal sense that we have discussed in Zooms, that's the current, isn't it, Dr. Gokula?
That's the current, yeah. That's the electricity, the potential.
The potential, yeah.
Yeah, the potential is there. But actually that baby doesn't have the self-perception but if the baby dies, definitely there's going to be even though there's no self-perception or the self view there, still that particular level, whatever level, doesn't matter, whatever the level is going to synchronize to somewhere.
Yeah, that's because the flame has not been completely extinguished.
Yeah, potential is there. Potential can be only dealt with actually like someone who has fully got the self-view. Actually, the mind has fully formed. And then then you have to reverse and see.
It's like the embers under the ashes, no? Under the ash.
Embers under the ashes, yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, in the other way around, when we talk about this in the other way around, every sensory organ will be working without the power.
Minus the power, yeah.
It is as a residual thing, isn't it? Like the car, the it is going without extra power. Yeah, there's so many different metaphors we can use, but anyway, the actual meaning is this additional power here, and the residual power all will be gone.
It's like, you know how sometimes you hear these young boys who just got a sports car or something revving the engine and going unnecessarily. It's like
Yeah.
that. Or they've got a new motorbike and they take the silencer off and then they rip through a neighborhood with a big blaring sound because that's what they like. That's the adrenaline rush, isn't it? That's the self-perception, self-view.
Yeah, we can put so many metaphors there. Finally, what happens is actually this gets really slowly, this power slowly dies down.
Yeah.
And the beautiful aspect, we have to talk about that beautiful aspect too, because otherwise it is not fully full. You know, the story is not full because and a person who has lost this self power is a person who is like fully happy, eternal happiness and tranquility and zero suffering. So that should be actually mentioned because it's really, you can feel it in temporarily also, but becoming that can be a challenge. It doesn't necessarily matter, you know, you can't do anything by force anyway. What we can do is listen to Dhamma, listen to the truth, have a discussion like this, and also listen. What are the 5 things? Listen, think, listen, discussion, Buddothpada, and what's the other?
Association of a noble teacher.
Oh my God, yeah, that's so important. Yeah, that's the most important thing, I would say. Otherwise, how do we synchronize to that? Synchronization to this non-vibration is actually an art, I think. It's an art. That's the thing. Catching this art is only through the noble friend. If noble friend if he doesn't give cues or, you know, tips, it's very difficult. That's Lord Buddha took 6 years to suffering. He actually tried so hard, you know.
And actually, you know, though we say sometimes that moment Aryan Mahansa says something, everybody following day says, yes, I felt it. It's not entirely because of that. It is not, because sometimes it is actually felt. But because you haven't had that experience, the system is unfamiliar with it. It doesn't know that that is correct. Therefore, it's almost either not acknowledged even through wisdom, or it's suppressed. One of the two, or it is not recognized. But the moment the spiritual
Or you
teacher
can go
says,
sideways because they are very unique to the systems, you know.
yeah,
Any of these meditative states can appear at any time. They are very common. They are very easy to synchronize at any time.
Yeah.
You know, we never know what we are synchronizing to. But the synchronizing to non-vibration is the rarest ever that Lord Buddha has given so many examples for that. Finding a needle in the sand.
Sand, yeah. And yesterday or day before, yesterday I think, or maybe today, I can't remember, some mother said, Aryan Mahansa, my goodness, I can now understand what Lord Buddha meant by the um, horsehair being split into 100.
Yeah.
Then, I mean, I was doing something, but a smile came to my face. And then you realize, no wonder Lord Buddha's, the Samadhi Buddha statue. It has always intrigued me, the Samadhi Buddha statue in Anuradhapura, and that's half smile. So, that is the attitude, isn't it? Even Aryan Mahatsa says, Madasinawa Pahala Karana, meaning that half smile is a smile of full realization, full awakening, isn't it? Because every living being is shrouded in ignorance. And with that great compassion also comes that little half smile. It's really beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. And I can actually feel that in Aranhansi. I mean, for a long time, as little children, we come to this room and say, Aranhansi, I felt this, Aranhansi, I knew this, I can now understand this, how kindly he listened, and he didn't discourage, he didn't even encourage, he was like kind of mid, so real, unreal, actually, unreal. And it's beautiful, how his feel, he's guiding everyone with his feel. It's so beautiful. It's because you can't really break someone's heart and give this dharma either. So he's kind of trying to get the correct angle and try to give it, and it works. It definitely works.
Mm.
Yeah. And so I have so much gratitude for him. His guidance, like a father carrying little children over like a flood, slowly keeping where there's safety areas, and sometimes maybe shouting, sometimes maybe very kind. Still, whatever, the good thing is the not giving up, because it's easy to give up, easy to give up.
I think it's the vision itself, because he can foresee through the non-vibration that he has the patience and the wherewithal to, because it's not one person he's taking on the journey, isn't it? He's changing the entire system. And because of that, with patience and tolerance, he won't, just because sometimes there might be occasions where a person who is Uggatitanna will ask a question which is far surpassing the realization or stage of everyone else. I mean, there are Abhinya talks, true, but as a whole, he wants everybody to go along on the same journey, isn't it? And that's how it has come to this point after 5 years. When you listen to the Zoom now, you can see how the plan is unfolding, isn't it?
Yeah, and the ability to talk even about the experience of death and all that without any hesitation, because you can't really tell these things to a beginner. They can get scared. He actually told them in the beginning, because he was giving a sermon. He wasn't talking to anyone. So,
yeah, at that time, the old talks, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, because we started from that time. So we actually listened to every kind of sermon. I don't think I have missed any, but I can't remember now. But at the same time, it has molded us, Definitely. It's we invite everyone actually to come for these discussions, and I think we have run out of the time also. We worship Aranohanse for his noble guidance, and Thank you, Aryan Hans. Thank you, all the Dharma friends, for coming and discussing the Dharma points.
Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Hansi, Teruvan Saranai, Doctor, Teruvan Saranai, Surangika, and all Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai.
May Triple Gem bless you all.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. So let us continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. For those of you who are tuned in, you're listening to Buddothpada, a 24-hour English Zoom channel. And through this Zoom channel, we are trying to share with you the core teachings of Lord Buddha as revealed more than 2,500 years ago. This is the same pure truth that is imparted by and shared with the world by Buddothpada Mahansa, the noble spiritual teacher, which he has done over the last 5 to 6 years, having realized the Dhamma more than about 10 years ago. So it is this Dhamma that is mostly delivered in the Sinhalese language, which is the native language in Sri Lanka, but has been also translated to several books, several English books, which are available in a couple of Buddothpada websites. To name one particular website where you can find English publications, that is the buddothpada-dhamma.com. That website, if you scroll further down, you can find a section which is the English book section. I think that has about 10 to 12 English translations, which are really good and consists of, some of them, a series of talks translated to English, and the others are conversations, basically in a question and answer format. Where certain people have come on to the Zoom discussion and have posed various questions to Aryan Mahansa, our noble teacher. And then he has explained the Dhamma, or the pure truth, to those people, but taking very practical examples. I mean, that is the really also good thing about this Dhamma teachings, which is very unique to this Buddothpada and Mahansa's teachings. Because if you think about the usual teachings, Buddhist teachings that are out there, there are mainly kind of twofold focuses in this. One is the fact that there's a lot of concentration on the Tripitaka, or the Buddhist scriptures in the Pali canon, and if it is in other parts of the world, so in Sri Lanka, in the scriptures in the Pali canon, they're interpreted in Sinhalese as well. And then in other countries also you'll find the scriptures, and then they are translated into English, and there is a very zealous, if I can say that, a zealous following of the Pali canon and the scriptures. There is nothing wrong with that, but it is on the interpretation of the Pali canon, the sutras, that one has that the teachings have kind of got into a bit of difficulty due to interpretation of what actually the Pali scriptures actually meant. And that is where the Buddothpada spiritual teacher has shed such practical light and wisdom into those teachings, because he has always said in these Zoom discussions that there is nothing wrong with the scriptures. There's nothing wrong with the sutras as delivered by the Buddha, which has been captured over generations by other arahats, and then captured in the Pali side of things. But it is the meaning that has been given to those words in the interpretation of it that has kind of been then taken to have different meanings. And the taking to have different meanings is also due to the way it has been translated, initially to Sinhalese and then to other languages as well, because the translation took place by a particular person who had a Hindu Vedic background. And with that, unfortunately, there has been an influence of that way of thinking and that kind of philosophy into the Buddhist philosophy and the Buddhist way of teaching. So because of that, there is a sometimes unnecessary focus on concentration meditation, which is happening all over the world, whereas the actual teachings of the Buddha is focused on the practical aspect of how one can actually see how this mind works and how these senses work. And then through the understanding of the senses, from which the Buddha says that this world gets manifested, the world gets created. And then understanding that will also make one understand what the mind consciousness is and how the mind works. And through these basic and core understandings and putting into practice, there is the realization that this is actually a no self dhamma, meaning that there is actually a no sense of I or a self that is created or that exists. And that wrong self view is the thing that has sustained or maintained this self vibration, which is the cause of every living being continuously having this sense of existence and having what you'd call a samsaric cycle of birth and death. So that is the core thing, in the sense that the practical application of it, whatever that is in the sutras, cannot be actually understood, cannot actually be realized if that is not put into practice. And to put it into practice is what in our day-to-day lives, isn't it? So to put something into practice in our day-to-day lives, what is it that we are, what's it that happens in our day-to-day lives? So the usual thing for all human beings in society is that we have taken a world to be real, isn't it? We think we are living in a world that exists around us, and that we are very much part of this world. So the Buddha actually realized that this world, as we call it, is only something that gets manifested to the senses, to these sense faculties. So for a human being, there are 5 sensory organs, and to those sensory organs, there is a manifestation of different sensory perceptions. The fundamental reason for that is vibration. So the vibration occurring in the eye, there is a manifestation of light. The vibration occurring in the ear gives a manifestation of sound. The vibration happening in the nose gives the manifestation of smell. For the tongue sensor, there is taste. And for the body sensor, there is heat, cold, and the feeling of solidity. So these occur due to vibration and the speed of vibration. But what is vibration? Vibration is the coming together or the friction of 2 opposing forces. So the 2 opposing forces coming together makes a vibration. And that vibration actually has a power, underlying power in it. But what happens with these sensory organs, due to the sensory organs or sensory faculties, the vibration happening at speed gives a gives a wrong notion, a manifestation that light occurs. But the light is occurring, the manifestation occurs by the synchronization of the vibration occurring in the eye with other millions and billions of vibrations out there. If they synchronize, then there is a manifestation of light. That is also only because of the eye faculty being the way it is. If one is blind, then there is no vibration. And if there's no vibration, the synchronization does not happen. So as a result, you can see that whatever it is happening because the eye faculty is there in the first place, isn't it? And if the vibration doesn't happen, then there is no light. And the vibration has to also happen at speed. If the vibration doesn't happen at speed, then one wouldn't have a sense of light being manifested at all. If I take an example of a water fountain, so I'm sure if you have gone to a park or elsewhere, you have seen water sprouting from a pool of water where they make it, and then with the speed of the water spouting out up in the air, one can actually create different patterns through the way the water is sent through at high speed through a narrow little spout. And that can easily, one sees it as like when the water is spouting out of it, it looks like a flower, isn't it? Like a water flower high up in the sky, getting pushed out from this little spout, but at speed. And because it is happening at speed, it's spurting up out into the air, and it is falling over in the form of in the shape of a flower. Now, I'm sure you have seen plenty of times, and so can you see that it is only happening because the water is spouting out at speed? Supposing somebody turned the tap off or turned the pressure off, that little water spout in the fountain, would it actually spout out in the shape of a flower or in the shape of some kind of, in a different shape? No, isn't it? So in that same manner, it is speed actually that gives the manifestation of light. And in the same vein, in the eardrum also, the vibration occurring at speed is the only thing that then results in the synchronization with other similar vibrations out there. So not all vibrations, but only the same vibration or similar vibrations get resonated. And if that happens, then there is sound discerned in the ear, which is why the human, can't hear every sound. Yeah, only sensitive to certain ranges of sound, like 20 to 20,000 hertz. But there are animals who are very, very sensitive to different types of sound, which are beyond that range. Some can be really fine sounds that can't be discerned to the human ear. I mean, you can, even your pet dog who's lying near your feet at night might prick up his ears for a sound that you didn't catch. But because from the way it pricks up its ears, one knows that there is something that the dog felt or heard, which is not necessarily discerning to the human ears. So in that manner, there are so many instances where other creatures can hear wailing sounds that the humans can't hear. It's the same thing with light and with light as well, and the other sense of faculties. Different animals have different sense of faculties, and whatever that gets discerned to those can be quite different from a human being. It all depends on the vibration occurring in those sense of faculties and what that manifests. So, for example, a bee can actually see things in an octagon shape. So now we don't see things in an octagon shape. So, from that also you can see that it all, I think they say in English, this is of course a very basic example, but they say beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Now that has got probably nothing to do with Buddhism, but in the eye of the beholder, the beauty is actually ignorance, because whatever that gets discerned to the ear faculty, the eye faculty, the tongue, the body, and the nose is all getting manifested here internally. And then what happens? So these basic sensations of light, touch, sound, taste, and smell does not have a shape, does not have a name. And yet, the coming together of these, this is what Buddha found, these are then combined to form the mind consciousness. So each of these sensations occurring in the sense faculties, each of these manifestations occurring in the sense faculties gives rise to a sensation. So when you think about the five aggregates is comprised of vibration, rupa, sensation or feeling, which is vedana. And what that means is whatever that gets vibrated, there is a feeling that gets generated from that, sensation that gets generated from that. So that's the second one. And then the third one is sankhara or perception. So whatever the sensation that occurs through the manifestation has some kind of sign attached to it, a representation. So the sign that we give to something that is reverberating in the eardrum can be, for example, that is what we call sound in the basic level. But if we progress later with the mind interpretation coming in, then we will probably call it the doorbell or the honking of a horn and so on. So at that basic stage, there is a representation of the sensation, which is sound if it is coming from the ear. It's light coming from the eye and so on. And then we have because of the speed of the vibration, this is happening at speed. So it is not one sensation coming and then you wait 5 minutes and another sensation coming. And you wait 5 minutes and another vibration comes, and then from that the sensation comes, right? This is happening at absolutely such a speed that then what happens? One gets the notion, one gets deceived that there is a permanent feeling arising out of whatever the faculty. So if you take light, that is the most common example where one gets so completely deceived, because you open your eyes and right through the day you have this perception. You have a perception that there is light, isn't it? That there is daylight, that there is sunlight. Or that if it is cloudy, you will say that today is a cloudy day and today is overcast. Or it's going to rain. How do you come to that conclusion? Because the usual amount of daylight is already a perception for you, isn't it? So a moment that starts dimming and that starts reducing, then you have another perception based on the reduced light perception. Reduced light, you have another perception that this is a cloudy day. This is a day where the sky is overcast, and so on. So these are the perceptions that occur from those basic perceptions. But then, as I said a few minutes ago, it is only a perception at the basic level that had no form or shape or name or label given to it, no interpretation. But then what happens with the mind consciousness? We come to that. The fourth one in the five aggregates is the volitional formation. So the continuous speed of vibration of this occurring over and over again at the eye faculty, at the ear faculty, at the tongue, the nose, and the body sensor then gives rise to this permanent notion of some sensation, whether it's light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, occurring in these faculties. But then the final one is consciousness. So what happens with the consciousness? The basic 5 perceptions are then interpreted by the mind sensor. Now, there is no such thing called the mind sensor, but with the continuous vibration and the continuous sensation as a result of that vibration, there is a feeling. There is a feeling, a distinct feeling that arises, that this sensation and the representation of it, whether it is the light, whether it is the sound, whether it is the touch, the taste, the smell, is there. So consciousness is different to perception in that sense. It is perception that finally becomes consciousness, but consciousness gives that distinct feeling that it is there, the feeling that it exists. So with this feeling, so what is this feeling? Now the sound has been given a name, a label, isn't it? The sound, which didn't have a shape or a pattern, is now the honking of a horn. It's now the crying of a baby. It's now the clanging of a doorbell. It's now the sound of a train going by. It's now the shrieking of a monkey. This is all this, or a growling of a dog. This is how did these sounds come? How did these sounds get these shapes and patterns and names and labels, right? Ultimately, everything was a vibration in the ear. But with the vibration happening at speed and the frequency at which it happens, the vibration, the frequency at which it happens, the various shapes and frequencies have been given names to distinguish one from the other, but this is done purely through ignorance. There is a learned understanding that the names and labels are taught at some point, isn't it? And it is only through thought, thinking, that these basic perceptions then turn into the doorbell ringing, the dog barking, the vehicle going past the house, the lawnmower being used next door, the kettle boiling, or the tap water flowing, or the shower being on, or the TV is on. All these things, or the music is coming from the radio. These are how did one actually get these notions that there is a radio turned on, or the music is too loud, or that there is a dog barking. All these terms and concepts have been taught at some point during, if you keep going back and thinking at what point these actually became real, isn't it? And that is mostly during childhood, during the kindergarten days, where the child is taught everything, starting from the alphabet. Everything is taught by showing names and forms and labels with sound attached to it. And then the child learns all this, whether it is the tree, the apple, the sky, the rainbow, various things, whether it is fruit, whether it is oranges, whether it is, I don't know, whatever it is, bananas, all these things are taught. So finally, if you just take a banana as an example, all that would have been shown is an image. And then a sound is associated with it. The image is presented as being yellow and all that. And the sound is presented to it, and then it is called a banana. But then you can also get the child to touch the banana. and maybe eat the banana. And then for the first time, the child will then have a touch sensation, and then with the sound associated with it, the child takes on the perception that, oh, a banana is elongated in shape, it is slightly curvy, it's yellow in color, it's green when it's raw, it turns yellow gradually when it gets ripe. You can eat a banana, bananas are good for you. Then I can have a snack, a banana as a snack. So then once the child eats it, there are more perceptions that are taken in, isn't it? Again, when the banana is eaten, all that is felt is a touch sensation, a feeling of solidity, isn't it, in the mouth. When you bite into the banana, what is felt is only solidity. And then what happens? And then there is a taste, the sensation that also arises because of the sensor in the tongue. And that also, remember, always everything is happening because of the speed of vibration. If there was no speed in the tongue, in the vibration occurring in the tongue, the manifestation of taste would not be there. So even the manifestation of taste occurs only due to the vibration speed. And for example, if one is say one is having to extract a tooth or something, and one is put under local anesthesia, you probably won't feel anything in the mouth. Isn't it? And I'm sure all of you would have experienced this kind of thing before, particularly if you have to go for a dental appointment for a tooth extraction, then there is sometimes local anesthesia given, and then for even after the tooth is extracted for an hour or two, you might not have the sensations in the mouth, which is then gradually coming back. So until then, there is no feeling of whether, if you put anything even in the mouth, there is no feeling of anything. But so in that same manner, this banana is only a sense of solidity that is given to the mouth. When the taste, there is a taste. Taste is also a manifestation. But what happens? Even that is learned, the texture of the banana, how it tastes, slightly too sweet. All this is given as perceptions to the child. And then gradually, with all these perceptions coming together, not only the taste, but the color being yellow, the solidity of the skin, the smoothness of the skin of the banana, that the fact that it is yellow in color, all these things are taken in, and together all of these then combine to form what we call the banana. Now, so banana, is there a banana actually outside? Where is the banana? The banana comprised of a light perception, a sound perception, a touch perception, a smell perception, because the banana emanates a very strong smell. Not a bad smell, but a strong smell. You know when there are bananas in the room, right? Because when you have ripe bananas, you easily get the smell of ripe bananas. So you get the taste, the sensation of smell, and then the sensation of taste if you eat it. But once you have eaten it, and you know the taste of the banana, say for example 1 month later, somebody says bananas, you'll know, right? You'll know what it is immediately. The entire perception that arises in the mind consciousness, the thought, in other words, the thought of the banana, when somebody actually says the word banana, it's only a sound. You haven't seen a banana, there is no banana around you either, wherever you are seated. But moment someone says banana, immediately the picture of a banana comes to mind, the texture of the banana in your fingers will come to mind, as if the fingers are touching a banana. The fact that it is yellow in color comes to mind. The fact that it tastes in such a way. This is the texture of the banana comes to mind. All this comes to mind, isn't it? So aren't these all those basic perceptions that were discerned through the vibration happening at speed? But how did these perceptions then turn into a thought, which is a banana? So did that banana actually then exist outside? No. The perceptions also were just manifestations here happening internally. It's not happening anywhere else. So here is where that whole ignorance piece lies. As the Buddha said, unfortunately, the way the system occurs, because this is understood as only an occurrence of a process, but we are trying what was taught by the Buddha and what he realized, which he imparted to the world, was that this mistaken sense of self is the thing that propagates through this samsaric cycle. The mistaken sense of self or self-view is the thing that actually causes this suffering. And so if just like the banana became real, then the banana was taken in as a perception. So now the banana comes not just as a light, not just as a sound, but the entire picture and the experience of the banana has come in this one moment, isn't it? And so in this one moment's thought, that banana was real. But consider for a moment, if one actually only heard the sound of a banana and this entire picture, not only the sound, the light, the color of the banana, immediately comes. So you can actually see yellow in the mind, right? You can feel the texture, the taste of the banana, and so on. But if all this arose in a thought, all that is coming together now is just a perception, isn't it? Which is why the Aryan Mahansa, our noble teacher, has explained this so well and broken this down in a manner that nobody has broken it down before. And that is why the Buddha's teachings are called the never heard before Dhamma. Because it was literally not heard before, because it was literally not found before, as no one had realized it. This is the quest of all Buddhas. It is something that is found or realized, and it is something that has not been there before. So this is the cause and effect Dhamma, the dependent origination, how it comes about. If a condition is there, then the effect of it also happens. If the cause is not there, then the effect is not there. If this is there, then that is there. So the cause will be vibration, the result would be the perceptions occurring in the sense faculties. And if the perceptions occurring in the sense faculties, the basic perception, if that is the cause, then the effect is the thought. All that put together and interpreted by the thought called the mother, the thought called the tree, the thought called the banana, the thought called the orange. That is the thought, the consciousness, the coming together, the combining of all these various perceptions to form what we call a thought. So then can you see that everything that we have called or known to be this world, starting from our childhood days, starting from our immediate family, our beloved parents, siblings, relatives and friends and so on, these are all, each of these things have been thought concepts, isn't it? All forming through perceptions, and those perceptions, whether it is in images, touch, taste, and smell, and so on, have been brought together, consolidated, and named and labeled as mother, named and labeled as father, named and labeled as tree, orange, pineapple, mango, fruit, drink, water bottle, school bag, friends, right? Can you see how the world is slowly forming around the child? This world was non-existent for the baby in the cot. Why do we say that? Because the baby in the cot has no notion of a tree, has no notion of a banana. It may be given a banana at some stage, maybe in the second year or third year or something, crushed and mashed, and the banana will be fed to the baby. But does the baby know it's a banana? No, they don't. There are basic sensations that the baby is aware of, but there is no recognition of it to be something else. Unfortunately, as the Buddha explained, it is this mind interpretation of something when there was nothing, and taking that to be real, because that is what happens invariably when these basic perceptions, which are also by their very nature just only manifestations, when they are taken by the mind consciousness to be true, that becomes something. And that becomes something because it automatically happens because of that vibration carrying an underlying power. So we talked about the friction of two opposing forces causing a vibration, and the vibration actually having a power. But so imagine this vibration is not happening randomly, right? This vibration is actually happening at speed, happening at such a fast speed that one gets the impression that the sensation of light exists, the sensation of sound exists, the sensation of taste exists when you are eating something. But then what happens? Even when you remember it, you're getting the sensation of taste. Now, how weird is that? Can you deny it? No, you can't. Something that generally all human beings, unless there's something wrong with their tongue, or as we said before, given local anesthesia for some temporary thing, they would feel, isn't it? If you have had something, some type of food before, you have identified it. You know the taste, you know the texture of the food, whether it is sweet, whether it is sour, whether it is bitter, and so on. You will know that. You will know what it is, you have labeled it, you have given an importance to it. The moment it is labeled and named, there is a shape to it, a color to it, a taste to it, a touch to it, a smell to it, depending on what are the key features of that object. Then all those perceptions in the basic level come alive. And they all form a perception, and it is that perception that we generally call as an old perception synchronizing to a new perception. It's not really an old perception, but these are perceptions made up of vibrations, made up due to the speed of vibrations. But isn't that all it is? Coming together due to the speed of vibration. But because every vibration has an underlying power, which is originating right from the zygote level in the mother's womb. At that point itself, there is the vibration, and it is that vibration that then expands over time when the child is born and then the child grows up. So when the child is born, initially it is still a radiant mind, because why we say radiant mind is that the sensations are there in its basic form. There is no interpretation, there is no recognition, because the mind faculty has still not developed. It is later on when the child grows and the sense of faculties start to mature probably at the age of 2, 3, 4 years of age. And then particularly when the child attends kindergarten, that the actual serious learning happens. And then these perceptions are then coined together, labeled to form various names, which are then through sound associated with each of these shapes and tastes and sound, smell and touch and all that, are then given names. And then this is reinforced and reinforced. Now, if we take an example even about heat, you know that, for example, we won't be poking a finger inside a plug hole, right? Because we know that you're going to get electrocuted. But there's a baby who is, toddling around. They have a tendency of poking their fingers inside plug points, which is why, there's a particular protector that you put to cover off plug points when you have a toddler in the house. So they don't know that there is electricity there. They don't know that they'll get burnt or electrocuted. Why? Because they have not got a perception like that. They haven't been taught that. It comes down simply to that. It has not been taught. So these thoughts that we have, the world actually that we think is surrounding us is actually consisting of perceptions, nothing else. So if every object that we think we know, every person that we think we associate are only thoughts, do you think that there is a person that exists? Because if it was the light and sound that made a banana, if it was the light and sound that made a rainbow, and if it was not just the light and sound for the banana, the light and sound and the texture and the taste and the touch and everything forming the banana, which part of that was actually something outside, or was it something internalized? It was something internal, isn't it? So it's the ignorance that the Buddha found out is also the primary cause of this whole world being taken to be true. It is this wrong understanding of, or actually not understanding how this mind process works, is the reason where there is a betrayal to the senses. Is there actually a person here? No, there isn't. But what happens when the world with these worldly objects start to become real, start to become distinct, one different from the other to the other to the other? Each one is kind of then considered to be unique. That is the perception, nothing else. And then this little world of the child becomes bigger and bigger, more expanded. When the child is 2, 3 years, there are things that are important to the child, like toys and that type of thing. The child becomes older, then there'll be books and football and various things. When the child becomes a teenager, then there is other sports, isn't it? Other sports, other interests, hobbies, things like that, and maybe, girlfriend, boyfriend kind of things, infatuations, various things like that, following pop music. These are the things that are, and then getting onto Facebook or whatever the things nowadays teenagers go to. I haven't much of an idea, but all the little social media devices that I know, I think that these children don't use anymore. Their own types of social media things that they use. But whatever those things are, those the things that have become real for them. So that is their world, isn't it? So then what happens when you progress from a teenager to a young person? Then there'll be higher education, tertiary education. You got out of school, you graduated, then you're turning your mind to a career, or you want to take a gap year before you go to university. You want to travel the world. Then suddenly, traveling the world, destinations, tourism, attractions, maybe taking a Euro train across Europe, going to Japan. These are the key highlights. Having a job to get some pocket money. This is what the world is made up of, and in that age. So then what happens? Then life becomes a little serious. Then you can't be going around the world all the time. Somebody will tell you to get serious and then start earning, because you have to be independent. And then things become serious. There's more education. You get a job. Then there's promotions. There's careers to be looked after, to be taken care of. And then you have various interests at work, colleagues, social circle, whatever. Again, the world changes. Right? The things that one thought was really important when one was a teenager, when one was 12 years of age, when one was 7, 8 years of age, and when one was 5, 6 years of age. Has it been the same world that is now being faced at the age of 25, 30 years of age? No. It's very, very different. And then what happens? Again, as you grow older, 30s, 40s, you get married, children, wife, home, mortgage, promotion, holding down the job, kids, young kids, tired, sleepless nights, bringing up children, taking them for football, practices, swimming, early morning, whatever it is. That is the world then. But can you see, all this is like being caught up in a world which is full of objects that you think are there, persons that you think are there, people and notions and concepts and labels of things. You don't call them labels, you don't call them concepts. These have all become very, very real for you. But another reality check. If these are objects and persons, and this is the thing that constitutes the world, how did we know that it is an object called a job? How did we know that it is an object called getting a book, or passing an exam, or getting married, having a girlfriend, going on a trip, doing overseas experience? How did these things happen? All of them were perceptions, weren't they? So if they were perceptions, then every person, every object is only a perception then. What is it? That's just a thought. And so here again, how is this happening? Because it is through ignorance, not understanding how this whole sense of existence, sense of being alive has happened. But and this is where the Buddha keeps on shining the light on how these sense of faculties create a world that is non-existent. Yes, non-existent. It is creating a world out of a single vibration. Nothing else. It is that single vibration manifesting in different ways just because there are 5 sense of faculties. Because the sense of faculties are different, that single vibration gets manifested in different ways. In the form of light, in the form of sound, in the form of taste, touch, and smell. That is all. Nothing else. Cause, vibration. Result, light. Cause, vibration. Result, sound. Cause, vibration. Result, smell, touch. Hot or cold. Solidity, liquidity. That is it. It's a perception. But then all that coming together has made has made mother to be true, has made the father figure to be true, has made the tree, the school bag, the teacher, the school friends, the classroom, the lessons, the siblings, the family, the relatives, the trips, all this to be real, isn't it? But then if these are real and the world is there, then who is the person who is experiencing it? That again is an invariable extension of this unknowing, of this ignorance, of considering a world to be existing. With these objects being considered to be true, that automatically happens. An existent field is there. And just like the light perception, the sound perception carries that underlying power, the thought that is arising out of it through a consolidation then carries a power, isn't it? And it is the value that is given to these thoughts that has this propelling notion. And from that comes a sense of being alive, which is the alive field we call, and that is the self-vibration. That is that self-vibration, which is the underlying current that is there, which gives the feeling that one is alive. But in this beautiful, pure truth that was imparted by Lord Buddha so many 1,000 years ago, and which has been revealed beautifully by Buddothpada and Mahansa in these Dhamma teachings. If one understands, if there is an understanding that this whole thing is happening only due to a vibration, and it is that underlying current, the power that is in the vibration that gets carried through to the sensory perceptions, then gets carried through to the thoughts, and it is these thoughts that actually make up a world which is projected outside, and then that gives the existent feel and a alive feel of there being a person here, an I, a self, and an identity. That is the way, that is the whole mechanism of how this whole mind process works. And when this is well understood from beginning to end, and end to beginning, the dependent origination, how one causes the effect of another, and another and another. The one vibration keeps on changing and evolving to form another vibration called the thought, and that evolves to form another vibration called another thought, and so on, and so it goes on. With the sensory perceptions combining and evolving to form thought after thought after thought. But what is discerned in this moment? Only one thought. And because this is happening at speed, one continuously thinks that there is a mind here, there is a body here. And that this feeling of existence gives that notion that there is an I here experiencing this world, seeing the world. And who is this I? The I, it's wrong. The wrong interpretation is that this body is I, this mind is I. But is there actually anything called the mind? The mind is a series of thoughts that are occurring due to the speed of vibration. But what is discerned in this moment is only a thought. How this thought is then taken to be as if there is a permanent mind is another subject altogether, again, that has to be explained in great detail. But these talks that are delivered every 1 hour, I think, explains different facets of the mind, different facets of the sense faculties, different facets of the way the realization occurs, and the practical aspect of it. So what one can, due to the finishing of the time, what can be said here is that this whole thing is a mechanism, must be well understood. The wrong self-view, as I said right at the beginning, is the foundation of ignorance, and that is the thing that actually propels this mechanism, this vibration to continue unabated through this samsaric cycle. And that itself is the thing that then causes and results in suffering. In birth and death and old age, sickness, everything that besets this vibration because of the wrong self-view that all this is happening to a person, to me, to me, that there is an I here. But if one well understands the reason, the cause, the vibration, the sense faculties, how they work, how these combine to form a thought, how that there is actually nothing of substance in the thought, that it is only a construct, nothing else, that these objects and persons that have been considered to be true and to be of value, which is making up the world, is also just a manifestation of past perceptions, and the perceptions themselves have no substance in it. If this is well understood, then the final result, the final outcome of I being here, the world being there and I being here, because the world is true, only the I has become important. I has got validity, isn't it? If there is no object, there is no person perceiving the object. If an object is considered to be true only, a person automatically forms on this side. The duality occurs. But if there is no object taken to be true, then there is no person. Ultimately, it is understood that this whole thing is happening just like the trees and other parts of nature just exist. Nobody imposes an identity on a tree, right? Like as a person, as a living thing, as an individual with human rights or something like that. We don't do that because they are not treated like that. And yet the tree grows from a little seed to a sapling, to a plant, to a young tree, and to a massive tree. That also has the growing capability. That also has the ability to take water from the roots and bloom and flower and give shade and all that kind of thing. But then we don't call that an identity. We don't call that a self. So fundamentally, through this Dhamma, this was a little explanation in the last one now that was given about the mechanism. But fundamentally, when one actually understands this, the ultimate result is the fading of the defilements of clinging, aversion, which comes as a result of taking the world to be true and these objects to be true. And if one takes those things to be true, if there is a loss of it, when there is a departing of a person who you love, if there is a loss of a person you love, these are typical things that would then cause sorrow because of the attachment to these when it is considered to be real. But when one shines the light of truth onto the mechanism, the process, and understand that these are just perceptions and there's no substance in the perception as well, the power underlying this vibration, the power underlying the thought gradually dissipates to give rise to an inner transformation, which finally culminates in the self-view dissolving. And with the dissolution of the self-view, finally the self-vibration gradually dwindles. The alive feel, that the undercurrent, the power that was given to the thought, which is the self-vibration, finally dwindles to enable a sense of tranquility and happiness, which is far surpassing the human basic sense of superficial happiness that is experienced. The world will still, as we see it in society, the world will continue the way it is, because what gets discerned to the human eye doesn't change. That is a system. Because of the sense of faculties, the manifestations still occur. But what is lost is the sorrow, the lamentation, the clinging, the aversion, and more fundamentally, the sense of I or a self being here. When that self view is broken, when the self view is dissolved, the existence, the mechanisms of the existence remains, but the power and the underlying vibration is no longer there, and there is an awakening to non-vibration. So I'll stop there for today. I hope you got something out of this of value, and I am piqued your interest to look into it and understand more of the Dhamma. Please try to join us in the 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time Zoom discussion as well. If you have any questions, there are enough people there who will be more than willing to help clarify any of your questions. So thank you. And let me pay homage to Buddothpada and answer for his noble teachings and advice and patience and tolerance with all of our practitioners, and for his invaluable guidance in this path to nirvana and non-vibration. Therwan Sarnai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Iran Sana Sir. Iran Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 72. Therefore, you should be very careful and be mindful not to go to the extremes, anta, and avoid creating a duality which will deviate you from the path to nirvana. Supposing you concentrate on the statue of the Buddha, you might develop a strong liking to the statue, and if you are not able to come out of that excessive liking for the statue, you would again create an extremity at this point. If you create a duality, you would not be able to experience the nothingness or the emptiness. Whenever your mind goes to an extreme by getting attached to either the Buddha statue or the feeling of bliss while meditating, you should use your wisdom to come out of all those distractions. They create a duality of like or dislike. For example, if you develop a strong liking to the Buddha statue, you will have an attachment towards the statue. Attachment means they are thoughts. You need to maintain awareness and wisdom to detect how your mind works. If you have not generated any thoughts, then there is no problem. If you have generated thoughts, that means the thoughts will take you in this samsara, in this endless cycle of rebirth and death. To be honest, thoughts are the most dangerous to have, because thoughts generate even more thoughts. Thoughts prevent you from going on the path. It is not easy to prevent the continuous stream of thought that comes to your mind. If we escape from our thoughts, we would be able to experience that lightness and the emptiness. Let thoughts come and go. We should avoid generating greed, tanha, pride, man, and I-ness, or any other feelings towards the thoughts you receive. Avoid feeling that the thoughts belong to you, Ditya. By letting go of the thoughts that you receive, you would not generate feelings of lobha, attachment, dvesha, ill will, and moha, delusion. You should let go of thoughts without creating an attachment or dislike towards them. When you let go of your thoughts, you don't create a feeling of burning within your mind. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody.
Therwan Sarnay, let's worship our and say, and yeah, so I think we are discussing on the same kind of aspects we discussed yesterday about the rebirth, how this samsaric journey works. Actually, we can talk about it today. Surangika, how about joining in and starting the discussion? Is it possible?
Therwan Sarnay, Dr. Kokila. Yes,
Yeah, okay.
certainly, but I couldn't listen to any of the talks today, this morning. I was out the whole day. Maybe we can think of some topic. I can see that Joel has not joined, but we will seem to have another guest. Maybe we can ask whether they have a question for us. Kamala, who has joined the discussion, is there anything that you'd like to ask? I think she's just left the Zoom.
We can start discussing anything in that sense. Actually, Aranhanse's sermons these days are very comprehensive, very deep as well. So, but we have discussed this to a length that you know how to stop this cycle of birth is not that easy, but it is possible with this no self anger, no self. It's not a new view. It's actually understanding how the self view has happened and how the self perception has occurred, and because it wasn't done by you or anyone else, it just happens because of the system. And if we understand how this works, actually, there's nothing will surprise you, nothing will like make you really into this dream. This all the perceptions we have, I mean, from a time you can remember to now, you have maybe don't know, maybe millions or what, how much thoughts we have, how much data we have, and all these carry away because we felt them as real anyway. And after listening to our enhances discussions, our enhances sermons, we have realized that yes, we feel like that, yes, it is there, but how did this burning come from? How did this feel, the alive feel come from? If we take a baby, actually, baby also has this taints. We call them taints, but actually we can say like it has a power as well. So when this power is there, it continues to build up, and the sensory organs, when they vibrate together, they form the thought. This is a beautiful process which we have to understand, where humans have that thinking ability. It's not unique to any other animal, not unique at all. It's just the humans who have this ability of thinking, an ability of having thoughts. So this constructive thinking power. We are not saying that animals do have perceptions, but their thinking ability is very minimal. They have perceptions. They have perceptions of food. They have perceptions of threats. Their bodily reactions all depend on them. So if you take a mouse will have the scent, and they get trained. If you actually do a research, you can see how they are trained, how they not get practice, but how their system practice this finding food and also run away from danger. But the thing is, there's no much thinking ability, even though they have those minimal perceptions of food and the threat to the life. In a animal like worm, they have just the skin. They don't have the vision or the sound kind of thing, but they can feel the vibration. That's how they can feel the vibration. That's the function of the skin. So these abilities of the animals are different, and we are talking about the humans. So the humans have the ability, they have 5 senses. Usually they have 5 senses, which are namely as the eyes, ears, skin, nose, and tongue. They have the basic ability to feel, main feelings. The feel is the function of the sensory organ, and in there also the sensory organ function, the consciousness itself is due to rapid vibration of the sensory organ. It's very imperative to understand the quality of these sensory organs, because that's all we have. We don't have anything else. It's just sensory organs. And the why we felt it's my sensory organ is the problem, because we have been feeling that it is my skin, my eye, my ear, my ears, my tongue, my nose, and kind of have that perception that it is everything is mine. So where does that come from? Or is it someone else's if it is not mine? Well, actually, this if you really try to get into this system, you will understand it's if you actually in the field, it's just the field. You don't have the big story. So it's just a feel in the sense it's not giving a perception of chair or book or table. But once the mind is setting in, once the mind is formed, kind of the thought is formed, the thought itself, like chair, has all the qualities of the sensory organs, but at the same time, that power behind the consciousness, that the feel that it's happening here, because of the fast vibratory effect, is giving the power for the thought as well. So that's what happened. So the thought, you feel that the chair is existent, that chair, you just feel it first, and then there's always a perception from whatever the data we have. The perception itself gives rise to a view, because we have the thinking ability, gives a view that, okay, this is chair. And when we have that outward manifestation like a projection, there's definitely is a thought like it's me here. So the I, me, mine, my ear, my eyes, my skin, my thoughts, my body, there's a whole lot of things. It's okay. I mean, we just use the words, but the actual thing is, what we had was only the experience. That's the main thing. If you see something, that's the only experience that we have. The I, me, my part is just a additional thinking pattern. So we keep understanding this, how this works, but important thing is to feel this as well, because non-vibration is always there, but we can't just the manifestation of non-vibration is very, 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 very rare. I mean, we can't really say very, 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 because the Lord Buddha has given so much example to say how much very rare for that is. So, so the feel of non-existence, or feel to absence of a life feel, when it won't just come up without without any understanding of this system. So that when you understand the system, that you just understand it's only the experience that was there. What? well, you hear something. That is the experience you have. And you see something. That's the experience you have. You feel something. That's the experience you have. And you get the thoughts. I'll do this, I'll do that. This is my culture. This is the way I am. This is how my family is. This is my job. This is my house. At the end, when the system collapses due to the stopping of the respiration or the stopping of this system due to some reason, when the respiration stops, the thinking stops. That's what the main thing happens, not just the body itself. It's just the thinking stops, and the power to the body is not there anymore. That's why the body is like a piece of wood. If you have seen bodies without the life, it's just like a piece of wood, piece of rock in that sense. So what happens is that we say the life is not there. Why do you say life is not there? That is because there's no alive feel. We can feel it, others can feel it. So when the alive feel is not there, we call them, okay, he has died or she has died. So the understanding this perception is very difficult, very, very difficult, because before 1 or 2 years you didn't have any perceptions. Slowly you start to get perceptions. If you remember your first memory, if you remember, actually, I don't know, someone may not remember, someone may remember. You just have random thoughts from the childhood. You don't have the whole thing. If someone says something, it might come back to you, but usually you don't. So the main important specific things are there. So the telepathization, keeping, when you just telepathize again and again. So if it is a mother, if this the thought mother keeps happening again and again, this is going to get strong, very strong. That's okay. You just have to know this, because that's a natural process. That's a natural process of understanding. The understanding the process is what is happening here. You just understand how you become, the how this power becomes more and more when the time goes on. So to understand or actually feel that one moment, a fraction of a second, is actually just one experience is like very important, because that's where the whole thing can be untangled, or because everything is closely knitted. All the views, the chair, the family, the house, job, aspirations. You have so much future plans. It's okay to have them. It's just understanding how the system works is the main important thing. So we said yesterday also, it is very important to do this research. Whether it is scientific, whether it is spiritual, it doesn't matter. If you go somewhere and you see how there's experience of seeing, you have an experience of seeing, but the problem is there's a seeing, but why do we feel that I'm seeing? That's the duality kind of thing that we get. But when we understand that it is not true, it's not a big deal at all, it doesn't become a thing. And when you awaken from the dream, even for a fraction of a second, it doesn't matter. But if you awaken from the dream, you can feel the vibratory nature of the sensory organ, whatever the one which started the thought. So that at that particular moment, if you understand this consciousness or the feel is actually vibratory nature of the sensory function. So it can be mind sensor, it can be the eye sensor, it can be the ear sensor, it can be the skin, nose or tongue sensor. So isolating this experience and understanding this change and understand how this was misunderstood is really important for everything. We can't just drop one part of Dhamma and try to feel this. We can't. You have to get this as a whole. You can't really separate anything, because even the Pratipada that Aryan says, like, asking everyone to follow, is also trying to. It's a kind of unfolding of an experience, and that whole experience in one moment is where you actually feel that it doesn't do anything because it's just one moment, but it actually gives you some feel about what this vibration and what this non-vibration is. So there's always a chance to feel that again and again and again. If all the thoughts are happening in the same way, there's an arahant. So if we keep understanding this system, cycle of birth, that's what was the topic was revolving around. How do we stop this power happening now? If the power is not happening now, only we can talk about this thought recycle. Because thought recycle happens even now. We are not talking about anything about the death and being born. Actually, yesterday I missed that part because I thought it would be too comprehensive. But I can elaborate on that today. Actually, this cycle of birth is happening now and here. So if a thought is felt as a thing and the self-view is there, definitely even the next thought is going to have that. And next thought is going to have that too. So you are being born in every thought. So the cycle of birth is anyway there. So when you feel like there is someone, or you keep thinking like that, there's always the feel that there's someone to die. So the time we talked about time, can't remember whether we actually talked about that in English Zoom. So the time is actually another perception. It's a perception that that's being discussed even in scientific world. If you go to the latest scientific data, people are actually discussing about how quantum fields are matching each other, even they are far apart. So how the time becomes irrelevant. Actually, it's irrelevant. So, but how do we feel a time then? We feel a time when we are in this mind world or the dream, because this happens so fast. We feel like they are linked, and also we kind of have a perception of time, perception of past, perception of future, perception of existing, perception of self, perception of being alive, perception of everything actually, even the emotions. They are perceptions, but we have the feel too. But when we start discussing them, in the sense when we have the thoughts also. So, because we as humans are very good in turning on this machine of thoughts, very very good in that. So the more powerful your thought system is, more powerful your thoughts would be. So cycle of birth, it is happening now and here. So the cycle of birth, it will continue to happen anyway, if there is power. Exactly. If you are having a urge for the next one and the next one and the next one, definitely even with the stopping of respiration, there is an urge for the next one anyway. The power, extra power to maintain the field, to maintain the dream, to maintain the self, kind of all the thoughts. Like if someone is actually drawn to the outside, anyway, they will try to keep things. I want my son, I want my daughter, I want my. So there's everything will be external kind of feeling, you know. I want my home. I want to die in my home. I don't want to die in hospital, something like that. So you have kind of a lot of perceptions, but they're all related to outside. So you want something and sometimes you don't want something. So there's always these two extremes, whether you hate something, whether you love something. So whether you like something, whether you dislike something. So always there's a extreme. But actual feel, there's nothing like that. It's just the consciousness. So, but non-vibration is not the consciousness. It's beyond that. So when we understand that the consciousness or the feel is just the occurrence of sensory organs, this power, there's no possibility of sympathizing into that power, because there's always this system of synchronicity, matching the vibration. So when the vibration is not there, there's no match. So so we have kind of, if we have a vibration, there would be a power. When we have a power, there would be a vibration. So it's very important. So if you have a power, definitely if there's a matching vibration out there, it can be in any realm. It doesn't matter if it's matching. It will be there. This is all discussed even in science now. It's just that it hasn't come in that light. They talk about it in different levels, quantum levels, string theory, everything. They talk about this, but they don't talk about this in comparison to life. But I saw like an article recently where someone was talking about that there's something before the actual birth. What they call actual birth is the baby coming to life. But yeah, so people are trying to understand this, what this power is, what is this, because this was happening long time ago, when in Buddha's time also people are trying to understand this, how this suffering happens, why people die, why people go old, why people get sick, why people why people are trying to find truth. Is there a truth? Some question this in different ways. Some question, why am I alive? Why am I born? Am I born for a purpose, or am I just born out of chance? Or what is happening here? You know, like, am I going somewhere after this? Or is there a place I'm going? Or is that just another thought? So we don't actually talk about all these aspects much, because even the thought of chair, everything is there in that. If the thought of chair, if you feel that it is real, everything else is real too. So we can't really you know, that's how we understand. Whether you're thinking about the politics of the world next time, that's the same thing. Politics of the world, chair, just another thought. So whether you're thinking about the next birth, or whether you're thinking about where you are going after that birth, or whether you are going to die in a nursing home or the home, whatever, they are all thoughts. So that's the thing you have to understand, all the thoughts. So the actions, if we take about the actions, just we'll talk about the actions. If we say run, we have like a visual perception of the running. We have the sound, the running. We have the idea of running. So it's again a perception. When there is a defect in this system, if someone says run, like the child, even the elderly person who can't, who has defects in the system, will not understand. So they will stare at you, even if you talk English for the whole life, and someone says run. I have seen this a lot. I see this a lot when people are very old. They can't understand the simple words that they used to know. So the action also is missing. But if they want to, they might run. But just that that the link is not there. So how does that happen? That there's a derangement of the perception that we had. So this is very important to understand. Even the actions are actually perceptions, even though we feel that I'm walking. Actually, walking is a perception we have. And in that actual feel, maybe just the feel of the sole of the foot, but we feel that we are walking. So we listen to bird sounds, but actually what happens is vibration of the ear. It's so fast that you feel that power, extra power. And when that is actually zero, you can feel that it is not falling, that perception is not falling either this way or that way. So the duality is actually gone and there's no power. So it's very important to understand this experience. Just for a moment, at least if you can understand this experience or feel this experience, that's a good word. If you have to understand, yes, but you have to feel that when someone says the outside is actually your perceptions, you can feel how much lighter you would feel. But then still you are inside the dream. So you have to understand none of these perceptions are actually true. They are like vibratory, a kind of a vibration or kind of a current like thing that if we try, it's a way of trying to understand this. This is not needed for a person who does not know all these things. You don't really need to go on to these things. You just have to understand whatever we think actually not true. They are just in the mind, and whatever we feel is just the fast vibration of the sensory organs. It could be mind, it could be the other 5 sensory organs. It's the most effective thing that you can feel the non-vibration. The life field will not be there, and you just understand that well, if the burning is not there, that's it. There's no burning. Yes, Suranka, is it possible for you to develop the discussion thereafter?
Tevasana, Dr. Kopila, I just was reflecting on the perceptions as you were explaining that this whole, I think we touched on it yesterday also, this whole existence is around perceptions, isn't it? And everything that we are associating, which is by process by itself, is arising due to the perceptions. All the concept of living, concept of existence, and concept of vibration are also perceptions. So this whole thing from beginning to end is revolving around perceptions, which is again based on ignorance, but it's such a. I mean, a couple of days ago, there was an experience where my father wanted me to type a poem for him, and so of course the day it was a weekday, and I was hard pressed for time. But while I was typing it, there was this twinge of impatience that got suddenly. So of course it was suddenly detected. But then behind the twinge of impatience, when one examines it, there's this notion that because he was taking time to read it, and as a result, there was a pause after each sentence to type it in. There was a thought that arose saying, could have done something else. So, or, just thought of something else that I could have done. But in that thought itself arose the fact that it's a perception that whatever the thing, I can't remember what it was actually, that thing existed, isn't it? And then the moment that was seen, that notion, that little twinge disappeared. Then there was another instance where automatically I had to, a thought arose that my mother had not taken the medicine dosage properly, and before I could even realize, the body was moving towards my mother's room. So that perception was already the perception arose that almost unconsciously, is it? That why was the body moving towards the mother's room? That all that is happening involuntarily, isn't it? And it's that mental picture, and it just, what shall I say, it further reinforces how this chitta rupa or mental picture forms, and these actions happen accordingly, that there is no doer here. kind of thing, the thought arose, and even before the thought could almost finish, the body had already got up, and I was walking towards her room. So there was the perception that is where I had to go to give her the message about the medicine dosage, isn't it? So these little things like that, these have been, I think, with Aryan Mahansa's talks, particularly about in the recent days, about how it's such a perception-driven experience, this whole lived experience that we held on to through ignorance. It keeps getting reinforced. Just thought I'll share that, but there are still instances where that becomes a thing, even in the slightest, even for a flash. The twinge is there, and you probe into why the twinge is there, and behind the probing, behind that, the cause is that there is a thought or again a perception that something is there, or something else is there, or isn't it? I'm not being very
Yeah, but
clear in the way I'm explaining it.
actually, even in that, going forward, when we try to go forward from that point, it's just a mind sensor, isn't it? It's just the mind sensor. That is the thing. So we have to go forward from that point. Going forward, we have to actually get it, because several. If we take several perceptions that we have had before, they have that twinge anyway. And if you can just, this is the synchronization effect. But when this can happen without that power too, so you might get the idea, oh, we could have done something else without the power too. That's the thing. So it's very difficult. It's very unique to the system to say whether it came with the power, without the power, because you have to remember that anything, any perception have these associated mind sense outcome patterns as well. So imagine durian. If durian is actually a fruit in like countries like Sri Lanka, where the smell is so powerful, sometimes you can feel like even vomiting. Others, some person might eat it with so much happiness because they love it. So the smell doesn't really, it doesn't really matter. So the perception itself carries these previous attachments or the emotions. It's like a document attachments, When the document is Googled or researched, the attachments also come, kind of like that. So it's very important to move forward from that, understanding how this works, how the thought of something happening to the family, something happening to the kids, or something happening to the parents, or something happening to self, how that shaky feeling comes. But if we keep understanding how this system works, you understand this synchronization is such a vast thing, that like a universal thing that happens. It's happening everywhere, and it happens with the whole package. So if there was a thing, in the Sinhala Zoom meeting, someone was talking about how a sound of a message or the text in the phone, like the sound, like we get the sound like ting or something like that, how that brought up everything attached to it. How come that happen? Like it's really interesting to do this research. And when you do that research, you understand there's no self there. It's just how this system works. I know that research about this really works. It really works. And this, when this happens, misunderstanding that it's my memory is really, that's what we knew. I mean, if I remember something, I would say, yeah, I remembered. Who else remembered? I remembered. This synchronicity or the telepathization or the equal vibrations, how they work and how they bring up the whole package of emotions. If someone says, even like the mother, even like the word mother, someone, it will bring the whole closeness to that mother. But the experience we talked about some time back about the person from the beautiful lady, the person from Canada, her problem. So telepathization or synchronization into that thought, how it brings unpleasantness. So this is how the synchronicity works. And so is there a self here? Or is there a system like this? So we keep understanding the system. So if we are time bound and we have had this rat race, tell me about it. I think Suranka will really agree about that time-based rat race we have. So that's why we are pressed. We are actually pressed, so we kind of feel the tension, but that's actually in a thought, and how does that happen? I could have done this in 5 minutes, but because this topic is chosen, it is going to take so much time. So the synchronicity is a beautiful thing to understand how this mind sensor works, how this, the field that what Aranwanse is talking about, how the field synchronizes to the whole samsaric journey. It's a beautiful thing that it's a field, but this the thought also has this pattern. The thinking process also has this pattern, but the field process also has this pattern. So it's everywhere, the synchronicity, how it works. So has there been a self here? No. But definitely there is a synchronicity. That's why there is a cycle of birth. So it's isn't it beautiful, Suranka? So it's really interesting to understand how this works, and moving forward, as I told you, we need to understand how this system works. And the way you keep misunderstanding that it is the fringe of self, no, it is this system, how it works. More you understand this, more you feel this, more you feel this, more you will feel the non-vibration. Because
Dr. Kokila, the thing that I wanted to ask, I must have tried to find some time to speak to Aran Mahansa also on that point. When he says Gatinimiti also, or the taints or cankers also have to, gradually dissipate, because sometimes, the system, depending on the way it has been programmed, and this single vibration in this moment is capturing the essence of the entire samsaric cycle vibration. And if one
That is if there's a vibration though.
it's a vibration, yes.
If there's a vibration here only, there's synchronicity. It doesn't happen
Yeah.
if there's no vibration here. If there's no vibration here, there's no power here.
Yeah, so that Gatinimiti thing, no, if there is a character, when I say character, that particular system, if there is a, what shall I say, you know how we have talked in the past about some people having very patient attitude. Some personalities are very quiet, even if they don't have access to the Dhamma, even their vibration is very low. Then there are some people who are generally, what shall I say, either restless or quick-tempered or various things like that. So
Thiruvan Sarnai. With deep gratitude, I worship my most venerable teacher, the most venerable Buddothpada Aryan Wahansa, who compassionately reveals the profound Dhamma in a way that awakens wisdom in the heart of many. Under the noble guidance and blessings of the most venerable Buddothpada Aryan Wahansa, I humbly begin today's Dhamma sermon. As many of us who listen to the Buddothpada Dhamma preaching, now we have come to the path to find the pure truth. You have to put a great effort to realize the illusion outside. You need to apply the 5 spiritual faculties: Saddha, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, and Prajna to realize the illusion outside. What is Saddha? Saddha means you are willing to understand what the truth is. You know how to look at the screen and see through the images and be aware of the blank white screen. You are aware that you see the outside is only a film, and that is not real at all. Who is a Saddhanusari person? Actually, Saddhanusari person is the one who sees the truth in his illusion. You have to develop an effort or virya to see the truth in this illusion. You have to see the truth in every thought you may receive. The concentration is very much needed for that. With the concentrated mind, only one can see the exact truth. Satya is when you practice being mindfulness, to see the blank white screen at the background. Later, this Satya develops to Samadhi. Samadhi is due to your continuous effort to be mindful by focusing on the blank white screen at the background. You begin to develop an uninterrupted awareness of the blank white screen. This effortless, peaceful focusing of your mind, watching the thoughts, is called samadhi. Once you arrive at the state of samadhi, you always only see the blank white background. In this state of samadhi, you don't pay attention to the color you see in the screen. You would only focus on the blank white screen. Always seeing the blank screen is the ultimate wisdom. Samadhi automatically develops the 5 spiritual faculties. As I mentioned before, Saddha, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, Panya, to a higher clarity. Panya is the wisdom that makes you realize the pure truth. The wisdom of realizing the pure truth is known as awakening of the Dhammachakku. It means that one sees the truth as it is. In other way, that means one's mental eye is fully open to see the truth as it is. The wisdom of realizing the pure truth is known as awakening of Dhammachakku. We are not able to realize the truth at once. It is not as easy as we think. Throughout a long period of time, if you have listened to this Dhamma preaching to search the truth delivered by our Buddothpada Aryan Hansa, then little by little, your mental eye will be open to see the truth. For that, a little samatha meditation, what you call as concentration meditation, can help you immensely to keep in your mind at one point. A bit of concentration to keep your mind from running away will help you go on the path and realize the truth. If you had practiced the Anapanasati meditation before, then as soon as you realize that your mind is trying to wander away, you would know how to bring your concentration back to your breathing. Because we have a kind of a practice about this Anapanasati meditation from our small days itself. Maybe at that time we were not that much, and we may have not understood what exactly the concentration on breathing. But when we grow old, we know that it is focusing on one's breathing. In the same way, you have to learn to bring your concentration to see that whatever you see outside is a lie. You know that you always been tricked by your mind consciousness, and the mind makes you feel that the outside is truly exist. Believing in the outside world is called anusotaya. Now you have to learn how to avoid getting tricked by the illusion. You always get tricked. It is very difficult to stay without getting tricked by our thoughts. There you need to apply a lot of effort to avoid getting tricked by your own mind. If you are able to see that all that you see outside is not true, and if you are able to remain without any reaction towards it, that is called patisotaya. Patisotaya is the path towards nirvana, the path towards the supramundane plane, which we are seeking right throughout. It is very difficult to train yourself towards patisotaya. Therefore, it is very important to put a lot of effort into going on this path. You need to consciously go towards the patisotaya. Chandan janeti means that you need to have a desire to go on the path. What is Viryamati? It means you need to put an effort to go in the path. The Buddha showed the 4 types of right effort so we could go on the path. Anupanam, Papakanan, Akusalanan, Dhammanan. Anupadaya, Chandan Janeti, Vayamati, Viryanan, Arati, Chittanan, Pagannati, Padhati, Uppanan, Papakanan, Akusalanan, Dhammanan, Prahanaya, Chandanan Janeti, Viryamati, Viryan, Arati Chittanang, Pagannati. The 4 types of right efforts. We call them in Sinhala as Sattara, Sammapradana Virya. What are they? They are seeing the thoughts that you receive from your sense. Seeing the thoughts prevent you from creating defilements or akusala. Mindfulness about seeing the thoughts. There you will realize that there is nothing in thoughts. The Buddha taught us the 4 types of right efforts because you have to apply an effort to go on the path and realize the ultimate truth. But when you get tricked by the thoughts you receive, or when you believe your thoughts, you create akusal, such as lobha, dvesha, and moha. When you apply the 4 types of right effort and be aware of thoughts that you receive in your mind, it means that you are on the correct path to realize the pure truth. Seeing your thoughts according to Yoniso Manasikara means that you prevent creating thoughts of lobha, dvesha, and moha, which would prevent you from realizing the pure truth. at the beginning, before you learned about the truth, you got tricked by the outside. You thought that your thoughts were true. And you thought that the outside was true. You built different kind of thoughts, one after the other. At times, due to the thoughts, maybe your thoughts were so sad due to the past memories you may experienced. You might have cried. If your thoughts were so pleasant, you might have recalled them with joy. So you kept on thinking. Thoughts come, thoughts go. At times you got stranded in your thoughts because you did not see those thoughts are just lies. There is nothing inside those thoughts. But when you realize that the outside is an illusion, you should immediately apply an effort to understand the Dhamma or the thoughts that are coming from your mind, which is inside. Again, you should also apply some effort to realize that all these thoughts that come from inside are also not true. This scene of thoughts using yoniso manasikara would prevent you from creating ill fetters such as lobha, dvesha, and moha, which would be a hindrance to your path of nibbana. When you gain some practice in seeing the truth, seeing that there is nothing in your thoughts, you would also be able to detect if you had missed seeing any previous thoughts. And as soon as you realized that you missed seeing some thoughts, you would immediately be able to bring your concentration back. Seeing the thoughts, this is meant by the stanza. Uppanang papakanang akusalanang dhammanang prahaneya. Only a person who knows the Dhamma and who likes to follow the path will apply an effort to realize the truth, nobody else. A person whose mental eye is awakened. That means who knows the Dhamma would not like to be tricked by his disillusion. Anyone who has realized the truth, or anyone who has attained the first stage in the supramundane plane, as you all know as Sotapanna, he or she will never fall into bad world or hells. He is known as Niyata Sambodhi Parayana. What is Bodhi? Bodhi means Buddha. Try to see through this illusion on the screen and realize the truth that there is nothing. Try to see the illusion on the screen and try to eradicate, to completely destroy Lobha, Dvesha and Moha. After that, you begin to feel the nature of the Buddha, Buddha Svabhava, and experience the serenity and calmness in your mind. And the peace and tranquility in your mind. As you continue to be mindful, your wisdom, also known as the Bodhyanga, or the nature of the Buddha, it continues to develop. What is this Buddha nature? It is an emptiness, a supreme solitude that is called Uttaritara Hudakalawa. As wisdom grows, the mind becomes pure and untainted. When the ignorance is totally eradicated, totally erased from your mind, little by little, you begin to see the pure truth in everything around you. Then you will believe that there is nothing outside. You are awakened to a pure truth and untainted mind, O Prabhaswara Chitta, what we had in our birth. The Prabhaswara Chitta is something like a white screen. It's not contaminated at all. It does not have fetters or akusal, such as lobha, dvesha or moha. When you begin to reduce or dissolve your patterns such as lobha, dvesha, and moha, you are known as a Srinaswara Rahatan Vahanse. Being mindful and seeing everything outside. According to the Yata Bhuta Jnana, it makes you develop wisdom to enter the first supramundane plane called Sotapanna. At the beginning of the path to Nirvana, you need to practice that. All what we see outside are only thoughts. At the beginning of the path, you will learn to see through the images on the screen and be mindful of the pure truth, which is the white screen. This is the first step to the path to Nirvana. And this practice will lead you to attain the first stage of supramundane plane called Sotapanna. The second stage of being mindful is to develop the wisdom to attain the stage of Anagami. To attain the wisdom of an Anagami, one has to be mindful that there's nothing as thoughts. They are generated in our mind. Those thoughts do not exist. How do we learn to see that? All what we see are thoughts. For example, we all have experienced. It was actually a tragedy in the past, several years ago. A fatal disease called corona, the virus. And after some time, can you remember that they changed the name to COVID-19? Yes, when they changed the names like this, you realize that there is no truth to anything. A vehicle manufactured company, we'll take for an example, manufacture a vehicle according to a certain shape, and they call it a car. Then the same thing with the same materials, they will manufacture in another shape and call it a bus. They would continue to change the shape and give it different names. It is who assign different names. to different shapes. We know that they are sammutinama. What we can say is that in this world, there are certain processes or kriyavali. And to these processes, we seem to assign different names. The names are different. When one speaks in English, their assigned names are different from the names used by Sinhalese. And those names are also different from the words used by Tamils. Then what is the truth? These processes are natural processes or man-made processes. All what we seem to do is that we assign different names to them. Some examples of assigning names to natural processes are given below. For example, look at a newborn baby. Doesn't he move his or her hands or legs as he pleases? Doesn't he breathe on his own? Doesn't he eat when he is fed? But he did not realize or know anything that he does. But the newborn baby does not have a process and he does not perform some actions. Isn't your breathing process and the breathing process of a newborn baby who has a pure and untainted mind the same? Isn't this process of breathing common to you and the newborn baby? Now let us also look at the process of walking. You think that you are walking. It's you who assign a name as walking to their process. There's nothing as walking. In Sinhala we call it Avidinawa. And English we call it walking. What it is? It's just a sound. But we have assigned the names for them. What we have realized is that it is only an action. Therefore, If you remove the sound from that action and only observe the action, then you would be able to erase the same sound. The name that was assigned to it by the Samutiya. When you are on the path, this process of erasing of the names or sound happens gradually, little by little. When you practice to observe only the process without the sound, you begin to see and feel that there's nothing. You realize that all what you see was made in the mind. Once you realize the pure truth and become Sovan, Sotapanna, your mind cannot trick you any longer. You cannot become a Sotapanna unless you realize the pure truth. Using both awareness and wisdom. When you become Sotapanna, you begin to see that the outside is no longer true. And that realization comes with the development in awareness. And wisdom, darshana, avabodhaya, not by concentration meditation or samatha meditation. After you have attained the wisdom of Sotapanna, at the time of your death, you will die with the realization that this world is a lie and that is an illusion. It won't be possible for you to attain nirvana if you believe that this mundane world is true. With your determination, you have to apply an effort and awaken your wisdom so that you could attain all four stages of awakening in the supramundane plane, Lokottara Bhumiya. Once you attain the wisdom of Sotapanna, you realize that all the heavens and hells are all lies. They are just thoughts generated in our minds. Maybe through the stories we have heard in our past. Maybe through the stories we have read in most of the religious books. But our wisdom is awakened, we realize there are no heavens or hells. Has anybody found either hell or heaven? No, neither heavens or hells were found by anybody. You would also realize that all these realms of the animals, hungry ghost, hells, human and realms of gods are formed only in just one thought. Any of these realms are created like a film within one thought. Now, you may have realized that we are surrounded by false thought. We are in the middle of emptiness. Nothing can be seen. All these are thoughts generated in our minds. Who has ever taught us that? We were just floating high and high in the sky. No green light in our path was seen. Who has taught us that we all lived in false thought? Nobody. Fortunately, another Buddha, similar to Buddha, was born to this world, who carried the same message of Lord Buddha. With his great determination, he understood by himself after so many researches, listening to many Dhamma sermons, having understood the Lord Buddha's preaching as they are, he understood that all these are just thoughts. What the people see around is not the reality. They live with the pain. They cry with the pain. At times they think that they are happy. But he knew that happiness does not last for long. He made us all understood the reality, the emptiness of the thoughts. It's due to the thoughts generated in one's mind. A person suffers in this samsara. This suffering never would have stopped, ceased, unless we have met our Kalyana Mitran Vahansa. Because of the fortune of we all, he first awakened his wisdom and he wanted to give the message of Lord Buddha to the helpless people. To stop this frightened samsara, he has started a noble service as our Lord Buddha did. As we all know, Lord Buddha slept only for 1 hour and 20 minutes. I think our Aryan Vahanse also does the same thing. Due to the sympathy of the helpless poor people, he is awakened most of his time, delivering, preaching this Dhamma, so that mothers in rural areas now cry in joy. Aryan Vahansa, I worshipped you again and again for giving us the message of Lord Buddha without changing the meaning of it. Using your own examples. How fascinating this Dhamma is. We all who listen to this Dhamma are in the path, of finding the real truth. You all may attain this supreme way of Nibbana. Teruvan Saranai.
Therefore, it is very important to keep a balance with both the samatha and the vipassana. Both practices should not go to an extreme, otherwise, you will not be able to go on the path to nirvana. We already presented the first step to you that you need to develop mindfulness in order to observe your thoughts that arise in your mind. There are many ways to develop mindfulness. Many years ago, when we did not know the Dhamma so well, we spent a lot of time and effort trying to perfect our concentration meditation, samatha. One of the methods we practiced was looking at a 12-inch circle which had a blue dot at the center. We spent a lot of time trying to bring our attention to the center of the circle. We also spent a lot of effort on being mindful of the breath. Due to our previous practice, we are able to bring our attention to our breath even now. When we practiced the samatha meditation, whenever we realized that our mind was going to stray away, we learned to bring our attention to the posture that we were in at that time. With all our experiences, we would like to advise you that the moment you realize that your mind is straying away behind other thoughts, you should immediately bring it back to the base of your concentration. To go on the path, you need to develop your mindfulness, siddhi, and wisdom together. The concentration meditation or the samatha meditation is very useful when you need to improve your mindfulness. Some people use the method of Buddhanusati meditation, where they look at a statue of the Buddha and keep their mind concentrated at one point by thinking about the virtues of the Buddha. Some people also practice concentration meditation by looking at a human skeleton. People who have thoughts of lust benefit by doing the skeleton meditation because it helps them to reduce the desire for the human body. All types of meditation have to be done in moderation. If you practice the skeleton meditation and if you begin to develop an aversion, a hate towards the human body, that too will create another extremity or a duality. Everybody.
Terwan Shani, thank you for reading the book for us. You read 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2 book. Uh, so we all worship Aran Mahasi at his feet for this guidance that he's doing. And we warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom discussion today. And if I just briefly summarize what was read, we were talking about this concentration meditation. Actually, concentration meditation is not confined to Buddhism. It's there in many religions. It's mainly the Hinduism, and that is partly, I think, it had an influence for Buddhism also because that has been in practice for many thousands of years. So in concentration meditation, what is tried is just to bring the attention to one event or one point. As you know, the behavior of this mind or the behavior that how the thoughts are happening, how the thoughts are formed is such that it's a very fast moving flow, and it's not easy to bring the attention to one point and keep it at that point. So it's a kind of restraining or trying to tame the mind. So the things that were practiced were listed, I mean, just briefly mentioned in the reading. One common thing is the breath, uh, where the flow of air is touched, the concentration is kept at that point. That is one of the well-known concentration meditations. And also, some people used to concentrate on something drawn, a circle with a dot in the middle. That was another, it's mainly from the Hindu practices. So you are concentrating, you continue to look at that circle and then concentrate on that. So that is one of the methods. Also, it mentioned about looking at a Buddha statue. It's called Buddha Nusati Bhavana in Sinhala, where you look at the statue and try to uh, remember the qualities of the Lord Buddha. So that is one another way. And the other one mentioned in the book was this looking at a skeleton. And it's good for a person who has some attachment to a physical body. Uh, so when you try to focus on the skeleton, you realize that even though the body is covered with the muscles and the skin and then looking very attractive from outside, underneath that is that skeleton, which might bring a kind of horrific feel to somebody, or another person might feel straight away some aversion to that. So those are different methods of being mindful to one point. But this thing called mindfulness actually is not limited to uh, Buddhism or not limited to a religion. It's practiced even by groups who are not following any specific religion, but it helps in all these methods. Actually, it helps to calm down the mind which is agitated. So now we know that any of them should not be should not be practiced to the extreme end. It has to be in moderation, because it helps to calm down the mind. As I said, it's like uh, taming a wild animal, and you tie it up to a pole, and then right at the beginning the animal will be angry and try to break away from the point, and then finally when the mind realizes that it cannot sort of uh, run away, it will calm down. So this is a simple example, that a simple metaphor that I can show you. So what happens is the mind will be trained to focus on one point. So this has to be balanced, as we read in the book, as we all know, because going to that extreme end is also not going to help, because as long as you are in that meditation, as long as you are concentrating on that point, you feel very much relaxed and very light and sort of kind of happy. And the moment your attention is away and moment you stop the meditation, uh, usually the mind will start going stray as it has been doing. So that is why going into one extreme end of this meditation is not going to help. What has to be done is actually to have a balance between the concentration meditation and the insight meditation. Insight meditation is something like you let the uh, animal, or we can even say a toddler who is trying to sort of explore various things, pull things, push the things, and drag the things, trying various kind of experimenting. So you can allow that to happen, but be an observer of that. So that is the basic explanation of insight meditation. So those are the things that we read so far today. Uh, we will start our discussion. Maybe if there are any questions, we can start with those. I will ask Dr. Kokila and Surangika and Joel to start the discussion. Thiruvan Saranai.
Everyone, yeah, we can start the discussion. We worship and say with so much gratitude, and we do these Zoom discussions according to his guidance. And do you have any questions? Anyone can start the discussion, also doesn't matter. Anything specific, Sakuntala?
We can start a simple topic, something which Joel also might be able to follow. Something simpler.
Yeah, okay.
Joel, do you have any preferences, anything to discuss?
Yeah, but I was thinking, how can I relate this to the reading?
It's okay. It's okay.
When I think about this, when I said about this mind and the five senses, we get it through the five senses, and there's a perception called, or we name it or label it as body or something. Okay. So same thing is told in my religion as well. As to they say, don't worry about tomorrow because tomorrow has its own burden. So I just compare and see how it goes. Is it good to compare or is it bad to compare?
Oh, good question, actually. It's a very good question. So the truth has nothing, because religions have so much of things. Actually, the Buddhism nowadays has gone to so much action based karma pala. I don't know whether you even know about that, but it is really based on action and effect. But actual Lord Buddha's teaching was nothing like that. It was actually about the truth, about all the senses, how it works, how you feel alive, how you feel the self, how this self-perception is another just a perception which has the same mechanism of all the other perceptions. It's just a perception. This is being even proven if you read a scientific article, which is very neuroscientific articles, or people who look through the science who is trying to understand. Even they have started to understand that the quantum, the effect of life, how life is not actually the mind or the body, and then they are searching what it is, and they are actually understanding that it's just a kind of a power which we haven't thought about or we haven't researched enough about. But Lord Buddha has always told you can't really research about it from outside. You have to research about it inside. So the research about what happens here is, I would say, the most scientific thing ever I have heard. Because I had that question every day. I had so many questions, actually. I had so many questions about this action or the karma, or belief that if you do this, you get this, kind of that. But how it relates everywhere, you know that bad things will bring bad, good things will bring good. But is that all? How is it? How is it? What is life? Why there is a manifestation like here, like this, and why my friend's manifestation is different? Why someone in UK's manifestation is different? How there are differences in manifestation? How there are differences in the observations? How they are having different experiences? How these people, or even animals, or even a cellular organism, how do they have this alive feel, and what is it, and how is it, and how is it? Is it kind of continuous thing, or is it kind of something which arises at, with the stimulus? So there are so many questions. So I would say I entered Dhamma from a kind of scientific thinking, not really through any religion aspect, actually. So I never had that issue, because I just researched, and I still do that. How people look at these things, how people get the views, how people get the strong connections, how people, some people will not get the strong connections, how everything and foremost. But the most magical thing here is how you feel alive. And how does that happen? Why does it bring so much suffering? And is there a possibility of life without suffering? And so the comparison is okay. We compare. So just imagine when I say about the comparison, I did the comparison too, because I compare it with the science, not with any religion aspect. So that's why I value Aranwanse's sermons, because if he understands the person listening is into the science, he will definitely go according to that line. He will not talk to me in a way that he talks to a village mother, because my thinking pattern is so complicated because of what we have learned, and we have so much data, and the village mother doesn't have that much data, so then she doesn't need anything like that. She just need to be said it just simply, that whatever you're thinking is, it's just a mind, and whatever you feel is just your body, the perceptions, or just the sensory organs. That's all you have to say. To a simple person, that is enough. So to people like, specifically like me, who has so much data, the comparison will immediately happen. So if Aranwanse says, is the light true? I'll be putting that in this system and compare it with data and try and find out what is he telling. But I never had the doubt that about Lord Buddha's, the mission can't be this simple, go into a temple and worship and just say, may Triple Gem bless you, and may I attend Nibbana one day. I had a strong notion that it can't be simple like that, just expecting things to happen, just worshipping things, just like you definitely feel like going beyond that. I've already had the idea that lots of beautiful people who have talked about any kind of liberation, they had some kind of vision. Yes, but the most scientific aspect of everything is, I looked at it in that way, means it is a comparison. So there's no problem in comparison. It's just that, just the way your mind works. It's just the way your mind works. It's just the way how the data is analyzed in the system. It's how the mind system work, mind sensor works. Because as soon as you put a data, it will, just like in the you ask something in ChatGPT and how it gives, and how Google in that sense, whatever, how it automatically finds something from here and something from there and try to give a like a collective answer like that. But non-self or no self angle is not discussed anywhere, not discussed at all anywhere. It may be hidden, it may be a subtle message somewhere, but it is not openly discussed in any other forum. And understanding this that this life, actually what we feel here is a current, and that is also not there when the stimulus is not taken as a thing. You can't, because each and every time we telepathize into that, and this synchronization happens, and because this happens so fast, we feel like this film is active and happening now. So from the moment you get up until the moment you sleep, The whole film is like working. It's like as if you are inside the dream. How this works, that is the result. What do you think, Joel? So basically comparison is okay, but this is how the data is processed anyway.
Yeah, thanks, Doctor, for your answer. Can I ask you another question as well?
Yeah.
It was read about this skeleton meditation to retrieve from lust. Am I correct?
Yeah, I have heard about
Okay.
it.
Yeah. So, like, for example, I'm just saying there's a couple who are married, and if one person does the skeleton meditation and just goes off from the other partner, how does this work? Or if a
Well,
person is
Aranhansi
not married?
never talk about these concentration meditations. He doesn't put effort at all to concentration meditation. If a mother even start talking about that, he would discourage them, mainly because this science is not there. You know what I mean? Science is not there. Then the skeleton is true to you. What's the big deal about that? You just change the perception. So you look at your wife and you just have a perception of a skeleton. That's not Lord Buddha's truth. The truth is different. Truth is about all the perception. It's just a perception, whatever it is, it's fine. Just understanding how the perception works is just understanding the truth, understanding how this works. And you just don't burn. You're happy for her. You're happy for the partner. You will do everything for that partner. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just your burning is not there because the dream is not true, but the dream is there. So your burning is going to get zero slowly. It doesn't happen miraculously at one go, but it will start to get zero. But no, in Aranhanse's explanations, with his guidance, we never talk about changing perceptions or shifting perceptions. Oh, it's nothing like that actually. When we understand that everything out there is a perception, that just that. Even the skeleton is a perception. Do you get the point, Joel?
Excuse me, can I add something to that?
Yeah.
Actually, those concentration meditations have been in practice in India for many thousands of years. So this is also one of them. And when at the time that the Lord Buddha started, preaching this Buddhism, these were in very solid level. The people were practicing for in a very strong way. So there were different groups. They all said that they are trying to find truth. So they were using these various kinds of meditations to find out whether they can reach that goal. So what happened was, Lord Buddha didn't want to sort of straight away cut off those things and then give completely a new concept to the people. What he did was, he didn't sort of reject or straightforward refuse them, but he tried to use some of them so that these people will have a change. These people will understand that concentration meditation alone is not the path to find the truth. So this meditation is one of them. Actually, they have been used even in Sri Lankan monasteries, the jungle type of places where the priests are mainly doing meditation. So they have been using these skeletons to keep their sort of emotions and keep their feelings into the very low level where they will be able to concentrate on what they want to do. So actually this meditation by looking at a skeleton is not something straightforward from Buddhism. It was something from the Hindus, and then also there were these different sort of groups, saying some were called Niganta, some were called Brahma. So there were so many faculties like that. So they were following this. So what happened was Lord Buddha was more tactful because he didn't want to refuse those things, because he knew that people were looking for the comfort. They were trying to get rid of the sorrow by using all sorts of meditations. So that is how it came here, because it was mentioned in the book. I just briefed on that. So it's not something that you should practice, on a person who is living with you in the house or your family. So I don't know whether the way I explained gave a sort of wrong impression, Joel. Okay, there was a night.
Yeah, thank you for adding that, Dr. Sakuntala. Yeah, true. So this studying about truth, or researching about truth, or understanding how we suffer, or what is this power behind, or what is this suffering stemming from, is the research we do. And in that research, your power will start to get so low that you will be so feeling so good. That's how it is. And you will not be even going towards even that feeling good sensation, because you know that it is kind of temporary too, and you know it is there until your respiration is there. You feel the mind sensor, you feel the body sensor, you feel the eye, you feel the hearing. That's all, So it's okay. Anything is okay. Everything is okay. So is that uh, a sufficient answer, John?
Yeah, thank you, doctors. Thank you.
Yeah. So even in Sri Lanka, there's so many concentration meditation practices. So it's okay. I mean, if someone is very happy to do that, that's fine. But if they're thinking it is leading to Nibbana is directly through the research, directly through the understanding of how this suffering works, how this life will comes, and why we think it is kind of a person here, and that self-thought, how it intensifies you to even kill someone or harm someone or do anything in that sense, or crave for something which will lead to everything. So the understanding the truth is the most important thing. So without understanding the truth, whatever the meditative state is okay, it is good. I mean, we can't say it's bad, it's good, but it's not going to last forever because it's conditional. Anything else, Surangika? Can you add something?
Yeah, Theruvan Sanai on the friends. Yeah, I mean, I think like Dr. Sakuntala said, this concentration meditation has been around for a long, long time. And the Buddha didn't want to go completely contrary to society, because there was a way he was diplomatically trying to almost corral them towards a way of thinking, because he realized that all these various types of concentration meditation was only just touching the surface, scratching the surface really. And that was what he himself discovered after a 6-year-long search, that all these various rituals and different types of meditation was only going to a particular point, but not really addressing the core issue of this whole existence. And because if there is existence, there is suffering. And whilst everybody knew there is suffering, they couldn't really put their finger on the truth, the source of the suffering, which was why they were, I mean, there were quite a lot of intellectual people at that age as well. But yeah, it's just that they just couldn't get at the truth. So what the Buddha realized was that this existence came from this sense, the alive feel, or this whole undercurrent. The sense of feeling alive is coming from this sense of existence and this self-perception. So that was what, with great research into the mind, that was discovered by him long years ago. But coming back to these different types of meditation, just like the skeleton meditation, you actually have, somebody said that, you know, some monasteries even have skeletons in the temple so that they use that for meditation when people come for retreats. But another thing that is there even in the sutra is you divide or you categorize the human body into 32 body parts, kind of, you know, divide it up into blood, liver, skin, nails, hair, and so on, into 32 body parts. And in each of those body parts, you examine whether the I is there, whether the self is there. And to an extent, that is effective, to an extent. Because in the common notion is that most of the people say, I have a body, so I'm here. You know, this is my body, this is me, this is the physical me. So some are still fixated on that. So to that extent, to kind of transcend that aspect of it, breaking down the body, the human parts into 32 or whatever, and then saying, is the blood me? You know, if you take the blood, so you kind of mentally do this thing. You can sit in one position and you take this, you imagine the skin is taken out, you imagine the blood is taken out of the system and it's lying in a pool in front of you. So is that blood me? Is the skin and the nails, if it is taken out, is that me? So like that you can reflect. And to that extent, one can then gradually realize that these things are just the human body is just an aggregate of all these various body parts. But does that finally get you to the truth? Not really, because then you know that you kind of get a realization that the I is not here, but then that doesn't make the sense of feeling alive, the suffering, the I sense that you get when something doesn't work the way you want, that burning is still present. That burning hasn't gone away just because you dissected the human body. So ultimately, all these things were done gradually, almost like incrementally, by the Buddha to finally say that the core or the crux is in understanding the mind. And that is why you have heard, I think, Aryan Mahansa also saying, the body is not me, and the mind is not me, and then who am I? That is the core teaching and the core two questions that he asks anyone who is new to this truth, new to understanding the truth. I mean, you answer those two questions, you become speechless. There's absolutely no answer to give. So that is the core truth that is trying to be taught in these sessions, because you can do it on your own as well and understand, is this leg mind, is this hand mind, and all these kind of things. If you take a general anesthesia and you don't feel any of the body sensations, then what happens? So isn't that just a function of a sense of faculty? It's the same with the eyes, same with the ears and the nose and the tongue. So whatever that we experience, isn't that just the experience through a perception, as Dr. Kokila said, arising out of the sense faculties? If that's the case, where did this so-called I, notion of I come from, the notion of self come from? So this is the great examination, this is the great truth. the search for it in this so-called mind. Yeah, Dr. Pokida. So it's amazing, isn't it? All this concentration, meditation is just a halfway house to to finding the truth, which is why R.N. Mahansa doesn't recommend going down those paths. You can go and you can get stuck halfway, and then you might spend 20, 30 years just doing that meditation, because there is a certain sense of calmness, some tranquility that you can gain out of it. There is no denying it. You can. But is that the end? Or are you just, just kind of languishing in a spot when when the burning is still there and the suffering is there? And if one is really curious, if one really wants to get to the core of eradicating the suffering, then one must be brave enough, courageous enough to say, I know I'm feeling very calm and tranquil, and that meditation is like really giving me a good feeling, but hang on, I still have these cravings. I don't like that person, or if somebody says something to me, I'm getting this burning sensation. I'm never satisfied, or something or the other. So why is this? Is the meditation not working in that case? So one needs to be able to be brave, be able to be frank and honest, and see that is that working, or is that then not the truth? So that search and the honesty and the frankness of one's own search for the truth, I think, is very important. Yes, Dr. Gopilan.
Yeah, it's very beautiful to understand the whole thing, understand, and I would say it is very good to know the truth, isn't it? It's we talk about human rights. I think the biggest human right is to understand how this system works, but that is not a concern to many. Only few people might think about that, or someone will get dragged to this understanding just because the burning is so much that person feels so restless, so difficult to live, and they might seek some solace, some kind of happiness. So they might come for temporary happiness, but if they get into this understanding, they know it is going to be permanent. It is going to be permanent because you understand that there is no self. You understand as well as one day you will feel it. That's the most important aspect of it. So the beautiful truth. So the R.N. Mahansa has actually talked about all these aspects here. He has so much, some discussions before that. He has done so much just sermons. Then he started over the phone. People were asking questions, and he put them to the YouTube as well. So that's how this whole thing has started. So I just heard one day that he was talking about that how there is no self, and that's why I asked few questions in the first place. It just I wanted to know how he is telling that, because out of the interest, so that is how the interest began. And of course, you will compare with whatever the knowledge you have, and you will keep questioning him until you get kind of matching answer. But then it's I mean we still keep understanding how deep this is going to be, even if you understand Dhamma, and even if you feel it also randomly, if you haven't become like that completely, there's always a small gap. You know the gap, but still the noble friend's influence is there all the time. Yeah, I think we have much time actually. So what are the other things we can talk about? Joel, do you have any other question?
The other question is like in Buddhism they talk about rebirth, right? After death.
If you are in the action and course, yes. If you are in this no self dhamma, that is what is. So it is different, like yes, they talk about that. Yes, 100%.
Yeah. So why didn't Buddha be reborn?
Buddha?
Yeah. Why didn't he have a
No,
rebirth?
because there is no self vibration. So that's the thing you understand. So imagine a person is dying. What is dying? Dying means the system stops. So why there is some power left is the question. Why a child is born again, not born again, born, and is telling about the past birth, and they match exactly how he hit the train and how and actually when you go back to that place there was that person and exact same thing which a child can't imagine. Child can't imagine, child can't read, child can't listen to radio, but he's talking about something which happened years ago. How come that happened? There are so many researchers in the world, also in European countries, in abroad also. There's so many researches happening about this near-death experiences and the rebirth, and there's always a thing that people directly can't tell because they can't sort of get it. The thing here is, if you are in, if the body system shuts down, and everything should shut down, isn't it? Then why not? Is the problem? Then there's additional power there. That additional power of the last thought, it is synchronizing to another zygote. So how does that happen? How come that happens? It can be human, it can be any animal, it can be anything. So this is what the research included. This is what the research went on and on. And yes, rebirth is there. If there is, if the vibration is there, rebirth is there 100%. But if the vibration here is not there, and you completely understand this Dhamma and your vibration dies, in the sense gets zero, your system will stop. Yeah, that's it. Can Surangika also add something to that? As a
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, I think the say vibration dwell there. What it's meant is I think Dr. Kokila explained about the stimulus. So the vibration is basically as long as there is a belief that there is an external world, which is basically almost the entirety of mundane society, the conventional world, the society that we live in, right? Everyone virtually believes that, there is an external world, there are objects, persons, things, and then there is me here experiencing all this, witnessing all this. I have a family, there is a world, there are countries, there's wars being fought in various parts of the world. There's Sri Lanka and all these kind of things. When all
the
these,
kind of duality, isn't it?
yeah,
The
the duality is
subject-object
there.
thing.
So all this is stimuli. These are the things that are constantly passing through the mind in the form of perceptions, which we have now talked extensively, and you have a good understanding of these stimuli or the perceptions are the things that are considered to be real. No one thinks about them as perceptions. The word perception in the English language is a very superficial way. I mean, you kind of talk about perception means I perceive someone to be like this, meaning it's your way of perspective of looking at things, type of, that kind of interpretation is given to the word perception in the, general English language. But in the sense of explaining the truth, perception itself is the stimuli, the sanya. If we talk about it in Sinhalese, it's the sanya, which is arising only out of these light sensor, the ear, the sound sensor, and the touch, taste, and smell coming together is the stimuli, which is then transforming into what we call a mind object, otherwise known as a thought. So it is this, and those are also just, there's nothing in it. I think a few days ago or a week ago, we spoke about the apple. And then, when there is no apple in sight, if someone calls you when you're on the road and your mother calls you and says, well, can you bring some apples when you are coming back when you're passing the supermarket? All she said was apple on the phone, and yet in a flash, you got the picture of the apple, the taste of the apple, what apples you're going to buy, which one you like most. All that came into play in the mind, right? So how did the green appear in the mind? How did the taste of the apple appear? How did you even get the sensation of the taste of the apple? So then wasn't all that perceptions, right? There is the taste that you thought you had when you when you bit into the apple. Was it actually from the apple, or was that a perception of a taste? So was there a taste even in the perception? I'm not going to go into detail again. I think you may recall that discussion some time ago. So these are all that are being experienced are perceptions, and there is actually nothing. It is the greatest of all illusions. And that is the magic that is being unraveled here in this beautiful true Dhamma. And what Dr. Pokila said about the vibration jewel is that as long as one thinks that at least one, there are millions and billions of stimuli that is being associated through this mind formation as a human being or any living being lives. As long as there is breath in the body, the association is only with perceptions, aka stimuli, and all that is arising out of a vibration. And as long, if even a single stimuli is believed to be true and it exists, and then because of that, the I exists on this side, the sense of existence is there, and the sense of alive feel is there, the self perception is there, and if the self perception is there, the self vibration is definitely there. And that is what Dr. Kokila says. When the last breath is gone, that vibration is the one that will synchronize to another vibration of the same frequency. Now, that example that she gave of a child who will recollect a past accident from another birth, maybe Dr. Sakuntala can elaborate on that as well, because don't get the misunderstanding that this is the same person moving from birth to birth. Now, the Hindus have also another notion or concept where they say that it is the same consciousness that is moving from birth to birth. Now, that is not what the Buddha said as part of this whole truth. It is that vibration. You can't say that that person, or it's not a person. It's the vibration, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Maybe that can be explained a little further, because otherwise we might give the impression that it's a person moving from birth to birth.
Yeah, actually, yes, but in small words, actually, I think just understanding truth simply understanding truth is much better. I think when we understand this truth, we don't have to change. We don't have to change. You go to church, you go to do things, just keep doing that. If your burning goes down, you will be doing the things in the church beautifully. You will go and ring the bell or whatever the things that you do. You do the chanting, you do the chanting. Just imagine a traditional Buddhist, what they do do the similar things. So just keep doing them. That's not a big issue. If you are a person who goes to a temple once a month, just go. It's fine. If you are a person who goes to a church, you go to the church. If you're a person who goes nowhere, yeah, okay, don't go anywhere. It's fine. Imagine a person that nowadays there's all a kind of all the kids in the sense literally these English speaking countries, all the kids, most of them, they don't specifically believe in anything. They just don't. They just do things according to their parents. That's fine. Imagine someone is Hindu. Yeah, they just keep doing the traditional paths that they go to the Kovil and they do the I have gone to churches, I have gone to Kovils, I have gone to kind of everywhere where their rituals are so beautiful. So the that is not the problem here. Problem is how we understand how this burning comes. Burning comes because the stimuli is taken for granted or taken as real. And if we understand the perception, whatever the perception, it doesn't matter whether it's a light, whether it's a sound, whether it's a bird, whether it's whatever, it doesn't matter. So Joel, the basic message is actually just flow with your life. Just flow with your life. Whatever the flow, whatever you do, it doesn't matter. Keep doing whatever you're doing. You do daily ritual, whatever daily ritual, there should be a daily pattern of things, and the pattern is going to continue even if you understand Dhamma. The pattern is not going to change. The burning is going to die down. Did you get the point, Joel?
Yes, doctor, like go with the flow, life flow,
Yeah.
but your vibrations and your burnings will just calm down as it is.
And one day it will come to zero. That's the most important aspect of it. But you don't have to predict about that. You don't have to look for it. You just keep understanding that whatever the system is, this human system has a system. If you go into scientific part of it, you know that it has a system, that sensory system. You feel, you see, you hear, you think. That's all you do. So whatever the activities, they are just the outcome of that system. Whatever the words you talk is the outcome of that system. So you keep understanding this system. It's a system. It's fine. So whatever the activities you do, it doesn't matter. You go to the church and pray. It's so beautiful. You the beautiful. They do so much beautiful lightings, and yeah, if you go to a different cultural weddings, you can understand so much about their cultures. So there's no problem there. Buddhism anyway has no place in telling that the other religions are wrong or other religions are right. The actual Buddhist philosophy has nothing to do with that. Actual Buddhist philosophy is about truth, that's all. And if you know that, and if your burning is coming down, that's what it matters. You know, you will be the human being who would has least suffering inside you, and you might start to feel everybody else is suffering, and you will help them whatever the way you can help. You will love them without yourself. You would look after them whatever the way you can. It's just the flow of life. So the pattern of life is just part of this dream. It's fine. Nothing to be upset about and change it. Even Aranwanse has never, I mean, we have had so many people calling him from different parts of the world. Their life patterns are still the same. He hasn't asked anyone to change their life pattern. Not at all. Not at all. I mean, not one single time. But if they go towards concentration meditation, he might say that's not necessary to get rid of the suffering. But you know, even that, you're not going to put a boundary or barrier, because you can't really give truth to someone by force, can you? You can't. Just can't. Can you like say, can I say to my son, you listen to this truth, otherwise you will be expelled or something like that? No, they will be like, you know, they will never even look at that. The main important thing is whether your suffering is less or whether your burning is less or whether it's going forward and getting much better every day, not concentrating on anything, not purposefully doing it, just by understanding how the system works. Anything, any question, Joel?
No, Doc, thanks.
Yeah, I think Sakuntala and Suranka also will agree. I mean,
Yeah, actually, as you explained, actually, we do not have hard and fast rules in Buddhism because Buddhism is not considered as a religion. It's a kind of philosophy where any person from any background can explore. Because Lord Buddha has said that come and see. Don't believe because I am saying this. Do not sort of uh, be just a follower and believe what I'm saying, but come and see. So that was one of the main things in this Buddhist teaching. So as Kokila said, uh, I mean, any person can follow whatever the traditional and whatever the religious things that the person has been doing, and there are no restrictions because now there are enough people who are married to a person from the different religion, and as long as there is respect to each other, there won't be any clashes, and it will sort of move forward very smoothly. So similarly, you can just listen to our discussions. If there are any questions, you can always bring up, uh, particularly if you have anything against to what you have uh, heard from your teachings. You can always bring up that point and we can discuss. We can sort of find out what is the truth and how you can balance it. Uh, so, and also if there may be certain things which are too deep for you because we have been listening to these for years and years, so we can grasp the things, and we have a very basic knowledge on Pali terms also, very basic, I would say. So therefore, uh, the grasping ability may not be as good for us. So just take up the things which are comfortably, which can be taken comfortably, and take the things that you can match with what you know, and take the things that you can make use of for your life practices. So I think just take it very lightly, Joel. This is not something, not a very serious kind of discussion, because some of these people who are listening to this are from different language, maybe different religious backgrounds, and they need something very simple.
Thiruvan Saranai, my dear listeners. Yes, in the previous explanation, in the previous discussion that we heard just now, Dr. Sakuntala was trying to tell this Dhamma, the fact that this Dhamma is not confined to only the Buddhists. This Dhamma is to anybody, irrespective of the religion what they are in. So, irrespective of the religious background that people are in, anybody who can understand the language, the Dhamma is for them to be understood. So, but unfortunately, nowadays we hear this Dhamma mostly with Pali language, in Pali language. So, unfortunately, we don't very familiar with those words that come in this Pali language. So that's why we are facing certain difficulties to grab this exact truth. In Tripitaka, so many sutras are there, but they are basically in Pali language. But we also have a Tripitaka, a translated version of the Tripitaka to Sinhala in Sri Lanka. But the saddest part is the translation. That translation is not so we can say not so precise, not so accurate. So the translation does not or is not able to give the exact message. It has failed to give, the translation itself has failed to give the exact message of the Pali Sutra, because the translation had been done not by not by a person who attained sort of nibbana. So the nibbana. So we were telling these things in each and every explanation. So nibbana is not a thing that you achieve through the learning. It has a certain part of experiencing that thing. Nibbana is certainly an experiencing thing. So that experience is there in the sutra which have been written in Pali language. But when people try to convert into Sinhala language, this practical aspect has been has been gone, because this translation had been done by someone who did not experience this truth. So that's why this translation couldn't give the exact message to the people what is there in the sutra in Pali language. But if you so we must be very thankful to our Buddothpada Aranvahamsa for bringing up this exact truth, exact message which was hidden, which has been hidden in the sutra in simple terms, both Sinhala and English language. So the what we really tell, what Buddhothpada sermon tell, what is the message that has been given by the Buddhothpada sermons. So maybe may have some kind of a discrepancy of the translation of the Sinhala version of this Tripitaka, because Tripitaka, the Sinhala version of the Tripitaka has some misinterpretations, but Buddhothpada sermons is the are explaining the exact truth which are hidden within the sutra. So, but if you don't understand this Pali, that is all right. Through these Buddhothpada sermons, they are explained in simple terms, both Sinhala and English languages. So that's why Lord Buddhapada Aranvahamsa always keeps on telling that Buddha has the rebirth of the Buddha has been occurred in this era, because the truth, the exact truth, the pure truth nowadays available for you to understand by means of Buddhothpada sermons, in terms of Buddhothpada, by means of Buddhothpada sermons. So we must, that's why we have such a gratitude towards our Buddhothpada Aranvahamsa, because the pure truth was went under the sands of time. The era of Arahathood had been ended. So we were lacking the people who were experiencing this truth. The people who were experiencing this truth is people who attained Nibbana. So after the ending of era of Arahathood, so we were facing a shortage of people who are experiencing this truth. So that is the way how this pure truth went hidden under the sands of time. Fortunately, even after 2600 years later, now we hear the exact truth. Because the Aryan Mahase is the only person who is really experiencing this truth. That's why we consider him as the noble friend. He can guide us. He can teach us. He can take us towards the direction of the true realization. With the light he sheds upon us, so we have to build our own path towards the true liberation. He himself can't take uh, take us towards the Nibbana. He only could, the only thing he can do is just showing the proper direction for us. So same thing had been done by Lord Buddha those days. So once said, Lord Buddha once said, I can show them the direction to the Jetavana, but I can't pull them here. They have to come on their own. So same thing is happening nowadays as well. Buddothpada Aryan Mahase is showing us the path. He gives so much of um, guidance, but we have to. There's a big role for us also. We have to understand what actually he says, and we have to walk along this path by ourselves, because Lord Buddha once said, you have to build your own rafter to cross across this river. So you can't hop on another one's rafter to go to the other side of the river. So you have to build your own rafter. So that from that kind of examples, we can see we have to. There's a big part for us to do some justice to our soul. So if you are courage, if you are if you have certain intention, and the path will be open up for you. So in order to do so, what you have to do first, you have to listen this Dhamma. You have to get the correct message from a noble friend. So fortunately these days, we hear a lot of sermons, especially the Buddothpada sermons. Through Buddothpada sermons, you will be able to get the exact message of Lord Buddha. What is that message? The state of non-living state, non-soul state, anatta dhamma. There is no self here. But it is very difficult to convince ourselves that there is no person here. That is the challenging part. Since we have been living in this conventional world for such a long period, a notion of a self had uh, been there with us for such a long period. So we can't deny that there is no person within us, because we were doing certain things in the society, in the family, in the office, and everywhere with the hidden kind of a notion of self. We also tend to feel that there is a person within us because I'm the one. We always think this suffering has come to me. So in other instances, we become happy after seeing the success of our loved ones. So we tend to think, so I'm the one who got um, happy in that particular instance, seeing my daughter getting a good mark, good score in his O levels. So it made me to feel happy. So, uh, actually, I didn't know that there's no person to feel. There was no person here to feel that happiness. And same way, we think this every sadnesses will come to me, are coming to me. So I am the one who is suffering at this moment with dismissal of my loved one. So my heart is aching. So I'm the one who is suffering. But Lord Buddha said, there is no person to suffer. So what is the point of uh, what is the point of taking that has happened to you? But as I said earlier, it is very difficult to convince ourselves that there is no such a self here. That is the challenging part. In order to understand that thing, to guide this understanding, the Buddha has given nice set of instructions. That instructions are clearly written, clearly explained with the dependent origination, Dhamma. Actually, what this Dhamma means? Dhamma means itself. Dhamma itself means the Paticcasamuppada or the dependent origination. Once one came and asked Lord Buddha, everybody says Dhamma, Dhamma. What is this Dhamma? Somebody came and asked Lord Buddha. What Lord Buddha said was, Paticcasamuppada is the Dhamma. Dependent origination is the Dhamma. So it is actually a certain set of instructions, certain hypothetical concept that had been built by Lord Buddha in terms of understanding this truth. What is this truth? The non-self state. But as we are coming from the conventional world, it had been very difficult to us to grab this truth all of straight away. Not It is not because just we are having such a thought. We also tend to feel that we are living. There are two things. With the thought, we are thinking that we are living. And at the same time, we also feel certain feelings that makes us to feel that we are living. So how can we overcome that thing? So if we go and directly tell to someone who is really enjoying in certain instances, so there is no person here, men, so don't take it so serious. So they will say, how can you say so? You are a very selfish guy, no? Likewise, they will reply us. They will challenge us. because they might think because we are so selfish, we don't take it as our responsibility. So the way of escaping this responsibility, our responsibilities, is a good way of telling that I'm not the one who have done it. But all these are thoughts. So what Lord Buddha said not is not it is not confined to a thought. You will also start to feel that there is no self here. That is the most special thing about this Dhamma. First, you get to know that there is no person here. After studying this Patisamuppada and or Skandha Vigrahaya or the explanation of aggregates, then you will tend to feel that there is no person here for sure. The feeling can't, the absolute internal feeling cannot be refused. If it is felt, that's it. That's why this Dhamma is self-convincing. This Dhamma is known as a self-convincing type of Dhamma. It is not a practice. It is not a study, or it is not another kind of a philosophy. It is not a something to be remembered. It is not a something to be believed. It is a Dhamma that could be felt, that can be felt. If you feel a sorrow, sadness, or happiness, you are the one who is knowing that you felt such a sadness. Nobody can tell that no, you have no such a kind of a sadness in your within you, so you are lying. Anybody can say like that, but you are the one who feels the absolute sadness. So how can you deny that I am not having such a pain within me? No, you are the one who is tasting the taste of the granule of salt. You are the one who is feeling that feel. So even someone come and say, no, you are not feeling this salty taste. But as you feel this salty taste, do you believe what your uh, friend say? No, because you are feeling the salt taste. Likewise, if you happen to feel this, there is none soul state. No, there is no person here. So even anybody in this world would say that there is person within you, but you don't feel that you are living. That is the transformation you will achieve at the end. That's why it is known as a Dhamma that has a real feel. That's why this Dhamma becomes something self-evident. No one can say you don't feel. You are the one who will be feeling this absolute truth. So, in order to achieve that state, you have to get to know what is this Dhamma. So what is this? So for the knowledge, at least we have to know there is no person here. So how Lord Buddha said there is no person here. So you have to look at the way you have been brought up. That means the way yourself has been developed within you, has got developed within you. So when you were born as a newborn baby, did you know that you have born here? No. Did you know that uh, one day you will face your death? No. This little baby didn't know anything. So you can just see a newborn baby. You can just remember. You can just imagine about a newborn baby. How does he behave? Does he have a birth? Does he have a death? No, he doesn't know anything. Only thing what he does is when he gets certain burning pain in his tummy, he screams. Does he do it with a certain intention of getting milk from mother? No. It it is happening as a reflex. Burning sensation of the pain will give rise to a high pitched cry. So what will happen next? Then mother recognizes that from that sign, that signal, wow, this baby has to be fed. Then what mother does? Mother tries to feed him. As the breast milk goes into his tummy, these receptors, the tummy receptors will satisfy. Then what will happen? This burning sensation will stop. Then the cry will stop. All these things happen unintentionally. The child didn't know, the newborn child didn't know that he has to cry to ask milk from mother. Even he didn't know that this is his mother or not. Everything happens into a certain rhythm in this nature. So, were there a person within that little baby? No, he didn't know anything. But as he grows up, what will happen? From the experiences that he get from the society and the environment, his self-identity starts to gradually develop within him. So his mother uh, tries to explain him that introduce certain objects for him: apple, red, blue, chair, father, brother, sister. See, all these things will be introduced to him. So then he recognizes these entities as real things because he can touch these things. Touching those things will bring a certain kind of another kind of experience to himself, by himself. So that 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 those sorts of external or environmental impulses would create him a start a world creating within his mind. So again, that is the point where his mind starts to develop. So what will happen? But he's so young, he still doesn't know that he has been born here. But now he tends to feel the worldly objects, how they behave, and so on. Then what will happen? Unknowingly, he tends to feel that in order to feel the external objects as real, there should be a person or a living being inside me as well. It comes automatically. It gets developed within him. And also at the same time, mother and kindergarten teacher will try to introduce himself to that small child. So this is yours. This toy is yours, my darling. This is, I'm your mother. I'm your nursery teacher, darling. So you and me. So these are external things. This is you. You are internal. Likewise, those kind of notions, those kind of conditions will be fed by the external people. So what will happen? Now within this small child, it he try to figure it certain things as external things and internal things. Internal things is me, myself, and all the rest of the worldly perceptions are external to him. Now, see, there had been no particular person when he was born, but as he grows older, unknowingly, an internal self-identity gets formed. This is the way how you started the feel of the self-existence. It is the process. It is a natural sort of a process. Every animal in this world will go through this process. Every animal in the is going through this process. So now you have certain well-developed self within you because you think that you are the one who graduated from that particular university and you are the one who is performing these tasks in this society, and you have this kind of a family, and you have brothers, sisters, and so many things, and now yourself has a very solid notion of self within you. So that is known as this soul. So we give another kind of a word for that. So it is the soul. So people tend to, after so certain people tend to think that this soul will not get ended by your death. After your death, even the soul propagates to certain states. I mean, to the heaven, to the hell, or some will say rebirth or reincarnation would occur. So, does Lord Buddha say a propagating type of, you have a certain propagating type of a soul? No, it is not. Buddha didn't say anything about these kind of things. What Lord Buddha said, Anatta Dham. Anatta means no soul, no Atma. So what currently the currently practicing Buddhism says that there is a soul, and if you do good things after the death, you will be gone to a good place like heaven. And if you do bad things, your soul will go to something somewhere uh, like hell. So that is not the Buddhism. That is not the message, the exact message that had been given by Lord Buddha. Buddha said, an anatta dhamma. There is no soul dhamma, non-soul dhamma. So, as we said, we are, as I highlighted, so you know how yourself had developed gradually within you. So, if it been though that process was not intentionally done by you, neither by the anyone else. It is the system. It happens into a certain rhythm. It is the nature of it is the nature. So we have to identify this process. We have to understand this process. So this understanding only come through this Buddhist philosophy, Buddhist teaching. So it will not be understood. It is cannot be understood by doing meditation. The people, most of the people are trying to do, if you are a Buddhist, you go and meditate. You go and meditate. So that is the only thing that they know. But that is wrong. So what is the purpose of keep concentrating on either on your tip of the nose or upper lip uh, without knowing anything? What can bring, what sort of a thing that can bring about to you? But what Lord Buddha said is, there should be certain penetrative insight before you start doing anything. That is well explained. That can be found in uh, explanation of the five aggregates. The way your self-existence become predominant within you. The way how it had got developed within you. It is well explained in Skanda Vigrahaya, or the explanation of Skanda, or explanation of these five aggregates. So without this knowledge, how much you try to carry out your meditations, especially Anapanasati, inhalation and exhalation type of meditation, you won't be able to achieve anything without this prior knowledge. So Lord Buddha clearly says that Silappata Paramasa, there are 10 fetters. So out of 10 fetters, first 3 fetters, Sakkaya Ditti, Vichikicca, Silappata Paramasa. Sakkaya Ditti means getting the knowledge that there is no doer or no person here. Vichikicca means the doubt. So doubt and the Silappata Paramasa, the existence of the self. So all these three can be achieved can be understood only if you can understand this Dhamma. It should be realized only by seeing this truth, only by this only through this penetrative insight. So how this penetrative insight is achieved? Through studying, through analyzing, through experimenting, through investigating the Buddha's message. What is this message? How this world had been formed, how the I-ness or the soul, so-called soul, had got formed. So this is the research that you have to carry out by yourself in order to see whether it is truth or not. So as Lord Buddha asked us, don't believe thinking that it has been said by this great monk. So don't believe this king has said this is truth. Don't take it as real. So even I myself, even this fact has been told by me, don't take it as real, as truth. Just explore and see. Just do your own experiment and see whether the fact I declare is true or not. So Buddha told 5 things, the 5 aggregates. So what are those? Rupa, Vedana, Sanya. I'll tell in Pali first. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhara, Vijnana. So Rupa means, what is that? So we were discussing yesterday as well. So vibrations. Initially there are certain vibrations. So it will give rise to certain feel, certain sense. That is Vedana. Then Sanya. Sanya means perception. So that sense is capable of creating a certain perception, certain signal. Then if this signal usually tends to come repetitively. So that is the Sankhara. Sankhara means repetitive. The vibration is happening continuously. So it tends to give a certain persisting type perception. That persisting type perception is formed due to this Sankhara, the volitional formation or mental formations. So that mental formation will give rise to a certain thing called the existence or consciousness. That is vinyata. So it is, this whole process is not done by anybody else, not either by you. It is a natural process. It is the system of developing a certain kind of a consciousness. So it may be a consciousness of light, consciousness of a sound, and a perception of contact. So all these things, Dutta Sutta Mutta, combines each other to form another kind of a brand new perception. So it also has a same kind of qualities. This is the second cycle. Vattadi, the second cycle. The first cycle is the uh, sensory level, the where you perceive certain perceptions. It may be the light, it may be the sound, it may be the tactile sensation, it may be the pain, taste, or smell. So, but all these feelings, all these perceptions come together to form a brand new kind of a perception. So, that perception is known as the mind. So, mind again formed by a thought. What is that perception? That is the chair. So, if you take that particular perception, this particular perception has all these things. That perception, that the perception of the chair has the solid feeling, uh, a certain temperature in it, and color for that, and also it is called a chair. So that is the point where all these perceptions which have been generated in the senses get combined each other. So we call it a thought. So the thought is the building block of your mind. So mind gets created then and there, in this very moment. But the magic here is, if it is the same thing happens, so this perception keeps coming again and again, because this sensors would give continuous kind of inputs. So because of the repetitive happening, and a kind of a existent feel also generates along with that initial perception of the chair. The perception of the chair is there, so then again the feeling of the existence of the same chair comes along with that perception. So what will happen? In order to see an existing type of a chair, there should be a person who is feeling this particular feeling of the existence of the chair. So unknowingly, another kind of a perception will be created on the other side. Actually, a feel will be created in the other side. That is the so-called soul. So as you know now, a person who is there, the picture that you, the mirror image that you saw, that perception get joined, get combined with this particular feel of the aliveness. So after then what will happen? You get a certain notion that I am the one who is seeing this chair. I am the one who is sitting on this chair. I am the one who is pulling this chair. I am the one who is lifting this chair. But during this entire process, have you at any point were you able to recognize a certain person? No. But ultimately what you got, a conscious feel, a self kind of a feeling is there, has been generated, has been formed. But initially there was only a vibration. But this vibration had been transformed into a certain feel now. So this transformation occurred in certain stages. So these certain stages are well explained in this explanation of aggregates. In other words, this is the cause and effect Dhamma. This is the dependent origination number. This is the Patisamuppada Dhamma. The way how a conscious kind of a living being got formed with the unconscious vibration. So this has to be very clear for you. This is the vidarshana. Vidarshana means the penetrative insight that you should achieve, you should gain prior doing anything. Because you have to know there is no such an individual here, only a result of a certain processes will brought about the only we have a certain a live field brought about as a result of certain consecutive happening processes, consecutively happening processes, one after the other. It happened. So as a result, we tend to feel a person who is really living. But you just try to think again. Were there any person kind of involvement there? No, no person had been involved in this process. But ultimately, the self, the soul had been formed. So, so it is the nature. All these things are perceptions. As we tend to feel these perceptions as real things, unknowingly, the person or living being will be created to perceive that particular real perception. So, but all these perceptions are not true because they are just projections. Due to the initial vibration, certain projections have happened. These projections are not really existing. So we recognize them as perceptions, these projections. So they are not real because of the vibration, the energy which carried along with these vibrations is able to project something which has not been there, not there before. Maybe light, maybe sound, maybe tactile stimulation, maybe pain, maybe taste, maybe smell. So these points are the points where your faculties are formed. Faculties in the sense your senses. So there had not been a permanent kind of a senses earlier. Due to the vibration, all these senses come into action. All these senses come into come into certain actions. So if this light got projected with that initial vibration, that is the point where your vision takes place. If this initial vibration produces a sound kind of perception, that is the point where your ear sensor or auditory senses are created. So likewise, this theory, this understanding can be applied to everywhere, everything. So now you know what are your senses are. Senses are the things that would create a certain perception with different kind of a signal. The signal will be an electrical impulse. So, but the projection would be different. These projections will come together to form another kind of a different kind of a perception. That is the chair. For that we call a thought. So thought are the building blocks of your mind. So then after you think the mind is a real thing because you believe that, you tend to believe that this chair is, the perception of the chair is as real thing. Because it is not a fault of you. Because you didn't know this truth. Because you didn't know this formation process of this formation, you tend to believe what you saw as a real thing, what you are seeing as real things. You are helpless because you didn't know that. But now you know. Now you know this Patisamuppada very well. So you cannot be deceived anymore because you know these are creation of my own senses. The light is not real thing. Light is not a real thing. But eye sensor is creating the light. Let it do. Let it do its own function. So why you bother? So the purpose of your eye sensor is creating the light. So it will keep on generating the light. So at the same way, the functionality of your ear sensor is producing the sound. So there's no anyone's involvement there. So the contact is also the same. Skin is giving rise to certain perception of pressure, temperature, and pain. So let it do its own functions. No, let it do. So what will happen next? All these things combine each other, form a thought. Have you involved in that process? No. That is the way it rolls out. The system, this is the mechanism, this is the system. So let it project a new perception for you. That would be the chair. But it is just a projection. It is just a perception. You know these things are not real. So no worries. So you have not involved in this thing. This is the nature. This is the system. How the system rolls out. So you get this understanding. So now you understood this process. So there's no worries. There's no sort of a feeling to keep them as real things because you know these are projections of my own senses. Mind is, the thoughts are also collectively forming my mind. So the purpose of your mind is generating more and more thoughts. So thoughts are not real now. You know those things. So these are only projections. So you don't want to be attracted to those things because you know these are not real. So the clinging towards these things will automatically um, starts to fade away. So what will happen? Perception will be remain same. You keep your own. You can do your own. You can do your day-to-day life very well, but you know You are living in a thoughtful world. Chitte niyati loko. So your mind is your world. You get this certain understanding that you are living in a simulated kind of a world, a simulation. It is not a real. You are living in an illusion. So what is the purpose of assigning certain value to each and every object, each and every relationship, each and every entity in that illusionary world? So the value will be lost. So then the most fascinating part here is you yourself, the image that you've seen in the mirror, you get to know that it is also a same kind of perception that is not also real. You get this understanding through after realizing the truth. So then you will tend to feel what Lord Buddha's message. There is no person here. So but you still feel that the certain feelings because it had been there with you for certain period of time. The feelings were there with you for certain period of time. So as you as you try to see this truth, each and every thought, that is vipassana. So this feeling, notion of self will start to slowly fade away. And in the same way, the feeling of the existence of the self, your existence will also start to fade. So what will ultimately happen? You will be able to liberate from your mind eternally, because your mind would not be able to cheat you anymore, because you know whatever create whatever what sort of a thing gets created within your mind is not a truth. So that understanding will will direct you towards the state of supreme bliss of Nibbana. So that is the end point. So don't focus in that particular end point. What you have to do is just try to figure out this Dhamma little by little. So you tend to feel that yourself is getting slowly dissolved. So that is the way that in Dhamma it is known as diminishment of defilements. Diminishment of defilements is another term for dissolvement or diminishment of yourself. Ultimately, you will tend to feel the non-soul Dhamma as the ultimate truth, the state of non-vibration. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. So I think time has gone now. Yes, 10:04. Okay, we'll meet tomorrow, and thank you for listening. Teruvan Saranai, all of you, and Triple Gem bless you. Teruvan Saranai.